Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second day of World Conference on Creative Economy 2022. And we are about to start our program for this morning. For that, I would like to invite everyone to please kindly enter the ballroom and please kindly be seated. Thank you. Selamat pagi Bapak dan Ibu tamu undangan yang kami hormati. Kami persilakan Anda untuk dapat memasuki area ballroom dan menempati tempat duduk yang telah disediakan karena acara akan segera dimulai. Terima kasih. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we would like to invite everyone to please kindly enter the ballroom and please kindly be seated because we are about to start our first conference of the day. So once again, we would like to invite everyone to please kindly join us for the first session on our second day of WCCE for today. Sekali lagi Bapak dan Ibu yang kami hormati, kami persilakan Anda untuk dapat memasuki area ballroom dan menempati tempat duduk yang telah disediakan karena kita akan segera memulai rangkaian acara kita pada kesempatan pagi hari ini. Terima kasih. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and welcome to the second day of the third edition of World Conference on Creative Economy 2022. We are very honored to have you all here today. And also, ladies and gentlemen, our meeting today will be divided into panel session, and may this day be filled with the new discoveries and also enriching discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, to start our program for today, let us focus on the screen for the speech from the chairman of the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Bapak Arsyad Rashid.
Honorable guests and excellencies, yang kami hormati Bapak Joko Widodo, President of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Sandiaga Uno, Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, Ibu Retno Marsudi, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Madam and Monsieurs, Ministers from country members of Friends of Creative Economy or FCE, Ibu Angela Tanusudibio, Deputy Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, Bapak Febrian Alfianto Rudiat, Director General for Multilateral Cooperation, Ambassador of FCE countries, delegates of international institutions, distinguished attendees, and participants of this conference. On behalf of the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, or KADIN Indonesia, I would like to welcome government officials, heads of delegation, and captains of the creative industry to today's World Conference on Creative Economy, or WCCE. The creative economy is a crucial sector that strategically contributes to the global economic landscape. The industry contributes over 6% of the global GDP. The United Nations estimates that the creative industry generated over $2 trillion for the global economy and created more than 50 million jobs worldwide. For example, in South Korea, the K-pop industry generated $10 billion annually for the country. We believe the contribution of the creative industry to the economy will be more significant in the future, especially during times of economy turmoil that we are currently facing. Ladies and gentlemen, with the opportunities at hand, we must maximize our efforts to reap the benefits of the creative economy to its full potentials. The G20 presidency and B20 forum set an important momentum as one of the avenues to develop and introduce Indonesia's creative industry. Indonesia fully embraces the participation of MSMEs from the creative economy sectors in G20 and B20 to promote Indonesian cultures to the world. As the National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, KADIN is committed to continuing to collaborate inclusively with stakeholders of the national and global creative economy scene to empower the creative industries. We are open to more partnership and collaboration that can catalyze the creative industry as a new source for global economic growth in line with the Sustainable Development Goals. Through WCCE 2022, we would like to invite participants to collaborate and give birth to new ideas that can catalyze global growth in the creative economy sectors. Hand in hand, let's collaborate for a better future. Recover together, recover stronger. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, now let us begin our session for today. We would like to present our sub-theme Inclusivity and SGD's agenda with creatively sustainable practicing the bridge as our panel session for today. And for that, we would like to request the presence of our moderator on the stage, Dr. Dwinita Larasati.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second day of World Conference on Creative Economy. As mentioned before, this panel 5, with the theme Creatively Sustainable, Practicing the Preach, we are going to discuss about sustainability because we've been hearing this term on and on again, but what does it mean for the creative economy? What does it mean for the creative industries, and if they can handle the concept of sustainability and practicing it in their life? And so this panel will embrace the conversation of sustainability while showing the perspective of practicing the preach. We'll take a look at how creative economy become the backbone of creative sustainability, as well as exploring opportunities where creators could grow their innovative minds and creativity preservation away from cultural appropriation. It's the time to act on the sustainability label. So in this panel, we will invite our 3 distinguished speakers to come to the stage. First, we have Ms. Aparna Saxena from Toraja Melo. Ms. Aparna, would you please? And we also have Ms. Unati Lutsaba from South African Cultural Observatory. And we have Daniar Amanalif from Kyrgyzstan Creative Industries Association. Please take your seat. I will introduce briefly our speakers. Aparna Saxena, CEO of Toraja Melo. She is heading Toraja Melo, an ethical lifestyle business in Indonesia, and setting its strategy and expansion across new countries, new distribution channels, digital pivot, and marketing. Aparna is also co-founder of an early-stage angel impact investor setup and advisory in India that focuses on plant-based businesses in India. Overall, Aparna has more than 16 years of experience as an entrepreneur, advisor to impact businesses in various areas, primarily in logistics and e-commerce. She was in Vietnam for 6 months as a part of the co-founding team of an ad tech company, Manabi. Prior to this, she was a COO at Angels of Impact, an online community of funders, corporations, and entrepreneurs that focuses on poverty alleviation and managing partner at Superlative Foods, an organic snacks manufacturing company. Unati Lutsaba, Director of South African Cultural Observatory. An academic, researcher, and sociologist committed to the cause of culture and creativity in South Africa. Unati Lutsaba is the Executive Director of the South African Cultural Observatory, a think tank tasked with measuring and valuing South Africa's cultural and creative economy, funded by the National Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, and hosted by Mandela University. Ms. Lutsaba has always used her academic and entrepreneurial skills for the good of economic development. She has led and run several multidisciplinary research projects in the Nelson Mandela Bay over her career and operated groundbreaking initiatives and consultancies. Prior to her role at the SACO, she also worked within the public and private sectors. A rural girl at heart, she is fanatical about the development of young people, issues of transformation, development of young researchers in the arts, culture, and development industries. Daniar Amanalif, bandmaster of Ololo and chair of Kyrgyzstan's Creative Industries Association. In Central Asia region, the role of creative economy has increased within its emerging creative communities and hubs. As the bandmaster of Ololo Group of companies in Bishkek and the chairman of Creative Industries Association of Kyrgyzstan, Daniar Amanalif witnessed the growing spirit of creativity in this Switzerland of Central Asia. Daniar is a graduate of Bachelor of Science, focused in financial management from St. Petersburg State University of Economics and Finance. Daniar is also the international member for Policy and Creative Industries Evidence Center under the patronage of UK's National Endowment of Science, Technology and the Arts, NESTA. We will have our 3 speakers delivering their insights and thoughts. We start with Aparna. Time is yours, please.
Thank you. Could we have the slides, please? And I consider myself very lucky and privileged, one, to be here, and secondly, I sort of represent 2 very culturally rich and historically rich countries. I am Indian and I have been in Indonesia and I represent an Indonesian social enterprise. So I'll be sharing with you the combined learnings that we've had as a social enterprise that's trying to practice the preach. Could we have the slides, please? Okay, while the slides come on board, at least I know what my organization is about, so let me introduce that. I'm from Toraja Mello. Toraja Mello is an ethical lifestyle business. We work with indigenous weaving communities of Indonesia, about 1,100 weavers largely in the east of Indonesia, and we definitely go where not most of the businesses would go. So by design, our work is complex. Because if you look at the Indonesian archipelago, 18,000 islands, 17,000 named, 13,000 inhabited, most of the focus has been on Java, the main island, and it has about 300 ethnic groups which have very rich cultural heritage. And most of these groups are actually out of the main island of Java. And the way we started was, we observed that there was, we can move to the, yeah, okay, there we have, yes. So I've covered a bit of it. The reason we exist is there was practice of outward migration of indigenous women from the community of Toraja, which is in South Sulawesi in Indonesia, due to lack of popularity of indigenous weaving. The local market was dying, tourists were not coming, and hence the women were forced to emigrate, and they would end up working as domestic workers in other countries like Singapore, Malaysia, would get pregnant out of wedlock, leave the kids behind, and have to continue, and therefore it was essentially a degradation of the community itself. So the founder basically took up the initiative of saying that, what can I do to solve this problem? One, to preserve the cultural heritage. Secondly, to keep the community intact. And that's where we started way back in 2008. We've come a long way, and that's what I'll show you in this slide. And essentially what I'm trying to explain to you, if you look at the bottom 3 points, is our focus on the problems we are trying to solve, and where are we as far as how things are moving. So the rampant degradation of ecosystem in communities continues. So while we might be focused on cultural and social sustainability, environmental sustainability has become equally important because there's been a rampant degradation over the past many years. Poverty still remains a gendered issue, and in fact COVID-19 has further I think re-emphasize that point, that women tend to have disproportional effect of poverty, especially rural women. So this is an Indonesian statistics that of the below the poverty line, majority are rural Indonesian women. And therefore it's something that still needs to be addressed. And of course what's happening is with urbanization and modernization is the loss of indigenous cultural heritage continues. And while our focus is currently on traditional weaving, but the whole artisanal sector definitely needs, a concerted boost and support. But there is a silver lining, and things have been evolving. And again, I would attribute the pandemic, though it brought in a lot of negativity, but I think it also awakened conscience of people globally. And on the top is where I would say where we are heading towards. It's a changing world, yes. And there is a rise of ethical consumerism. These are facts from different studies that we inferred from. And definitely the Gen Z and millennials like myself are willing to pay a premium to really support good products, sustainable products as we might want to call them. Also, there's been an overall growth globally in sustainable markets. And this has been observed where there is a market that's growing. The potential is already shown, and it can grow from up to 7.1, cumulatively 7.1 times, cumulatively through to 2026. And of course, we have rising income levels. So what has also happened is the purchasing power of the Gen Z and millennials has been on the rise, and just like most of the world, Asia, and of course in Indonesia, 40% of Indonesia's population falls under this sector, which means these are the people who are going to be buying and consuming and essentially directing where the market is heading towards. And as I said, with these things evolving, we have taken a strong commitment. And when I say this, I also would like to extend it to overall creative, economy sector is we cannot work with just one or two, right? You cannot work on cultural sustainability without knowing the impact on social or environmental. We can't pick up cultural and social and forget environmental and vice versa. There is a strong intersectionality. One cannot do without the others because each of these have become critical for us to have a sustainable growth over a long term. Because we might have high growth, at certain periods of time, which the world has seen, the demand rises. Especially during COVID, there were certain sectors that really boomed. But is it sustainable? What happens post that, right? So therefore, really, the thought process now that has to happen is, are we thinking in terms of long term? And are we really looking at intersectionality of these three pillars of sustainability? Now, all this sounds pretty interesting. The path is laid out. But there are some ground realities. And of course, the facts that I'll share in the next slide are more akin to Indonesia. But I think they would stand for most of the global south, especially when you're talking about the developing markets. So the ground realities are, yes, we have a lot of MSMEs. I think this number was also shared yesterday. And they are the backbone of this country's economy. The key fact to note is more than 50% are run by women, and women still do the majority of unpaid work, which means they support these businesses while managing the work at home, right? Then there's been a lot of talk on digitalization, right? And we are heading in the right direction, but from the perspective of a practitioner that we've been, and especially working in the remote areas, mobile penetration does not translate to actual network connectivity. People have mobile phones, in fact, more than the population, right? So per capita, actually, a person has more than one phone. But what is the network infrastructure? It's still struggling. We still struggle to reach out to outlying communities in a sustainable manner. And definitely, there's something that needs to be worked on, right, for us to have long-term access. And then we talk about digital exposure, right? So of course, digitalization is happening, must happen. We have to work with the support of technology. But I'd like to here point out a difference between digital exposure and digital literacy. Traveling once, training an outlying community is not going to do enough for them to be digitally literate to run a business, right? And that is where I think we have to look at the sustainable aspect rather than saying that, hey, we went, we trained, we helped these people out, and we are now going to bring them online. No, what's next? Because I think this is where there's work to be done. We have to make them digital literate and empowered. Then I would talk about fragmented supply chains. Of course, I'm talking about textile and fashion, but honestly, our studies have revealed that it's essentially all over. Also, geographically, this archipelago tends to have that kind of impact. And therefore, this is something that we can extrapolate for all SMEs that operate, that we really face a very fragmented value chain, right from raw material sourcing, production, to market access, and then even post-consumer. So there's really work that needs to be done in order to create a better connectivity. And as I have said, it can also lead to a lot of income opportunities, right? There's a lot of unmapped, untapped potential. We just need to put the effort to get this done, because our efforts reveal that we don't have enough data yet. So I think there's something that needs to be worked on. And again, I will speak from my fashion perspective, is our efforts reveal that majority of the raw materials that we use here are still imported. And COVID was a big revelation, because the ones who were sourcing from outside really struggled, big and small. So therefore, we really need to work towards raw material pre-end product supply chains. And finally, if you would look at the whole requirements of MSMEs, honestly, the requirements are very simple. Sometimes they just need invoice financing, working capital, debt, support, capital support, and finally, I would say business acumen. I think John mentioned it, the father of creative economy, in his session yesterday. Just because you're creative, just because you have a great product, a great talent, doesn't mean you have the business acumen to sell. So are you getting the necessary support to develop that business acumen so that you can connect to the market? I think that's something we need to look on. So therefore, I'd like to bring your attention to the top right. We need sustainable solutions, long-term solutions that work. So with this, my final slide, and this is where what we feel as Toraja Mello, our experience of 14 years of operating in this country, what we feel are the things that we could work on. And I think my fellow speakers will talk about more on what they've been able to do at regulatory government level. So I think a lot of learning we can tap. But this is our perspective as an MSME, is these are the things I think we could work on to make ourselves sustainable, relevant. Relevance is very important, and also evolutionary. We have to evolve and be able to cope with the changing markets. So it has to start from the design processes itself, right? Whatever we are designing, is that design sustainable? Do we need to look at alternative materials? Because what got us here is not going to get us there. Things have changed. So what is it that we need to change, and what is the support we need in order to make that change? Because often we don't have the access. We are suffering both from information and knowledge asymmetry. So I think that's an area to explore, using technology the right way. And the ones I've actually marked in bold is my call out to the government, right? The government official, regulatory bodies, we need your support here. We need the frameworks to be set up so that, be it IPs, be it articles of geographical indication, it becomes more easier, for us to be able to pursue that, because currently the processes can take years and we don't even know whether it can happen or not. Then we move to the next stage of development and production. So again, are you producing? Are you using the right process for producing? Do you have the capacity? Do you have the materials? And finally, do you have the infrastructure, right? Because having 1 million SMEs operating on their own, competing against each other, when we could actually work on joint sourcing, setting up networks, setting up intermediaries, aggregators, and collaboration, right? We don't have to take notes from the typical market economy, which is all about competing. But can we do better? Can the creative economy actually work on collaborating, leveraging on each other's strengths, and set up some, sustainable supply chains? We're really, looking forward to that if we could do that. And we, Toraja Mello, are really committed to that, to working with SMEs on that regard. And of course, to the government, please make the licensing, the certification processes more open, transparent, easier, so that we are able to compete not only at a national level, but an international level, and bring our products forward. And finally, we talk a lot about market access, but right market access, are you targeting the right market, and are you ready for that market, right? Just empowering SMEs doesn't mean that, okay, you say, hey, I'm going to take your product to this country. Are they ready? Do they have the infrastructure support, the knowledge to be able to, go and access these markets? Because often what has happened is people end up going, having this one-time effort, but they're not able to sustain it because they don't have the capacity, they don't have the support. So I think really that's where we need to work towards. And if I have to summarize, we have to go beyond the surface. We have to go deep, really do our homework, and go wide, go beyond what you see, which is easily accessible. We're looking forward to collaborating. Please reach out to us. We would like to support more and more SMEs in Indonesia and the Global South. Thank you so much. Terima kasih, matur suwun.
Thank you, Aparna. I can hardly help myself from nodding at every slide you show and all the statements, because it's like a value chain that we've been trying to educate young designers, young creators to consider and to understand that what they make actually have impact in any way, positive or negative. And Toraja Melo, well, you couldn't see that on your slide today, but the products of Toraja Melo is really amazing. So people, if you know, Aparna has the bag, and all the accessories are made from these women weavers. And also Miss Dini Yusuf is also here from Toraja Melo as well. So promoting it best is by wearing them, so these products. So I'll be curious to explore that further, and we'll discuss that later. We will move on to Ms. Poinsunati. Please take your time.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Unati Luchaba, and I am from South Africa. I work for the Nelson Mandela University, and I'm the executive director there for the South African Cultural Observatory. Perhaps before I jump into my talk for this morning, I just want to share a little bit about what the South African Cultural Observatory is all about. We are a cultural and creative industries research project hosted by the Nelson Mandela University in South Africa, and we are tasked with mapping, understanding, and valuing the economic impact of the creative industries in our country, how the sector contributes to the country's GDP, how it contributes to growth and development, and how it contributes to nation building. And we do this with partner universities in the country, Rhodes University, the University of KwaZulu-Natal, and the University of Forte. And then just going straight into my talk for today, today I'm here to contribute towards this conversation on creatively sustainable, practicing the preach. And I always like to start with an end in mind. So before I go into my talk, I just want to share from my perspective and from the people I've interacted with in my career. This is how we actually understand the issue of sustainability. Sustainability and the sustainable future needs creatives and the creative economy and everything under its sun, because humans need to be inspired, moved, and sustained through the arts, culture, heritage, and creative pursuits to make our lives meaningful, and for us to realize the value in sustainable, inclusive, and equitable existence for all, everywhere. South Africa has a rich and a very diverse cultural heritage that now forms the bedrock of our powerful and growing creative industries and sectors. Not only do we have a deep and broad indigenous African heritage, these are augmented with European, Indian, and Asian cultures. South Africa's cultural heritage spills over and contributes to what is a renowned creative nation. But as we all know, creativity's potential nation needs greater recognition for it to be realized in the creative economy. The creative economy is not only one of the most rapidly growing sectors of the world economy, as Ms. Henderson from UNCTAD has shown us yesterday, especially in creative services, which account for more than 20% of all services globally. But it is also a highly transformative one in terms of income generation, job creation, and export earnings, and in terms of social cohesion it brings. Culture and creativity are what makes us human, and for centuries have sustained us. But as we approach a new and a radically changed world marked by new crises and pressures, the subject of sustenance is in tension with sustainability. So how do we nurture and support the creativity's role in sustaining us and giving us sustenance while ensuring that the entire sector and industries are sustainable economically, environmentally, and socially? This is a crucial question for us in South Africa as we struggle to come back from the COVID-19 pandemic and deal with the resultant developmental setbacks while also navigating an energy and water crisis. Those who know South Africa, you'd be aware that currently we are experiencing what we call load shedding every now and then. If you are in constant communication with someone from South Africa and whilst you are on a virtual meeting and they get cut off and they say, oops, sorry, it's load shedding, then you must understand it's the energy crisis that we are faced with. Now is the time to pause and then action. That action must be directed toward a better and more sustainable future. For us, that means interrogating the tenets of sustainability. Firstly, financial sustainability is critically important, given the high levels of poverty in South Africa and the unacceptable levels of inequality. It's important that the cultural and creative industries contribute to economic sustainability. Indeed, the CCIs provide an excellent channel to uplift our people and our neighbors on the continent. The COVID-19 pandemic caused us to reappraise the position of our creatives, and we are investing more in assisting the creative industries to recover. And we've also developed a master plan within South Africa's industrial strategy that will contribute to them flourishing. During the COVID-19 pandemic, specifically in 2021, we trained 1,000 artists and unemployed graduates to become more entrepreneurial through a special presidential fund. And this we did through the South African Cultural Observatory. This has played a key role in setting the bedrock for them to achieve financial sustainability and stability for themselves. Financial stability and environmental stability are intimately linked. People who are in a better economic position are better able to make more environmentally sound decisions and invest in innovations and processes that take the environment into account. Without this position, people in survivalist mode will make survival decisions, many of which do not favor the environment. As we achieve greater financial sustainability with less poverty and inequality, achieving environmental sustainability will be easier. Similarly, socio-cultural sustainability is also important and requires active investment, protection, and nurturing. As I have explained, South Africa has a very rich cultural heritage, and this must be preserved. Our stories must be told, and they must be recorded. Our heritage sites must be marked, protected, commercialized, and marketed. We've recognized this as a route to the overall success of our cultural and creative industries in South Africa, and we are working to preserve our artworks, stories, films, music compositions, and even our designs. We have educational and awareness-raising programs on heritage that are ensuring that future generations will still enjoy South Africa's rich heritage. While imperfect and in need of more funding, we recognize more than ever that preservation can lead to production and reproduction, and in that process, the sustainability of many cultures that make our country and its people unique. This goes back to our origins. As you may be aware, South Africa has many examples of rock art produced by First Nations and people. Given natural hazards, including weather and fire, this cultural heritage is always at risk. We have mapped and continue to map our rock art on geographic information systems and can track threats that there may be. This allows us to be proactive rather than reactive in preserving this important national treasure, using innovation and technology to do so with a view to sustaining what gives us sustenance and history. Then there's a matter of the environment, its preservation, protection, careful use for production, and for future livelihoods and cultural sustainability. Again, the CCIs have a key role to play in ensuring our environment sustains us into the future. Firstly, the sector has the ability to move us to take action. This role across art, film, writing, photography is critical in shaping what kinds of actions will take in favor of our environment. The marketing, advertising, publishing, and broadcasting industries that take up the mantle to communicate effective, the sticky messages that spotlight the crisis, but also routes to managing it. Our creative minds can lead in this regard. Other industries like fashion, architecture, film, publishing, furniture production are industrial powerhouses with the power to change their processes to become more green and environmentally friendly. Value and supply chain reform within the CCIs is a route of sustainable practice that at scale can reshape these sectors for good. For example, in South Africa, the film sector has shifted towards the responsible business practices or sustainable production practices and facilities that support the triple bottom line. The South African film sector is committed to being emissions neutral and climate resilient by 2050. This is part of the C40 cities initiative. The sector is using more digital documents, more efficient set lighting, otherwise known as LEDs, using rechargeable batteries, biodiesel fuels, recycling and compost collections, and moving away from bottled water and introducing meatless Mondays on set. Leftover food is also donated to homeless shelters and charities, as are wardrobes. This is a practical example of sustainability in motion in the motion industry and something all film producers can embrace everywhere. If you cannot measure it, you cannot manage it. The KwaZulu-Natal Film Commission, for example, has identified and is measuring key performance indicators that can track and report on industry improvements. This will further create awareness and a more conscious effort by film producers to reduce their environmental footprint. Besides preventing environmental degradation, the arts play an important role in increasing awareness of the importance of living sustainably. Perhaps the best known example from South Africa is the Oscar award-winning film, The Octopus Teacher, that depicted the lesson of the fragility of life and humanity's connection with nature. To end off, ladies and gentlemen, we need more poetry, more music, visual arts, plays, dances that will contribute to sustainability. The future requires the mindset that many creative practitioners possess, one that embraces experimentation, learns from failures, perceives and thinks out of the box, plays, innovates, pivots, and seeks perfection in the ultimate product. And I would have failed if I don't mention that on the 9th and 10th of November in South Africa, we will be hosting an international conference. SACO will be hosting its fourth international conference, where the issue of the creative economy reset and the creative economy being rebuilt, reshaped, and more inclusive and sustainable will be discussed in length by academics, by practitioners, by businesses at length. Thank you.
Thank you. That event on creative economy reset would be really interesting to get a follow-up on. So I get some points, especially interesting that you also push the index on the environmental performance of creative industries. Especially you mentioned the film industries, and I wonder if that also has to do with the incentive of finance that you will get from that. So we'll discuss about that later. And we move on now to Daniel, if you please. Thank you.
So I'm not very used to this 360 auditorium, so let me speak standing. Can I have my presentation, please? Okay, so I'll talk about the country that maybe you have not heard of. I'm from Kyrgyzstan, and in Kyrgyzstan we are trying something really new, and that might be a good idea that can be tried in other places in the world too. So starting from the January, I guess, we'll have the best tax regime for all creative industries, the best in the world. And this is a very interesting story how we created this and why it's important. I will talk about this today. So first, I need to explain what Kyrgyzstan is. It's this red country It's in Central Eurasia, as you see, Central Asia. We're surrounded by China, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and Kazakhstan. And we are post-Soviet country, so we got our independence in 1990. You know, as a post-Soviet country, we're really learning democracy. So we had 3 revolutions in my country in the last 30 years, because usually when the new presidents are coming, they're trying to become dictators. So we don't like that, and we have to change them sometimes this way. So now we have our 6th president, and Kyrgyzstan is a little bit like Ukraine in Central Asia. Very different to the neighboring countries. So it's a very small country, like 1/10 of Indonesia, maybe 50% bigger than Java Island. And it has a very, very small population of 7 million. That's why we can try things. And this population is very young. We have almost 60% of people younger than 30. Every 4th person in my country is a child below 10. So in my country, why we're talking about creative economy is because of the influence of British Council. They arranged a series of Creative Central Asia forums where I actually met John. And I heard the story how John was promoting creative economy inside Britain in the 90s, and it was a very small group of people who initiated everything. And I thought, okay, if a small group of people could do that in one of the biggest world's economies, then maybe we can do something also in my country, even if we build a very small group of people. So we were thinking what would be the best way to develop creative economy, and we thought that we don't trust our government. We don't really think it's good when the government is trying to subsidize, because it's one of the most corrupted countries in the world. And we thought that maybe the government could create a framework and leave the creative economy alone. So that's how we came up with the idea of Creative Industries Park, which is actually a special tax. And when we say park, we don't mean a special place. We just mean special tax regime that can be applied in any part of Kyrgyzstan. So we created this association of creative industries, just like John told us. And we now have more than 60 members who are paying a very small amount, like about $12, $13 a month. But they are all paying, so they're not free members. And all of these people are helping each other to promote creative economy and this particular law. So we were quite successful this year. We got the law accepted by the government, by the parliament, by the president. And now we are working on the bylaws. So this will happen very, very soon. We will finish everything, and this law will start working. And maybe that's an idea you could try too. Why is this idea important, and why I'm talking about this here on this conference? I've heard a lot about the Global South during these 2 days, and Global South is a huge idea, and I think it's a very painful idea for people from the Global South. Because Willy Brandt, who drew this special Brandt line in the 80s, he said that 1/4 of the world's population and 4/5 of the world's income are in the global north. So just try to see the disproportion. 3/4 of the world's people and 1/5 of the world's income is in the global south. There is a huge, huge disproportion. And we know that the whole world, UN, is working a lot to overcome this disproportion inequality. But here is the diagram, Gini coefficient, that is growing since 1950s to today. Gini coefficient is a way economists measure the level of inequality. So the level of inequality in the world is only growing. And we in the Global South, we need to understand that we cannot just follow the paths that were used by developed economies. We need to be more creative, we need to be quicker, we need to work hard, and we need to try some new things. We need a lot of startups in Global South. We don't have too many. In my country, we never heard unicorns, so I'm very happy to learn about Gojek, to learn about other unicorns in Indonesia. And we need more startups, and we need startup thinking in the governments too. And we need growth mindset. We need to understand that we have our chances to grow. But to do that, to really grow, we need to see not how the world was moving. We need to see where the world is moving. We need to see the point where the world is now, the new things that the world is only starting to try. And we need to go straight there. And that is global creative economy. That's what I'm explaining to my government. Now, we understand that this graph was shown yesterday also. It's Everett Rogers' diffusion of innovation graph. I love it a lot. It says that 2.5% of the population is usually innovators. Innovators are people who create WhatsApp, who create Facebook, who create Apple, who create all the things we're using from the morning till evening. And the country that is rich for innovators, this country is prosperous. The country who loses innovators is becoming poor country. Now, what's happening in the global north and global south is that innovators are leaving global south, and early adopters are leaving global south because they don't feel comfortable in our countries. They leave to global north. So global north is becoming richer for innovators, for early adopters, and then global south is only consuming the innovations that are produced in the global north. If we continue this way, we will never overcome this inequality in the global south. So what we need to do is to invent a way to keep our innovators inside our countries. Because at the moment they leave our countries, they feel that the ecosystem for innovations in our countries is like a desert. What do they need? Of course they need money. Many of them leave because they make fortunes in the global north. It's just easier and more comfortable life. But this thing is changing because you see a lot of digital nomads now. You see that people are working remotely, so you can live in the global south and work in the global north. People used to work in the downtowns but live in the suburbs. Now the situation is changing. More and more people will be living in the global south. I'm enjoying Bali because I know this is the best place for the global nomads in the world. And that's why I'm staying after the conference to see more of Bali and understand why exactly are they coming here. And I think it's a great chance for global south to bring more brains, to bring more money into our countries. Secondly, they leave because of technologies. You know, I have some friends who are great scientists from Kyrgyzstan, but they don't live in Kyrgyzstan because we don't have labs, we don't have academia, we don't have conditions for them, we don't have funding. This thing will be also changing through remote. And thirdly, the thing that is very hard to change is culture. In my country, it's a shame-driven culture. You know, people are told, don't do that because what people will say, you know, my mother's friend's son is doing this and that. So it's a shame-driven culture, and people are only following other people's paths. People don't really try their own things. That's why it's very important to create these special spaces. And the Allen's curve is the thing that shows that the creativity of a team grows when the team is closer, when the team is physically closer, working closer in the rooms. That's why my own business is Creative Hubs. I'm creating these special places, and this is, and Ololo is the biggest Creative Hubs chain in Central Asia. We have 9 spaces, we have more than 27,000 square meters. We unite more than 1,000 innovators in my country. They all pay for the rent. And we have these 9 co-working spaces, we have resorts on the lake, we have co-living spaces. When I say we have, we actually don't own them, we act as a management company. Why we do that is because it's very important to bring innovators under one roof. When they see like-minded people, they know they're not white crowds, they know that there are other people who think the same way, and they want to be more innovative. So another perspective is this Kinesian framework, maybe you're familiar with. You know, in my country and in many other countries in the global south, people and the governments, they live like, they behave like we live in a very, very simple, clear world, where everything is, where the cause and effect is clear. In fact, we are moving to a very, very complex world. We cannot say what will happen in October, what will happen in November. Who could predict a war in Ukraine? Who can say now that for sure we will not have this nuclear war? We don't know that, and a lot of things are unpredictable, and it's very, very hard to act like we acted like 20, 30 years ago. We need to find new solutions. We need startup thinking. We need agile. We need creative economy because of that, first of all, not only because it's producing economic value. So in my country, we are trying this idea of creative industries park, a very low taxation, and red is what will happen, and the blue is what we have in the country. So you see that all the crucial taxes are very, very low, and we predict that creative industries, creative entrepreneurs will just not stay in the informal economy. It just doesn't make sense when you have these very, very low taxes. And we have huge debate with the government now on what industries to include. That's why I'm very happy to be here and learn more arguments. So we, in my country, we identified more than 20 creative industries. Not only the creative industries that were mentioned in Britain, but also the service industries that serve creative economy, and also infrastructure services that are very important to develop creative economy. And this will help us to identify what creative industries are, how they grow, because of course we will not cover the whole creative economy, but we'll cover a huge part of it, and we'll have numbers. Like Unati said, it's very, very important. If we don't measure it, we cannot really manage it. And then we will have some resources for the ecosystem, because people will pay for the membership in the Creative Industries Park. And I think we'll make the creative professions very desirable, very fashionable for the youth. And we went as far as to offer our government a vision for the future of my country. And the vision is to create a lab, like make our country, it's a very, very small country, as I said, a lab where new ideas, new technologies could be tried. We think that the world needs such labs. This is, by the way, the flag of my country. Very beautiful. And this is my contacts, my QR, if you scan the QR code. And I want to finish here by this saying that I've heard many times yesterday, and I love it very much because I think it's very close to creative economy, because it's very diverse, it's very inclusive. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Salam srajta bagi ketasum. Om Santi Santi Om.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you for sharing. It's interesting that you will call it a global lab, especially because a huge majority of your country is under 30, and young generation is one of the most valuable assets for any place in the world, and that you want to create an ecosystem that works for them, and you will like to also refer it to Bali as the digital nomad place and so on. And you also mentioned about the money, technology, and culture as the most aspects there, which reminds me also, if we talk about creative industries, creative economy, and actors in a place, there's this concept about talent should be there, technology should be available and accessible, and there's also tolerance, because you also mentioned, which is very relatable, about a society that works along the perception of what will the neighbor say, of what will the other cousin say, and so on. So working around that, we'd like to open a conversation now. We'll open the question from the audience, but I would like to explore furthermore, first with Toraja Melo, Ms. Aparna. Because we know that Toraja Melo, well, it's been around for a while, and the products have been very amazing. But of course, the challenge is first, the most difficult part is at the start, when you begin to engage with these weavers, these women, which are mostly in rural villages and so on, and how you connect their products to the market and make the products relevant in function and in everything, because we know that the fabric is valuable in itself. But then how would you be an intermediary to connect these products, make it usable, and receiving proper appreciation from the market? Would you please share that part? Thank you.
Thanks. And I think great question, because it's combining the traditional, the craft, with evolution and contemporary, right? So again, as I had mentioned, what worked before will not work, and the populations are evolving, right? We're dealing with the younger audiences, and they will not appreciate that weaving the way it was earlier. So what we try to do is we find the balance. The weavers weave, they are good at that. We want to empower them to be able to do that. But the color palettes, how the market is evolving, we be their connectors. We take the weaving, we convert it into products that are relatable, that are understandable for the evolving audiences and the market. So I think that's where we step in, and that's where we'd like to empower and connect them. However, we leave them to do what they're good at, which is weaving. We do not want to convert them to become something else, right? And the other thing that we are trying to do is essentially them becoming more environmentally conscious, because what happened with modernization and urbanization was they started switching to non-sustainable fabrics and dyes. And that made them dependent on cheaper materials but non-sustainable. And they've had their ancient wisdom. So we're trying to bring that back for them to own it, while we connect to the market by making sure we are aware of what's happening around the world and find that balance. And one thing we are very strict about is not allowing cultural appropriation, and that's where we really need support, that the weaving has to stay as weaving. Please do not print it. Please do not convert it into something else, because you are appropriating an ancient craft. So that's how we keep it going. Yeah.
We appreciate that a lot. So, well, to find the balance between those, because when you are doing the process of making the products relevant to the current market, not only the pricing, because we see the data that the younger generation, we are willing to pay premium for the products that has such value. And this is the value chain that you put into the wheel of sustainability to make it possible. Thank you. And we move on to this Ms. Unati statement about this growth mindset that should be had by the creative industries actors and so on. Is it, what challenge do you face when you are trying to convince the whole ecosystem of the creative industries to convince about the sustainability of how you do your business along the, for example, film industries, or if you have any other examples?
Okay, thank you for that question. So ours is really, I don't want to say simple. It's the challenge with convincing people about issues of sustainability is that firstly you need to, we first need to address the issues of the basic needs of the practitioners, which is addressing their needs for food, their needs for, to make a living. Once that need has been satisfied, then you can talk about issues of sustainability in terms of, the economics of what they can accrue from their products. So so for us, I think the most important thing is ensuring that we address the inequality issues, the poverty issues. Hence, I mentioned during my talk earlier on that one of the things that our government did and implemented in partnership with the South African Cultural Observatory, and especially given the fact that when we went into a pandemic in 2020, already the sector was already in its own pandemic. The income was already declining. We were in a state of recession. People were not consuming cultural goods the same way that they used to, and therefore the creatives were already feeling the brunt. So when COVID-19 hit, and as we all know that this sector thrives on proximity. So when the COVID-19 pandemic came, and it immediately put a stop to most activities, especially activities that could not be taken to digital platforms, it meant that people could not produce. It meant that the women could not go into the streets and sell their produced products, their crafts, painters, etc., etc. So what then our government did was put in a program called the Presidential Economic Stimulus Program, which then assisted to try and absorb that shock. And during that period, when we were implementing the PESP program, we were offering over and above the the skills that we're imparting to the creatives and to these unemployed graduates, but we're offering them a financial relief so that they were able to buy food and, buy electricity and so forth and be able to live, have airtime, etc. And we did that, and we worked with various experts in the field. So not only were we giving them financial relief, but we were also imparting knowledge to say, when things come back to normal, whatever normal is, have a skill, a better skill to manage your business better. Be able to manage your finances better, be able to market your business, be able to understand how you could access certain markets so that you don't limit yourself to the current setup that you're currently operating in. So for us, the most important thing or the most important challenge that needs to be addressed, or which is still in continuation, is the issue of addressing the basic needs. Thank you. I don't know if that answers your question.
I suppose you will discuss about it a lot within your Creative Economy Reset event. There's such an intriguing theme to work on.
Yes.
Thank you. Daniel, I'm curious because you were working in a relatively new government environment. Was it hard to convince your government, because as an authority who has the authority on regulations and policy and so on, about the importance of creative economy and how to do it sustainably?
Yeah, like I said, was very inspired by the story that in Britain, that John and very few other people together, could convince the government. And what I caught in that story is that was a new government of Tony Blair who was willing to try something new. He called it the third way. And at that time, we also had our new president and our new government. Very, very unusual situation because our president is coming directly from jail. So he was imprisoned and by the previous presidents, and he out of the prison, he went after 2 months, he became a president. And that, of course, is shocking for many other countries. I think we are the only country in the world that has such president now, and at the same time, the previous president in jail now. So, very, very creative country, I would say. And I thought that, okay, if John used this idea of coming to the people who want to try new ideas, maybe I could do the same. So we went to talk to people in the administration, with the prime minister, several prime ministers actually, because they changed. And it took some time and a lot of disappointing conversations, a lot of disappointing presentations, but several people were interested. And then, we could explain them that this is a win-win-win, because it's good for the government. When they go outside of the country, they can say something. They can say, we are trying something new, right? It's an idea. It's a creative economy is buzzing. And at the same time, we told them that people inside the country, creative people, will support them because they're not very supportive of this particular government at the moment. And local people, of course, they see the point. If they pay low taxes, it's good for them. So it's a win-win-win-win. And this way, it was easy to convince and involve many people and unite a lot of people around this idea. So sometimes, instead of fighting against something, it's easier to find a solution that would be liked by everyone. And we were discussing with John yesterday that creative economy is a way to develop the democratic values, in fact. It's not only about economy. It's about gender, it's about LGBT rights, it's about a lot of things that the world is trying to promote. But when you talk directly in countries like mine about the culture, about the importance of art, about gender equality, and importance of artists, you don't get recognized. When you say this is creative economy, it can create value, people can make money on this, country can grow, economy can grow, GDP can grow. This way you can do the same thing. You can promote the same values, but in a much more comfortable way. So it's very important, I think, to find this idea that would be uniting. And I think it worked.
Thank you. I think we have only a very few time to take question or remarks from the audience. If there's any, you can put your hands up. All right, considering this session about sustainability and creative economy, if no one is going to contribute their thoughts, I think we can wrap up for this session by also, we all maybe agree that creative economy as sustainability is a multidimensional thing that you cannot just view from one side, but we have to consider many sides that has to be balanced as well. Because from the three speakers, we got very different viewpoints. Daniel is more about the demography of the young people and the governance, new governance, and the challenge to face the newly understandable creative economy. While here we also do on the reset on creative economy and how to rethink it in a bigger ecosystem. And for Toraja Melo also, there are similar companies that work the same way, similar way of connecting the locals, traditionals to the current markets and so on. With environmental, social, economy, social culture, and it has to be all balanced. And it's a challenge we're still facing forward because we have new disruptions as well. Not only the digital, but also pandemic and so on. So we'd like to thank you for your contributions to the session, and please give a big applause to our distinguished speakers. Thank you. Thank you.
Once again, thank you very much to Dr. Dwinita Larasati and also to all the speakers for inclusivity and SGD's agenda with the topic creatively sustainable practicing the bridge. Thank you.
Terima kasih.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to continue our session by welcoming our spotlight speakers, known as the Indonesian Comics BBC 100 Women 2018. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Sakdiah Ma'ruf.
Hello, wow. A full auditorium. I'm truly humbled and honored. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu. My deepest gratitude to Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy and also WCCE for having me to deliver this important session on laddering opportunities for women in stand-up comedy. My name is Sakdiah Ma'ruf. I am acknowledged as Indonesia's first Muslim female stand-up comic. I know what some of you might think. Muslim are, rarely used in the same phrase with comedy, let alone female, even more so Muslim female stand-up comic. I thought, well, are your father allowing you to do this? No, he did not. Yes, but basically, ladies and gentlemen, but here I am, here we are, standing and fighting centuries-old myth that said that women are not funny. So far I have not been successful. My opening seems more like, motivational speech. But yeah, I'm just excited to be here. A little nervous, but so excited. Too excited I even get a haircut. Like you can totally tell, right? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, if I can ask you a question, can women laugh? Yes, yes, can women laugh? Can women make us laugh? Yes. You will say, yes, of course. But let me tickle you with some overlooked facts. When we're talking about women opening their mouth, we're usually referring it with talking, speaking, smiling, giggling, sometimes laughing, almost never laughing out loud, because those phrases are, throughout the history, reserved for those who are stigmatized as witches, evil women. Ha, 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 ha. Even in our children's stories and fairy tales. And in Indonesia especially, when we're talking about women laughing, when we feel even that we are about to laugh, our immediate, almost automatic reaction is to close our mouth. As if this is a taboo. You see, this is why it has been very, very difficult. It has been difficult. It's not an easy path to begin with. Allow me to begin with a personal story. I was born and raised in conservative religious community. To put it in perspective, pandemic lockdowns is basically my father doing his job. Yes. Yes. Some of us are having it for 2 years. I'm having it for 17 years. Yes, not allowed to go out of the house. You are looking at a black belt in staying at home. Really, yes. But, I'm so happy, nevertheless, my parents are supportive of my educations because, I was not considered pretty or rich, so they sent me to school. Like, brain is your last, although least preferable asset. Like, you gotta have something. You gotta have something. So, yes, I registered for college. I registered for English literature, told my father that I want to be a writer, not a comedian, of course, no. And then I got accepted, I got admitted, and the first thing that my father was very proud, and the first thing that he did is he called our neighbor and said, "Oh my God, my daughter's just got accepted in medical school." I'm like, what? I don't mind. I don't mind at all. What I'm afraid of was that someday my neighbor will call with a medical emergency and all I can say, "Of course I can help you. Don't you know that laughter is the best medicine?" It's never an easy path. When I started college, I thought this is going to be a conducive environment, free speech, dialogue, critical discussion. What happened was for the very first time, due to religious reason, I noticed the separations between men and women in public seminars, forums, or lectures. And sometimes a curtain are put between us. The speakers are always men, and we are not allowed to say something. We're only allowed to listen. We're not allowed to say something. We're not allowed to speak up. We're not allowed to ask question or even see the speaker. I thought, is this the origin of podcast? Yes, but I was shocked. I was born and raised in conservative community, and even in my community, there's no such thing as separations between men and women in public forums, seminars, or lectures. Women just don't go to public forums, seminars, or lectures. They're not allowed to. Talking about these topics that may be considered sensitive, especially among the religious community, I found refuge in comedy. It allows us to I'm not like laughing at anyone, I'm laughing at myself, and we are laughing together in a joy and celebrations of hope, rather than cursing darkness. Of course it's not without consequences. It's not without consequences or without challenges. I mean, more often than not, I receive comments like as a Muslim woman working in this profession, I receive comments like, "I would be happy to see you being burnt in hell." And I thought, hold on. If, oh, God forbid, if you saw me burned in hell, there are only two scenarios. Either you're guarding the hell, which is impossible, or you're in hell with me. So be careful on what you say or what you wish for. And you are not a woman working in these professions. If you are not receiving comments, "I see your undergarments. Like you are such a, I saw your video. I watched your video and you are such a humiliation to Islam. I see your undergarments." And I thought, behind these layers? What kind of app are you using? This could be an innovation. I don't know, in healthcare maybe? If you can see deep down. And those are some of the things that, I experience, and it's never been, it's not an easy path to just put yourself out there on the stage. I have been receiving a lot of supports, of course, but yeah, backlashes, challenges. I was pulled out of the stage once. I was pulled out of the stage one, and this woman asked me, "Are you really a Muslim? Why are you talking about all of these things that you are talking about?" And as a brave person, you are standing up on stage, you are brave, right? As a brave person standing on what I believe in, I said, "Madam, please, I have a baby waiting for me at home." Sometimes you have to use your family card to just get away from things. But this is just to give you an idea of how challenging it has been to ladder opportunities for women in stand-up comedy. And it's not only my experience. There are layers and layers of challenges experienced by women in their own respect. And there's also layers and layers of challenges experienced by women in the industry. Let me give you a number. Stand-up comedy in Indonesia is new, emerging, quite small in terms of industry. I mean, we don't even have the number to this moment. But let me give you an illustration. Immediately before the pandemic, we are successful in organizing first international comedy festival in Indonesia. And the participants were more than 100 performers, 5 women. Only recently, one of the biggest stand-up comedy jamboree organized also in Indonesia, more than 70 performers, 5 women. We are so heavily underrepresented. I mean, most of us who are in, not most of us, I can count it with my hands. Most of us who are in the industry are vocal and vital to the industry, but we are heavily, heavily underrepresented. It's less than 10%. And it's not only about that. It seems like the industry stakeholders, actors are comfortable in saying that, well, we would want to invite women comedians, but there's no. Without asking why. Without asking why. Let me give you the why. Safe space is not available. Stand-up comedy is about speaking your truth, speaking of our most personal experience most of the time. Women, when they just get started in like open mics and communities, shows and events stayed until very, very late at night. And of course, we know how safe our street is for women, incredibly safe, that we have to Be ready with, I don't know, pepper spray or whatever it is that we can bring to safeguard ourselves. Another issue is lack of affirmations. It's almost like, again, no one is asking why we are heavily underrepresented or taking actions for that matter. One of the longest standing stand-up comedy talent shows that launched the career of many artists, many stand-up comic, including myself, down to their 10th season. Down to their 10th season, only have 1 or 2 women per season out of 12, 13, 15 finalists, sometimes no women at all, because, I don't know, maybe women are not funny, but there's a reason. Harassment, verbal harassment are considered normal. And the alibi is, I mean, we are comedy communities. You should be able to take jokes. And many of us are just couldn't stand it and left our potential behind. And being left behind by the industry. So what we can do is basically to just do what we can, do our part. It's almost like a guerrilla war. So one community at a time, small community at a time, and this is what we do. Slide, please. So in the midst of the pandemic, when lights are off, when stages are closed, I know that things have to change. So I wrote this curriculum on module on our voice stand-up comedy for change, and now we are at the 4th batches of training next November with all women participants. We are going to engage the Pesantren community, Islamic boarding school community. So this is so exciting, and it's been, 4 batches. We are collaborating with organizations that are willing to help us. But this is far than enough. I am just one person. We are just a very small, community trying to establish the voices of women in stand-up comedy. Again, stand-up comedy might be a small industry at the moment, but we are looking at Melbourne International Comedy Festival. We are looking at Edinburgh Comedy Festival. We are looking at Laugh Out Loud Comedy Festival in Canada. They are all icons of their countries. We have a major potential in these industries, and women are largely left behind, and this is 2022. Gosh. Yes. We've done our part, and we will continue. We will continue these small efforts, but we need your hands. We are ready to collaborate. We are ready to build this ecosystem of female talent. I was once reminded, with women, mentoring is not enough. Sponsoring, helping them to really grow and to establish themselves in the industry. It's never been an easy path. Time's up, yes. Just very quick. It's never been an easy path. I remember in early stage of my career just throwing myself on stage with this one very powerful feminist speaker when a violent mob attack. When there was an actual violent mob attack, and as I protect her, the first thing that came into my mind, God, I hope my deodorant works as advertised. Because can you imagine if this woman died and the last thing that she smelled, this is just an illustration how comedy brings hopes, it dismantles stereotypes, it challenges prejudice, not with hate, but with joy. Joy and hopes are us. We are ready, we are empowered, we are ready to collaborate. Joy and hopes are us, the creatives, Thank you.
Thank you very much once again, Ms. Sakdia Maruf, for a very interesting session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue, I would like to remind you that we are providing you the coffee break, and you can enjoy the coffee break inside of the ballroom during the session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are still in the third edition of World Conference on Creative Economy 2022, Day 2. And now let us continue with our next session. We have our panel session with the topic Creative Inclusion Towards Equal Pedestal. And for that, we would like to request to presence on the stage our moderator, Miss Faye Wongso.
Langsung duduk. Ya. Okay, good morning.
You are here on behalf of Mbak Niki Clara.
So the next one is going to be very interesting panels. I'll be moderating creative inclusion towards equal pedestal. So this one, when we talked about inclusively creative, we need to ensure that everyone should be included. And we see the inadequate representations of certain communities in the creative economy. So while at the same time the pedestal and capital access has not been built significantly, creativity bounds and pushes towards boundaries, geographical location, genders, and more. It should be towards those who do not have privileges as well. So I will welcome our extinguished panelists. We will be inspired with the stories from our panel of practitioners who are witnessing the challenges and opportunities at the first hand. So I will welcome the first one, Ms. Hana Al-Faki. Ms. Hana Al-Fiki, I'm sorry, visual artist of Hana Madness. Welcome. Hi.
Hi, thank you so much for having me.
So Hana Al-Fiki, or well known as Hana Madness, right? You're a visual artist based in Jakarta.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'll read a bit about your bio.
Sorry?
I will read about your bio.
Go ahead. Sure.
And then you will present about your work, right? She spent her childhood in a difficult environment which was not supportive to artistic development. And during your high school years, you found that art can be cathartic, helping you to maintain sanity amidst your psychological crisis. So your work, your artworks, represent most of your mental health disabilities.
Exactly.
Ones which would eventually become your main inspirations and challenging resources. So before you start, I would want to welcome another speaker, and we will have two speakers joining us online, but then Niki Clara, the COO of Disabled Enterprises, will be represented by Okay. Hi, Nikki. So Nikki is currently in Europe. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Hi.
Everyone. Hi, Mbak Faye.
Hi. So let me read a little bit. So welcome Nikki Clara, the CEO of Disabled Enterprises. a disability womenpreneur, Nikki Clara upholds the belief that limitation doesn't mean you can't reach your dreams. Limitation is only a mindset. She is the COO of Disabled Enterprise since 2017, a social enterprise to empower persons with disability at workforce, also educational soft skills. So you are responsible to sales leads and B2B target, segmented and all related business activities within the company. You are also the YCLE Fellow in 2018 on the Professional Fellowship Program at Chicago Mayoral Office of Person with Disabilities. And you are like traveling around the world now. So welcome to this panel. It's unfortunate you cannot join us in person today. And the third one, I want to welcome Amahra Spence, the co-founder and director of and CEO of Maya.
Hi, thank you, Faye. Hi, everybody.
Hi, Amara. Amara Spence works for Transformations, where culture, community development, and social justice align. As founding director of Maya back in 2013, and organizer of the Black Land and Spatial Justice Project in 2020, Amara brings a critical analysis at grassroots and systemic level of injustice and power. Through this, she commits to infrastructure building, resource redistributions, and platforming radical imagination. Her work has included creating a radical art school to democratize cultural production in under-resourced neighborhoods, developing spaces that redistribute the culture sector's hospitality budgets back into local artists, creating crowdsourced funds to resource minoritist artists. Wow. So we are having these three amazing women today, and I will give the time and space for you to tell the stories about your work and your journey. I'm Faye Wongso. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Kumpul.id, as well as the president of Co-working Indonesia. Hana, I was also spending 10 years of my early careers in mental health and trauma counseling across the world. So really looking forward to hear your story. So yeah, the time and space. Hana, maybe
So
you
I'm
can
going
start.
to be the first panelist.
Would you like to?
Of course, why not? Okay, hello everyone. My name is Hannah Madness. I'm a visual artist without any formal background and a mental health activist from Indonesia. I've been working and collabing with various people from diverse backgrounds, both in the context of disability and non-disability, nationally and internationally, including with health professionals until vulnerable young adults, to challenge how mental health is treated, understood, and experienced. I make my disability as an identity worth celebrating. Disability art reflects the experience of disability, which makes it not as a barrier, but as an appropriate and useful subject for artworks in raising awareness to bring about political change towards people living with mental disabilities. So I'm not talking anything that describes me from people's point of view. Rather, I tell my perspective on mental disabilities and the issue that surround it. I've been voicing this since 2012 to bring up something that has been considered as a taboo, to open up conversation that has been shackled below the surface so it can build mutually reinforcing narrative both to myself and others. There are other perspectives from us that must be heard and raised regarding our struggle, triumph, existence, talent, contribution without having to deny our vulnerability at all. Disability identity is an important step in accepting disability and helps to reduce stigma because many people still think if disability is a barrier label. We believe that everyone has certain basic needs that must be met. People with disabilities become disabled not because of their inability to do something, but because of the fact that our society is inaccessible, plus our dependence is seen as an exception. That's why we believe disability has been built and is systematic. And as an artist, I feel that I must continue to present work that provide joy, interaction, dialogue, and inspiration, but also provide a wise criticism to the system to encourage the community to engage wisely and make steps in social progress. Because art it's about people's emotion. It is very personal, but also can be universal at the same time. It is about connecting with other human rights issues in giving voice to those who are voiceless and marginalized. And also about creating conversation and giving voice to questions that need to be answered. Just so you know, there are still more than 19,000 people with mental disabilities in Indonesia have been in Pasung, or the practice of chaining and locking people in confined spaces for decades, some until they die. Mental illness is indeed something that is very, very challenging for us who experience it and for people who live with us. However, the negative stigma and the lack of fair access are more vicious than mental illness itself. We exist, we are valid, and we cannot be invisible anymore. Then, can a radical supportive ecosystem be created from conversation, connectedness, openness, and partiality? For me, surviving madness and exposing the voiceless is a liberating practice. I believe with a sense of wholeness, partisanship, and dignity is everyone's right. We deserve love, security, community, and solidarity. Lifting up people with lived experience is not just about healing. It is also about building solidarity with other marginalized communities and realizing the fact that we exist and we deserve to be part of the world. People with lived experience happen to be some of the most people who suffer the most because of our inability to function optimally in society, and our needs are always considered as an exception by the existing system. So, can we stop degrading and depriving the human rights of people with mental disabilities and start asking why? Why do you want to die? Why are you so angry? Why are you harming yourself and others? Why are you so depressed? And if we listen and understand their complexity, we will discover 1,000 deeper reasons, a why that underlies and brings all this question together. And that is a system where we live in a world that doesn't stand for our existence, a world that's full of violence and is intimidating. There are so many ways to create a healing culture, so many different beliefs and ways of supporting people that we can use to achieve about individual wholeness. And art is proven to be one of the best ways to achieve that. I can see how art-based approach has been widely used in developed countries such as in mental hospital, children's hospital, nursing home, until rehabilitation institutions as an alternative way to support the recovery process of the service users. My mental disability is indeed my medical condition, but it doesn't define the whole I am because there are rights and obligations that must be fulfilled. For example, I have the right to access mental health, to access proper mental health services, to get protection from stigma and discrimination, to express myself, to be heard, to be seen, and to get equal opportunities. For me, being mad is strongly linked to the oppression and abuses that mentally disabled people often face. And I feel like the mainstream conversation about mental illness often excludes our experiences. So that's why it is very important for me to keep voicing those struggles. The relevant question when looking at the mainstream art ecosystem is, why does the mainstream often exclude disabled artists? Should we back, or should the mainstream try to break their conservative views in expanding their understanding to be able to involve disabled artists and be more focused on engagement and empowerment? In the end, it's about power that disabled people are rarely involved in making decisions and are oppressed through poverty, lack of access, and equal opportunities. This situation requires all of us to think creatively to find other ways to survive. A lot of effort should be made to provide access to art production, especially for vulnerable groups. We must ensure that we have the right institution and mechanism to support a sustainable and dynamic art world. Inclusive collaboration is what we need to make this happen, both from the government, private sectors, groups, and individuals. Respect, support, and space for culture must be part of our future understanding of art, because most of disabled folks don't have equal access to training, mentoring, or hands-on practice. So that's why their abilities are not honed. Nothing about us without us. People with lived experience know better what we need than you. So get us involved when planning an inclusive program by asking, listening, implementing, and evaluating. For example, an accessible art festival should have such as ramp and lift access for wheelchair users, and that interpreter and speech-to-text screen technology for deaf people, quiet room for neurodivergent people. Also, guiding blocks until dog assistant must be allowed to enter buildings for blind people. Also, disabled artists are often being asked to do something for nothing or for free. That's clear how ableism that does exist in our society by making us less valued or less appreciated just because our different condition and needs are seen as something lower than non-disabled people. We are now entering and adjusting to a new era and reality, and I hope that our current situation right now will be a dynamic catalyst that inspires ideas and futures innovations, like reshaping how we should find solutions to empower each other. I hope that hybrid innovation can continue to be developed to create an inclusive ecosystem that accommodates interaction, dialogue, creativity, education, relaxation at all possible levels, so that the needs of disabled folks to be involved, to enjoy arts and public spaces are no longer seen as an exception. Last but not least, you don't have to agree with all my statement, of course, but at least we move together. Thank you so much.
Woohoo! Thank you, Hannah. So the next one, Nikki, we will just move to the next panels and then we will go to the question and answer
Sure
later.
thing.
So Amara, are you ready?
Is it me or Nikki?
Nikki, can you go first?
Okay, so
Okay.
yeah, I'm going first.
Okay, please, Nikki, the COO of Disabled Enterprise.
Okay, Ms. Nikki, I will start this. Okay, so morning, ladies and gentlemen. You're probably wondering who is this little girl in front of you. So I'm Kia. I'm not supposed to talk here, but I will be supporting Ms. Nikki Clarification. And anyway, you're probably wondering what is this little red thing I'm holding, and why just she can put it on the seat. I'm sorry I can't just put it on the seat because I'm really happy and I'm really proud to show you that this beautiful red thing, this beautiful clutch, and this beautiful kimono is originally made by people with disabilities. Yes, you heard me right. This made by people with disabilities. And so you're probably wondering what exactly we do and how cool people with disabilities made this such beautiful products. So we have a video to show you, and then it will continue to Ms. Nikki's session. And I'm going to stop talking right now, so let's have a video. And that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Tia.
The video, please.
Kepada setiap individu yang mengalami keterbatasan, yang akhirnya membawa kepada pemahaman bahwa penyandang disabilitas adalah objek yang tidak berdaya. Menembus Batas hadir sebagai sebuah platform yang ingin mengajak seluruh pihak untuk memulai mengubah pemikiran bahwa penyandang disabilitas adalah subjek berdaya. Berangkat dari permasalahan bahwa jumlah penyandang disabilitas di Indonesia sekitar 25 juta atau hampir lebih dari 12% total populasi di Indonesia. Namun, secara ironisnya, masih sekitar kurang dari 10% yang mampu berdaya secara ekonomi. Menembus Batas hadir berlandaskan pilar aksesibilitas pendidikan, pekerjaan, informasi dan mobilitas, mencoba menjawab permasalahan ini dengan mengajak berbagai pihak untuk turut serta membangun dan menciptakan Indonesia yang inklusif dan ekosistem disabilitas yang berdaya melalui kolaborasi yang pentahelik. Dengan memberikan pendidikan vokasional, profesional, dan juga wadah bagi lebih dari ratusan disablepreneur atau wirausaha disabilitas, menjadikan Menembus Batas terus berkomitmen secara penuh untuk mewujudkan disabilitas yang selalu meningkatkan kapasitas dan kapabilitasnya terlepas dari latar belakang keterbatasannya. Kini, setelah 11 tahun, Menembus Batas hadir merangkul bersama seluruh stakeholder dan menciptakan kolaborasi yang pentahelix. Kami terus berupaya menjadi bridge of hope untuk Indonesia yang inklusif dan disabilitas unggul.
Okay, everyone, hi. Thank you, Kia, for welcoming me, and hello, everyone. I'm so sorry I can only attend by virtually because right now I'm in Europe. So we're moving forward. We're going to talk a little bit about creative inclusion toward equal pedestal. Talking this isn't longer because I'm people with disability by myself, but how me and my team and other stakeholders work together to make an ecosystem for empowering women and people with disability. Yeah, the slides already been seen.
Yes, it's on
You
screen.
can share. Okay, got it. So, my name is Nikki Clara, and I call myself a disability womanpreneur because right now, me, my team, and the other stakeholders are concerned to make an ecosystem for women and people with disability to be empowered in every aspect. As you can see, from feasible enterprise that already been changed into Menembus Batas that concentrate on education, Tenun in inclusive creative that you can see the products being used by Tia, and Sandos Raya on food and beverage and agriculture sector. You can see that blind people can harvest the coffee bean until Kamuware on conservation. We always focusing to leverage to empowerment of women and people with disability. Next. Yes. Yeah, we're going to talking about the challenges that we're facing. According to area research on social enterprises and disability in Asians, it is estimated that 1 in every 6 people in Asia and the Pacific live with disability. According to the studies also, disability inclusive employment could boost Asia Pacific economy's GDP by 1 to 7%. Persons with disability are not adequately or fairly represented in the workforce in Asia and the Pacific. You can move to another slide. With evidence indicating that they are systematically denied equal access to work throughout the regions. When persons with disability
Next
work
slide.
less or earn less because of the barriers that they face, they contribute also overall consumption and economic growth. When people with disability work or earn less because of the barriers, they contribute less to overall consumption and economic growth. Meanwhile, study shows that if people with disability were paid the same as their peers without disability, the GDP of many Asian and Pacific countries could rise by 1 to 7%. So it's kind of be like a huge understanding that when people with disability also can contribute in this environment, we also can contribute to GDP. Sorry, can you next slide, please? Thank you. Okay. Unfortunately, we cannot deny that we, as a people with disability, continue to face barriers to equality. I can think of barriers of education, decent works, social protection service, and legal aid. They also face disproportionately high rates of poverty, and women and girls with disability face additional challenges. This is a stark contrast to the previous, this empowering viewpoint, which was centered on charity and sympathy-driven support. That's the reason why we and me and my team and other stakeholders always focusing on how to make an ecosystem to be empowered, to gather all the people with disability to be empowered, econ- uh, empowered together. Maybe you can previous slide. I haven't good moving to the next slide. Thank you. So I can conclude that because this is an event and a pre-event of G20, I want to say that the barriers of women and people with disability in 3G. The first G is about the gender that we know women and girls with people with disability has a lack of has a lack of opportunity than a man. We can understanding that most of women with disability uh, have a barriers to access the education, have a barriers to access into a decent works. That's the first G. The second G is about the gap. We understanding that in this digital era, we always collaborated, connected, and be creatively innovative. This is also become a barriers to people with disability, women and people with disability. There is a gap how to be connected with the others, how to be connected to inclusive environment, how to be collaborated with the other stakeholders. And also, it's also become a gap when the people with disability want to increasing in creative and innovative. And the last G is a ground. It's come from the background. I also found that most of people with disability have a barriers on the backgrounds of education and in culture. Why I say the culture? Because the stigma and the perception is still there. I can say maybe in the eastern of Indonesia, in the western of Indonesia, we also coming like understanding that people with disability, oh, it's just stay at home. They just like a sympathy driver. They just like become an empowered, empowered object. So the next slide. So what we're going to do, in a context marked of insufficient policy protection and inactions on the part of the private sector, social enterprise have emerged as a key factors for their ability to identify new solutions and enhance the inclusion and empowerment of persons with disability. That you can see on my first slide, all the ecosystem from the pillar educations until the ecosystem to create more people with disability to empower. I create with me and my team and also the other stakeholders. So social entrepreneurship is become more popular both globally and within Asians in many Asian countries. Social entrepreneurship has grown tremendously in recent years, building on the evolving of cooperatives. Sorry. That's why I always say that to make an ecosystem as the answers to problems, and we start in social enterprise. And so right now that I've mentioned before that we need to make a pentahelix collaborations to tackle every aspect because we understand that we cannot work alone. We need to work together with you and others to make more inclusive ecosystem. The last word that I want to say, always remember, you can, next slide, please. You will always be remembered, limitation is only mindset. When you give us a change, we can be empowered together. I can, you can, and we can. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nikki. That was very inspiring. And next, we will have Amara.
Thank you so much, and thank you, fellow panelists, for the inspiration. I'm so honored to be speaking with you all today. I am very sad that I can't be with you in person. I'm here in Birmingham in the UK, and Birmingham is the second largest city in the country. and it's a city of great haves and have-nots. It's a city of huge disparity. It's a city in which infrastructure and resource is incredibly centralized. And it's a city where the people who have the most passion, the most ideas, the most love for their neighborhoods are usually the ones that are most disconnected from the resources needed to make change happen there. I'm gonna attempt to share my slides, so please bear with me if this doesn't work. Can you see these okay?
Yes. We have it on screen.
Perfect. Is that okay still?
Yeah, I think you can go ahead.
My name is Amara Spence, and I became an artist because I'm in love with building and imagining worlds. And I come to that as the great-granddaughter of the first storyteller that I ever met, and I'll talk about him shortly. But the thing that I love about world building is the idea of cultivating more just futures. And in particular, the idea that we as oppressed people get to rehearse the world that we actually want to live in, a world that can resource our needs and tend to our various needs, and the way that we can share those stories as we're practicing what that world looks like. I think as an artist and also from an organization perspective, I'm really interested in work that demonstrates that artists can do much more than create nice things. An artist can do much more than make people feel good, although those things have their place, of course, and there's always space for that. I want us to resist that becoming a kind of container or a confinement for the role of artists in society, and in particular, oppressed artists. And I just want to anchor in my presentation with some words from Adrienne Marie Brown, the incredible writer and artist, who says that we are always living inside somebody's imagination. Imagination gives us borders, it gives us superiority, it gives us race as an indicator of ability. I often feel that I am trapped inside somebody else's imagination. I often feel I am trapped inside someone's imagination and I must engage my own imagination in order to break free. And I want to anchor this conversation with this quote because I think that we're living inside of lots of people's imaginations and whose imaginations aren't included. I think we're going to wayfind the future through the imaginations that aren't included. I think it's time to radically reimagine the precedents from which we design our cultural futures, our cultural ecology. I've heard the word ecosystem used so many times over the last 2 days, which excites me deeply, but it tells me that we have a lot of work to do because a lot of people aren't being considered in this ecosystem and a lot of people aren't at the table in designing this ecosystem. I want to reflect on the precedents that we design from. I want to bring in my grandfather into this conversation. He is an incredible person, the first storyteller that I ever met, the reason that I wanted to be an artist, and not just because he was a great storyteller, but the home that he cultivated, the home that he created, the home that my family has grown up in, represented the spirit of the future that I imagine. It represented a dream of cultural spaces that I long for our cultural sector to embody. And I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the work that I do now. In 2013, I founded an organization called Maya. And our mission essentially is to grow capacity for collective well-being. And we see that artists have a really particular role to play in this. We understand that if artists can give ideas form and materiality and nuance and context and are always generating ideas, what would it look like if we position that skill set, if we position that as a resource to design the world that was more just, that was more equitable, that was more accessible? What could the role of artists be in that paradigm? I want to uplift some words from another incredible writer and artist, Tony Cade Bambara, who says that the role of the artist representing an oppressed people is to make the revolution irresistible. And I think that that's what we're here to do. It's to make the revolution irresistible. It's to make change the most desirable thing that we could possibly do. And it's to step into that world. We've been incubating lots of different types of things, and we have some guiding questions for how we explore our work. We talk about Maya as a culture incubator in which we're rehearsing freedom, and we think about that through the lens of space, i.e., how do we reimagine space as sites of imagination that are not only sustainable, because sustainable doesn't quite go far enough when we're thinking about compounding crises that we're facing, when we're thinking about the levels of inaccessibility, when we're thinking about erasure, when we're thinking about harm that's playing out globally right now. It's impossible to limit ourselves at sustainability. How can we think about spaces that are regenerative and continue to create and continue to inform and influence the next? And how can those regenerative spaces serve the planet as much as artists and as much as cultural workers and their proximate communities? Because this isn't about artists and cultural workers operating inside of a vacuum that is self-serving, but that it's about artists being totally immersed in their communities. Another lens that we think about this through is the resources. And in particular, how do we decentralize resources to meet the various needs of people? And this goes so much further than just monetary. How do we support people's access needs? How do we support people's living needs? How do we support people's spiritual needs and faith practices? And how do we do that in really interdependent ways? And especially with those who have been systematically disinvested in. And I use the word disinvested in because so many of these are designed decisions. These things aren't accidentally happening, these are intentional. The third lens that we explore our work through is programs. So how can art and culture support liberation work? And I wanted to bring in this word liberation intentionally because in the same way that I don't think sustainability will help us get far enough, I also don't think equality and inclusion will get us far enough. We need to be free. We need liberation, we need liberatory paradigms. And how can art and culture and programming that uplifts the role of art and culture in creating new narratives support that liberatory paradigm? And then finally, the models. What are the models, the structures, the organizational practices, the governance pieces that are going to help us cultivate this future? Because we can't all, have the copy and paste scenario. We can't all be replicas of each other and expect change. So how do we really push forward on what organizational modeling and infrastructure looks like? So in our sites work, we call our spaces sites of imagination, and I just want to draw upon a couple of prototypes that we've been doing at the moment. So one of them in 2020. In February 2020, we took the keys for a house. We turned a 4-bedroom house into a site of imagination. And the idea was that we would take the cultural sector's hospitality budgets and invest it back in this house. So we would accommodate their artists in residence when they had shows on, and we would look after their artists. And in return, those artists were feeding and being part of our community. And then COVID happened, and we couldn't do anything that we imagined we'd be doing. And so instead, our site of imagination, our first prototype called Yard, had to be much more responsive to need, had to be much more responsive to the urgency and emergency that our local community were facing. But the critical thing that enabled all of that was the house was designed in the spirit of my granddad's home. And my granddad's home is the most joyful space you could ever imagine. There is always food, there is always laughter, there is always critical debate, there is always conversation that is fueling us, there are always children. And it's a space that's the first art centre that I ever knew. So we designed Yard in that spirit. And then we have Abuelos, which is an artist-led hotel that similarly takes the cultural sector's hospitality spend, but we're talking about a much bigger scale. So how do we move from a 4-bedroom house into a 62-unit hotel? And what scale of resource can that generate so that it can go back into local artists and local movements, particularly those that are being disinvested in? And we're talking about racialized artists, we're talking about disabled artists, we're talking about gender non-conforming and female artists. We're talking about artists that have been disinvested in, those who are from low-income homes, those who have been in the care system, and in the UK, this is a huge thing, right? But how do we do this? We've been partnering with other organisations to kind of look at what would a site of imagination look like in their context. How can we help to either retrofit or create their own sites of imagination? And crucially, how do we grow capacity for more people to imagine their own sites of imagination? And we're doing lots of work around that at the moment and into the new year to support people where they are. This is just some images of some of the spaces that we have. And then the second strand, the resource and the movement, some prototypes that we've been doing. The key thing was, how do we meet the expansive and various needs of people? And how do we root that in disability justice? And disability justice helps give us the lens for how we think about access, how we think about inclusion. The danger of inclusion is that we invite people who weren't invited before into environments that are harming them, into environments that haven't been designed for them, into environments that are sustaining power imbalance. So the idea of disability justice says, one, nobody is disposable. And two, it must be centered in disability justice principles that are life affirming. So we, in 2020, again, we crowdsourced £85,000 when COVID hit. And by 2021, we had redistributed over £175,000 in hardship grants and commissions to support artists who were falling through the gaps of government support, who were falling through the gaps of other grant makers and other funders. It was community that came together and funded that, and we were just the administrator of that resource. Then we also tried our own types of funds, which were all about how do you give minoritized artists outcome-free resource? What does that look like? What do we learn? What can we iterate? How can we inform the future of grant making going forward? And we've done lots of other things. We've created a library of things, which is a shared network of tools and resources for our community. An access library, which is specifically resources to support the needs of disabled people in our neighbourhood. And we're constantly trying to grow capacity for the neighbourhood. And I think I'll come back to that in our conversation shortly. The final mission strand that we really look at is culture and liberation. And for us, we invest in social practice artists, predominantly Black and people of colour, and predominantly disabled artists through residencies, through fellowships, where we really try to resource as generously and generatively as possible. And a lot of our programs we use art to interrogate the root causes of injustice and position artists as, again, I think it's been said already today, but this idea that those who have lived experience are best positioned to inform solutions. So our programs are really centered in that philosophy. And I'm coming to the end, but I just wanted to uplift again, if our strategies aren't acknowledging the fact that our world is complex and messy and nuanced and interdependent, then our solutions can't be fit for purpose. Audre Lorde says there is no single issue struggle because we do not live single issue lives. So we can't think about equality, we can't think about inclusion, we can't think about justice through one singular paradigm. We have to be thinking about it in its breadth and its complexity because we don't live single issue lives. And a few final questions just to land with. We need vast imaginations to shape change, which means that we need to expand whose imaginations we currently uplift. For this, we need precedents, we need new precedents of what is possible. How are we growing capacity for this? Are we recreating patterns of injustice in our own organising? Are we actually oriented towards change? And if we are, what's the furthest possible horizon for change that we can see? Because we might still be stifled by some things. Who is excluded? Who is included? And ultimately, if our future is made up of today's decisions, today's relationships, today's commitments, processes, and actions, then what do we need to practice today? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amara. So we have two panelists online, and then we have you here, Hannah. So we have talked about inclusivity and diversity, and then all the challenges, how to be inclusive in creative economy. So all of this, Amara, you did say that we can't copy paste. And you, Hannah, you also mentioned that whenever we have a discussion towards change or any systemic process, that we need to be included as well. So any discussions about disabilities, then normally people with disabilities are not really included in the discussions. So how should we approach the significant policy that is inclusive for the, especially for the Global South region, according to you? And Amara and Nikki, you're also most welcome to answer. Can we have them online on the screen?
Can I answer first?
Sure.
Oh, okay. As someone living in Indonesia, so maybe aku bisa melihat itu dari from my own perspective ya, as an Indonesian. So I think a new bridge funding program should be created at the provincial level with special allocations to include members of vulnerable groups, because the work of disabled people is too often confined to the communities they represent just to get to the mainstream art debates. So I think the budget allocation, especially from the local government. Yeah.
So, and the local government should allocate that according to the programs, and or is it directly towards advocacy and policies, according to you?
Toward advocacy, policy, collaboration with artists and communities. It's all what we need right now. Collaborative, inclusive art projects. Something like what I did previously when I conducted a painting workshop at the oldest mental asylum in the world called Bethlehem Royal Hospital. And I could see how art plays significant and important role to the development of people's well-being. So I think that's really important.
We also got feedback a lot that, you know, being women, being minority groups, that we shouldn't also demand, you know, all these positive discriminations. But personally, I also think that it's very important to put spotlight to achievements, to thoughts, you know, to what is it that you want to achieve, because we exist and we valid. Yeah, we are valid, right? And with that we actually can have a voice. So with you, just to actually do that with your art and start being included in the conversations, I think that's already a big step towards like policy change.
Yeah, because I've never thought if I can be where I am right now. Remembering my past was such a big mess. I went to rehab in 2013. I got kicked out from my family home. And my school also such a big mess. Everything was messed up. Until I can say that art has saved my life, because it truly can, and until it can open up a conversation about mental illness and mental health disability towards the circle around me, including in my big families, where they can, how I can be fully empowered by doing my arts. And that's why art is really important.
So in answering those challenges, what were the main support in the Amara said a lot of, like we say ecosystem a lot,
Yeah.
meaning that whatever we do, we are actually connected, with different elements in our lives. What would you change and what would you keep, growing through all of these phases in your life and then to be who you are today?
Of course. And by working with people from diverse backgrounds, it always leads me to beautiful exchange of ideas and understanding, like how I value myself and others, and how I try to work professionally without hiding my identity as a disabled, because I was in so much doubts long time ago, considering I'm an artist that very vocal in voicing about mental illness, mental health issues, and it can be very sensitive for some people or company or organization to work with me. But slowly, I'm very thankful because I slowly can able to break those doubts. Yeah.
Amazing. So Amara was talking a lot. Can we have Amara and Nikki as well on screen? Or is
We're
it not
here.
possible?
We're here.
You're there? Oh, okay. Hi, Nikki. So
Hi.
Amara did mention something that interests me. She said that we need to be very careful when we talked about inclusivity. The danger of inclusivity is that you're inviting people to an environment that's actually harming them. And then I'm instantly like thinking about disabled and how you want to integrate, people with challenges with disabilities to common workspace in Indonesia. Do you have some of these challenges that you need to go through, together with the workplaces to make sure that the integration is smoother? I think there's a delay. Nikki, did you hear the question?
Yeah, I hear the questions.
Shall I rephrase it? Did you have any challenges integrating people with disabilities, through Disables and Menembus Batas to the common workplaces in Indonesia? Because sometimes, inclusivity means you are inviting people to an environment that's harming for them.
Because Mbak Faye, because you say like Amara, I'm so sorry. That's the question for me. Because I'm just wondering, is the question for me or for Amara? Okay. So if we are talking about the difficulties, I can say that the mental block of the people with disability is still there. Like maybe we can maybe you meet like Hannah and me as a people with disability who got that opportunity to giving the voices that people with disability can be empowered. But I have been from Aceh to the Eastern Indonesia by myself to meeting the community, meeting them virtually or directly going to them. There's so many mental blocks in that. If you go to the Kalimantan, if you go to the Eastern Indonesia, Papua, Maluku, West Sulawesi, North Sulawesi, they still have the community itself. But when we are going there, asking them for collaborated, asking them to, this is the program that we have, asking them to collaborate with the Pentahelix collaborations with the company, with the government, they still have that stigma that they can be used as the people with disability who got who got a donation, sort of like that. So if I say like the big problems is on the people with disability community itself. We have 25 million people with disability, and that's spreading from the Aceh until the eastern Indonesia, from the western until the eastern Indonesia. The barriers of the cultures, the barriers of the language, the barriers of the um, how to be accepted on the environments make themselves into their mental block. When I make a programs, directly go to them. Sometimes they're wondering what is the visions and objective of these programs. Can I directly to be empowered by these programs or not? Can someone using these programs to make to useful of this community, yes or not? So when we're trying to make the mental health collaboration, the things that
Yeah.
we must be understanding is the community itself.
So
So
it's a
when we're
continuous
talking about the
discussion, like
yes,
talking a lot of educations.
yes,
It's hard
yes.
work.
So yes, yes. So when we're talking about the quality, like which pillar that we must focusing first is the first one is education first, because I know that education for people with disability is really um, behind.
Yeah.
All the people with disability is quite really hard to get the quality life skills educations. That's the first thing, and the second one is the mobility. When we're trying to gather the accessibility and mobility for people with disability, I believe that when you're enhancing the accessibility, you also can leverage their quality of life. How the people with disability can get out from their home when there's no accessibility for them. So how the people with disability can gather, like, can facing the inclusive environment when there is no accessibility in their place. So the first thing is in education, the second one in accessibility to mobility. And after that, we can continue to talking about the decent work, to continue about the quality in health, the quality in the collaboration, the quality in the creative section. That's the first thing in my perspective. After I working in this environment more than 6 years and 7 years, this is the thing that we must tackle first.
Thank you, Nikki. I know time's up, but I just want to ask Amara a short question. Amara?
I'll be brief.
Yes. So it's so amazing what you do with Maya. And then in Indonesia, we are also very big with creative spaces, as well as our Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy. So we believe that it should not be just the place, but then also the people and then the program. And then how do you feel like you can replicate what you've built in one space throughout the country, or maybe becoming like a global movement? And bear in mind that you have all this local wisdom, you need to be inclusive, you can't copy paste, but then how you also insert certain standards that it actually has to run like that, to create safe space and then to allow people to flourish and grow.
Yes, that's such a great question. Thank you. The exciting thing, I think, is we say our work is an experiment. We are rehearsing, we're practicing, and our prototypes are rooted in their place and they are site-specific in some ways. And actually, that's the process that we want to replicate. Whatever then comes from that as something that emerges in response to its local challenges, its local needs. The idea of practicing what that looks like in different locations, in different geographies, is an experiment, and we've started to do that now. We've started to work on some other spaces across the UK, but also the USA. So we're doing some work on the East Coast in America right now. And I guess the key thing, and it comes back to what Nikki said about education, and for us, it's really, really expanding how we think about education, like what it is to be in deep learning with our community, and to be iterating and to be changing and transforming all the time. So it even feels like that in itself is a creative process. And with any creative process, you start with your source material, you start with your ideas, you start with whatever materials you work with, collaborators, and you find the best, most generative piece of art to make together. And we look at that with how we might scale as well.
Thank you so much. So, Hannah, Amara, and Nikki, thank you for being you, do what you do, and speak up and to be on the spotlight, because I think the world of creative economy needs to hear your voice. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much to our moderator, Ms. Fei Wong So, and also to all the speakers for creative inclusion towards equal pedestal. Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you are still excited with all our session for today, because moving on, we are going to have another session. And for this session, we would like to invite the lead private sector specialist for the World Bank Group as our next spotlight speakers. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to present to you Mr. Emiliano Dash.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Hello, good morning to you. I'm calling you from Washington, so it's night for me. I'm very humbled to speak after Nikki and Amara with this very interesting session on inclusion. You know, I think probably the less appropriate thing that after this session is to have an old white guy talking to you from Washington, from the World Bank. So I will try to make it up and make a session that connects with some of the very important topics that the previous panel was discussing. I'm going to share my screen, and I'm going to try to make this in the 15 minutes which we have allocated. Let me share my screen and go on to the PowerPoint here. I hope you can see me well. You can see the screen well. So I'm going to talk of this case of the Cirque du Soleil. I assume that all of you know what the Cirque du Soleil is, and you have been in one way or another involved. It's a success story of creativity. The founder of the Cirque du Soleil is this guy here in this picture, Guy Laliberté. Many cases have been written about him and about Cirque du Soleil. And there's a case written by a business school in INSEAD which presents him as a creative genius, you know, this genius entrepreneur. The purpose of my session here will be, in fact, to demystify this idea of the genius entrepreneur, you know, the thinking that it's all due to one person. You have him here. He started as a clown in the streets, performing in the traffic lights of Montreal. And here you have him going to the space station, spending $44 million for 1 week as a space tourist. No, not exactly what every clown does. No. So my presentation is about: is this true that, you know, it's always just having a great creative guy which is going to make you successful? The Cirque du Soleil success is the result of this person being very creative and then eventually becoming a billionaire himself, starting as a clown in the streets. And, you know, I think that there are many more ingredients that I would like to bring. Yes, we need this creative entrepreneur, but he needs to be also in the right business, he be in the right place, and coming from a public policy organization with the right public policies. The role of government is important and key in all this, and we will see that. The Cirque du Soleil had all these things. I think they did. Definitely, they had this entrepreneur, and he created the Cirque du Soleil starting from nothing. But was he in the right business? And this is the first thing. Was Circus a good business? At the same time that Cirque du Soleil is so successful, this is the Ringling Brothers, which is the largest circus on the greatest show on earth, according to the Hollywood movie, which 2 years ago or 3 years ago, before the pandemic, they already closed. No more. After 146 years, they closed. They couldn't continue. So is this a good business? How can you become, this very successful entrepreneur in an industry which, the leader is closing? The question is probably Cirque du Soleil was in the circus business. So, and here we come from the business world. We try to analyze things using different frameworks. One framework is, I don't have now time to explain, but it's these 5 forces, which is utilized in very business schools to understand how do a business keeps making money or not. And we can see that in the last 30 years, the circus industry's margins were being eroded. That means every time they were making less money, because there are many other products that were substituting them, a concert, a movie, a Broadway musical. And also because the people making money were not the circuses, but were the star artists, the great trapeze artists, or the animals. It's very difficult to negotiate a cut in salary to a lion, which is hungry. He needs to eat whatever he needs to eat, and you cannot negotiate that. So what happens is that even, after consolidating, Ringling Brothers merged with Barnum, and then even after all this, they couldn't continue in business. What happened is with Cirque du Soleil is that Cirque du Soleil redefined this business by incorporating many of these substitute products. If you go to a performance of this Cirque du Soleil, it is not a cirque only, it's a musical, it's a theater show, it's a Broadway show, it's acrobatics, it's a rock concert, it's everything. So basically all the competition that before you could say that was taking business out of them, now it's included there. And they also have eliminated the animals as respect to the animals, but also they have eliminated the star artists. There's no great performance. You know the Cirque du Soleil, but you don't know who is acting there. Most of the employees are replaceable. They're unknown. They can change one to another. So they don't have star artists which are capturing all the process. This has changed this business. So you can make money in this business as a cirque. And not only the Cirque du Soleil, but everybody which is in this type of business, in this new type of circus, is making money and can still continue being there. And that's why you have seen many competitors to Cirque du Soleil and many others which are practicing this without animals, with acrobatics, music, with many alternatives. In fact, many people think that the Cirque du Soleil is already too standard and not innovative enough. But the part that I'm more interested to know is the place. Doesn't matter where you are. The traditional circus, Ringling Brothers, was based in Sarasota, Florida. Was that the right place to develop this new circus? I mean, this was a place that was there because it was warm in the winter. So the elephants and the lions could be, in Florida during the winter. That's not exactly what we need for a new value chain. That was fine for an old value chain of animals, but the new one, is very different. Cirque du Soleil is in Montreal. In fact, what you're seeing now here in this picture is over the old dump of the city. It is built on the poorest quarter of Montreal over an old trash dump. And that's where they have developed this. And they have within these amazing headquarters in which 5,000 people work, and there are another 10,000 people working in different locations around the world, all managed from these headquarters. All, remember, started by these guys who performing the traffic lights, as street performers. And within this value chain, we have very different activities. These heads that you see here is that every head from every artist, from all these 10,000 artists which are performing around the world, has a 3D image of them in the headquarters. So they can make the headgear perfectly to their size. They have a 3D image of every feet, so they can make their shoes exactly to the measure. These images are made using 3D technology, which is copied from Bombardier, which is an aircraft manufacturer, which is in Montreal as well. They also make their own dyeing, their own clothing, because some of these shows are even underwater, so they need to have a very high quality. So what you have seen now is that they are collaborating with some of the more advanced, textile and dyes companies in the world to develop their own textiles and their own dyeing techniques. And they do have, software companies which are doing all the simulations of all the acrobatics, understanding everything before somebody's going to do it in person. This kind of environment that Montreal offers, where you can connect with many other industries, was critical for Cirque du Soleil to develop their knowledge. So the right place is important. Then the other part that I'm very interested is, what about the public policies? What was the role of government in all of this? And here I'm going to very quickly go over to what happened in the period of from the 80s to the 10s. What was the role of the government? Much before the Cirque du Soleil existed, 3 years before, the city of Montreal had already started a circus school. In fact, they started a circus school to keep the kids outside of the streets. And this was in one of the poorest areas. And he was saying, we better keep the kids, doing circus than get them into drugs and into trouble. Okay, so that was the origin of the school. It was actually run in a church, in the back of a church. Okay, so Cirque du Soleil started 3 years after that. And then, the more schools opened because this system was working, was good for the community. It was not thought to be a multinational of circus. It was basically just, let's work with our children. This idea went even further, in 1984, when the government was doing the celebration of the 400th anniversary of Quebec, they hired this very small group of clowns to run a show and gave them quite a bit of money to do that and to perform around it. I'm going fast forward, there was a symbiosis between the circus and the Cirque du Soleil, the artistic director from one place to another. The first public investment was $60,000 to fix that school. And that was the first money that was given from the public sector, 1986. Then in 1989, the Cirque du Soleil helped find a new location. Then the government went and put $9 million when this already had been to reform an old train station and turn it on into a new circus school. This continued with a small but targeted and continuous efforts. Competitors to Cirque du Soleil arrived, Cirque du Eloise. In 1984, there was an association of different circus and schools created. In 1995, the federal government recognized that this school could give a diploma of university level. So you get your university level diploma on circus arts, and doesn't cost very much, but make that people become attractive to that, And these schools that if you go and see them now, these schools are like a high school that provides you, 3 hours of circus every day and 4 hours of high school. The kids go there from the very beginning to learn that, In 2004, they even went further and they created like an industrial zone and an industrial area to share common spaces, so anybody could go and perform there. This is a common space that they use for that. So well, you can see that this is not casual. It was not just an entrepreneur all by himself being very creative and being in the right business, but a very sustained effort of multiples and layers of government, not putting a lot of money, putting a little bit of money first and a little bit of money later, focusing in simple things. They didn't want to be the international competitive. They wanted to make sure that the kids in the city and in the poorest areas had something to do, which was creative and will help them, to become more healthy and more involved and professional and make a living out of that. So this circus school is 30 years old today. There are people going to the National Circus School in Montreal from all over the world, And it's amazing to see all these young kids, which are already at 14-year-olds, preparing themselves to be circus artists. Of course, then you have many companies like Cirque du Soleil or others, growing in this area. So this is not just the work of one person. It's the work of many layers of persons, many layers of government, trying to develop, the creativity in a city. Today, Montreal is known for being a city of circus, of leader on circus. But apart from these things, I wanted to introduce another one, which I think it has a lot to do with what I heard in the previous session, which is the more important thing of this. And here I'm going to quote one of the founders of the School of Circus. His name is Jean-Roch Achard. I wrote a case study for a business school on this, so I had the chance to spend 3 weeks in Montreal and to interview several people. And basically, he explained me, look, circus arts for us is a way to define our identity. Says we are 8 million people that speak French, surrounded by 350 million people that speak American English. The French despise us. They see us as second-class citizens because we are just from a former colony, and we'll never be the greatest, comédie française, or we are not going to be recognized as in the theater. So the Americans, that we don't speak their language, we don't want to renounce to our language to be artists. So what do? We invented this circus where we don't need to talk, where we perform with our bodies and with our creativity and our images and our imagination. And we communicate with others without having to give up our own language, our own identity. And at the same time, we are expanding what we mean and what we are, or what Quebecois are in the world, without having to renounce to our own identity. I found this was a very powerful message that probably doesn't go into most of the business formulas, but it's critical. Having this passion and this not renouncing to finding your own creative niche. And that's what they have done. Thank you very much. I think I arrived to my 15 minutes, so thanks a lot, and it was a pleasure to be here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Emiliano Dash, for the session. Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to our next session for today, we would like to invite everyone to the exhibition hall at the second floor for the lunch breaks. And also we want to inform you for the Friday pray. The prayer room will be available at Manado Room on the first floor. So once again, the prayer room will be available at the Manado Room on the first floor. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are expecting you to be back here at 1 p.m. Sekali lagi Bapak dan Ibu yang kami hormati, kami persilahkan Anda untuk kembali lagi ke ruangan ini pada pukul 1 waktu Indonesia bagian tengah. Dan sekali lagi kami informasikan untuk Anda yang akan menunaikan ibadah sholat Jumat, dipersilahkan untuk prayer room sudah disediakan di Manado Room di lantai 1, dan untuk makan siang Anda dapat menuju ke exhibition hall yang berada di lantai 2. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the lunch break and we will see you soon. Thank you.
go to, as far as eyes can see. This is our secret. Shh. Better lower your volume if you don't want to wake them up. Inside this jungle, they proudly prowl and growl and whatever it is they're doing over here.
nobody's fault. We're getting old, and time keeps pushing up to the end of the road. My God. Hey, what can you say? It's better this way. It's time to sing your song, so I'm letting you go. My God, wait till it's over. Wait till it's over. Break this down. na 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 na. Oh na 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 na. Oh na 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 na. Good vibration, yeah. That's the positive vibes and we creating, yeah. The sounds that make you feel right, we keep it blazing, yeah. Forever shining this light, we keep it blazing, yeah. Boy, forever shining this light. Hey, thank the Lord, my cup is full and running over. All who never like we, I got love we know. Baby girl just text me, says she coming over. And when she reach you, want me fit turn off the phone. Turn the lights down low, turn up the stereo, yeah. Alton Ellis, Gregory Isaac, Dennis Brown. Have you ever been in love? Now bad vibes can't stop this good vibration, yeah. That's the positive vibes we keep creating, yeah. Sounds that make you feel right, we keep it blazing, yeah. As long as we live in this life, we keep it blazing, yeah. As long as we live in this life, yeah. Ain't nothing wrong with melodies that touch your soul, no. They're acting like the people don't need it no more. Still when she hear that good music, she hold me closer. She groovy now, I know she feeling it for sure. She moved to me and rest her head up on my shoulder. Soothingly she tell me if you turn up the sound. Have you ever been in love? Now bad vibes can't stop this good vibration, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That's the positive vibes and we creating, yeah. Sounds that make you feel right, we keep it blazing, yeah. Forever shining this light, we keep it blazing, blazing. Forever shining this light, ooh yeah.
It feels so real, more than I have felt before. And I know this time I will try to keep you satisfied. Don't wanna be second with you. It feels like the first time. Why do I always push away the things that I wanna say? I can't stop when you're with me. I just can't stop all your loving. I can't stop you playing with me. I just can't stop all your loving. I can't stop when you're with me. I just can't stop all your loving. I can't stop you playing with me. I just can't stop all your loving. I can't stop your loving. I can't stop your loving. I can't stop your loving. I just can't stop all your loving. You start can't stop when you're with me. I just can't stop. Oh, your loving can't stop. You're playing with me. I just can't stop. Oh, your loving can't stop when you're with me. I just can't stop. Oh, your loving can't stop. You're playing with me. I just can't stop. Oh, your loving can't stop. Your loving can't stop. Your loving can't stop. Your loving I just can't stop. Oh, your loving can't stop. Your loving can't stop. Can't stop. Your loving can't stop. Your loving I just can't stop. Oh, your loving can't stop. Your loving I can't stop. Your loving I can't stop. Can't stop. Your loving I just can't stop. Oh, your loving.
Can I run away with you one fine day? Now that everything is said and done, yeah. Take it all the way with you, don't mind me, 'cause I never been the talkative one. Finally I'm living like I should. I'm caught up in your new design, yeah. I got no more anger, thought I would. I'm letting go in time. And baby, I just wanted you to take control. And baby, I just wanted you to take control. Now you're making sense to me, we can't change, 'cause I'm hanging off of every word. If you wanna do your thing, that's okay, 'cause I'm feeling like I've had my time. Finally I'm feeling understood. This is how our story goes, yeah. I got all these answers, thought I would. I just need you to tell me no. And baby, I just wanted you to take control. And baby, I just wanted you to take control. We were always looking down, telling me you don't know how to follow. Trusted me to call the shots. I would always hold my cards so close. single man. Now that we parted, there's nothing left to do. I'm looking at apartments, and it's kinda nice, yes I must admit. It's a brand new start, girl, even though I'm missing you, I'm missing you. It's easy, does it make you feel alive? When the sun comes up, you need it. Yes, yeah, oh yeah. It's easy, does it make you feel alive? When the sun comes up, you need it. There's nothing left to say, so instead I'll just do start to move on. Been here too long, I'm on my own again. You threw it all away. Remember what you said? I know how you feel, but it's a marvelous deal. Just check it out. Yeah. I'm looking at the apartment, it's got all you need as a single man. Now that we parted, there's nothing left to do. Looking at apartments, it's kinda nice, yes I must admit. It's a brand new start, girl, even though I'm missing you, miss you. It's easy, does it make you feel alive? When the sun comes up, you need it. Yes, yeah, oh yeah. It's easy, does it make you feel alive? When the sun comes up, you need it. I want you back up. 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 I'm a strong man. I am a loser. I will do anything. I can't get up now. I want you back up. 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 I'm a strong man. I am a loser. I will do anything. I can't get up now. I want you back up. I want you back up. I want you back up. I want you back up.
I was unsure. Spent too much time trying to seem mature. Took it for granted, I know I took my time, but I've come around and want you to be mine. So a little better now, but I still regret. Might be better now, but baby, don't forget. Wait, things, what? Do you remember how they used to be? On reflection, babe, I won't do the same. I was the bad guy in the movie. Way things were. Do you remember how they used to be? On reflection, babe, I won't do the same. I was the bad guy in the movie. It must have been hard to keep your cool when you were hanging out with such a fool. I don't know why you stayed. You must have felt so played, like we were back in school. It's all a little better now, but I still regret. Might be better now, but baby, don't forget. Wait, things, what? Do you remember how they used to be? On reflection, babe, I won't do the same. I was the bad guy in the movie. Way things were. Do you remember how they used to be? On reflection, babe, I won't do the same. I was the bad guy in the movie. I still regret. Might be better now, but baby, don't forget. But baby, don't forget the way things were. Do you remember how they used to be? On reflection, babe, I won't do the same. I was the bad guy in the movie. The way things were. Do you remember how they used to be? On reflection, babe, I won't do the same. I was the bad guy in the movie.
We should stay right here a little longer. Barely get to see each other. We can spend the weekend on the water. Even let you take me under. Know you're usually all work, no play. I'm glad you came. You should stay until Saturday. 'Cause back once again, lost and find my way, keeping my head up. Remember what they say, don't forget all we get, self-regret. Just slow down for now, broad daylight, pick me up again, finding my reason, listen to my friends, don't forget all we get, self-regret. Just slow down, come on. Late at night, I think about what we had, I try to find out what made you so mad. So late at night, I think about what we had. Late at night, late at night, late at night, I ask you why not share a lifetime with me, my love. Ooh, it was a miracle we even met at all. So get me out of this house. Easy now, open up the door, letting go, I can't call you anymore. Don't forget all we get, don't regret. Just slow down for now, feeling alright. Such a lovely day,
1, 2, 3, 4. I love the way it flows, I love the way it grows. There's something in this sound that takes me far. It's like a special song, can move my mood along. What I cannot say, you'll hear through my guitar. She told me at the bass line, and everything will be alright. She told me that the groove is mine, it will take us through the night. And where I'll go, can't explain, I'll never know. But it's beautiful, you can't take this away from me. The way I hear the melody, the way it's bringing clarity, running through me. You can't take this away from me. Oh, the way I hear the melody, the way it's bringing clarity, running through me. I love the way it sings, all the joy that it brings. Remember skating down the road towards the park. I can never say no, you with that summer glow. The music gives me sun when winter starts. She told me at the bass line that everything will be alright. She told me that the beat is mine, it will rock us through the night. And where I go, can't explain, I'll never know. But it's beautiful, you can't take this away from me. Oh, the way I hear the melody, the waves bring clarity, running through me. You can't take this away from me. Oh, the way I hear the melody, the waves bring clarity, running through me. Hey, you can't take this away from me. The way I hear the melody, the waves bring clarity, running through me. Come on, y'all. You can't take this away from me. Oh, the way I hear the melody, the waves bring clarity, running through me. Yeah, it's running through me. Yo, I wear notes like coats, blues like dudes, warmth in the rhythm, soul that glues, that bounce to my bones, jazz in my spine. The hop is my home, rap is my grind. I'm grinding on the backside of life, we dance. She threw me a chance, her hands in my pants. Actually, my pockets holding me tight. Whispering a dream I could hold in the night. Look tight, a rhythm that's throbbing my vein. Wake up to write it on the pad, the pains. Like church, the organ will invite the tears. Like birth, the crying let you know I'm here. Held by the song that gave me a name. Dressed by the verse that gave me a claim. It's just bass in the line, safe to inhale. And if you live well, belong your years in the stay you will be. A timeless octave to play for the tree. It's rooted in every single nerve in me. The nerve of he who ignores the key. In music that opens the mind to be free. Whenever your hot head, it pours you a breeze. Beneath the clouds, you
launch me with no aim. I've landed on some plane. Where I am, I can't explain or never know, but it's beautiful. So you can't take this away from me. Oh, the way I hear the melody, the waves bring clarity, running through me. Come on, y'all. You can't take this away from me. Oh, the way I hear the melody, the waves bring clarity, running through me. I wish you'd known how far I go. I was lost in my mind, lost in my mind. I was lost in my mind. I wish you'd seen who I could have been. I was lost in my mind, lost in my mind. I was stuck in my mind. When you go, you go, you go, I'm a sunless sky. When you go, you go, you go, I'm a sunless sky. When you go, you go, you go, I'm a sunless sky. I miss the way we loved that day. When you were mine, when you were mine, still stuck in my mind. I miss the thrill, stays with me still. All of the time, all of the time, still stuck in my mind. When you go, you go, you go, I'm a sunless sky. When you go, you go, you go, I'm a sunless sky. When you go, you go, you go, I'm a sunless sky.
surprise we fight when money tries to ruin everything. Pain in disguise. Money can't cover up the lies. I need true love tonight. Oh, money lies. It's no surprise we fight when money tries to ruin everything. Pain in disguise. Money can cause a man to cry. I need true love tonight. Money, 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 yeah. go by and feel like slew. Don't feel this time when I'm with you. And every time I leave the room, I know I shouldn't miss you, but I do.
These are our stories. Stories you might not have seen, heard, or watched. Waiting for your discovery and for you to write your own. This is our beauty. Ever heard people say the grass is greener on the other side? Well, this is the other side. Except that it's not just green, but also blue, red, and yellow too, as far as eyes can see. This is our secret. Better lower your volume if you don't want to wake them up. Inside this jungle, they proudly prowl and growl and whatever it is they're doing over here. And can you hear it? It's our call to feast. So don't be shy, treat yourself with something sweet, savory, spicy. Just don't lick your screen, please. These aren't just some foods or spices. It's our legacy, crafted, refined, served over time. And this, yeah, this is Bali. You know, with its wonderful beaches, mountains, palm trees, and parties. But why stop there? Go further. Meet the locals, the very hands who craft the finest and the very best every single day. Because all this is Indonesia, and all these are our stories. It's time for you to discover them and write your own. So, where do you begin? This is Indonesia, and these are our stories. Stories you might not have seen. eyes can see. This is our secret. Shh. Better lower your volume if you don't want to wake them up. Inside this jungle, they proudly prowl and growl and whatever it is they're doing over here. And can you hear it? It's our call to feast. So don't be shy, treat yourself with something sweet, savory, spicy. Just don't lick your screen, please. These aren't just some foods or spices. It's our legacy, crafted, refined, served over time. And this, yeah, this is Bali. You know, with its wonderful beaches, mountains, palm trees, and parties. But why stop there? Go further. Meet the locals, the very hands who craft the finest and the very best every single day. Because all this is Indonesia, and all these are our stories. It's time for you to discover them and write your own. So, where do you begin? This is Indonesia, and these are our stories. Stories you might not have seen, heard, or watched, waiting for your discovery and for you to write your own. This is our beauty. Ever heard people say the grass is greener on the other side? Well, this is the other side. Except that it's not just green, but also blue, red, and yellow too, as far as eyes can see. This is our secret. Shh. Better lower your volume if you don't want to wake them up. Inside this jungle, they proudly prowl and growl and whatever it is they're doing over here. And can you hear it? It's our call to feast. So don't be shy, treat yourself with something sweet, savory, spicy. Just don't lick your screen, please. These aren't just some foods or spices. It's our legacy, crafted, refined, served over time. And this, yeah, this is Bali. You know, with its wonderful beaches, mountains, palm trees, and parties. But why stop there? Go further. Meet the locals, the very hands who craft the finest and the very best every single day. Because all this is Indonesia, and all these are our stories. It's time for you to discover them and write your own. So, where do you begin? This is Indonesia, and these are our stories. Stories you might not have seen, heard, or watched, waiting for your discovery and for you to write your own. This is our beauty. Ever heard people say the grass is greener on the other side? Well, this is the other side. Except that it's not just green, but also blue, red, and yellow too, as far as eyes can see. This is our secret. Shh. Better lower your volume if you don't want to wake them up. Inside this jungle, they proudly prowl and growl and whatever it is they're doing over here. And can you hear it? It's our call to feast. So don't be shy, treat yourself with something sweet, savory, spicy. Just don't lick your screen, please. These aren't just some foods or spices. It's our legacy, crafted, refined, served over time. And this, yeah, this is Bali. You know, with its wonderful beaches, mountains, palm trees, and parties. But why stop there? Go further. Meet the locals, the very hands who craft the finest and the very best every single day. Because all this is Indonesia, and all these are our stories. It's time for you to discover them and write your own. So, where do you begin? This is Indonesia, and these are our stories. Stories you might not have seen, heard, or watched, waiting for your discovery and for you to write your own. This is our beauty. Ever heard people say the grass is greener on the other side? Well, this is the other side. Except that it's not just green, but also blue, red, and yellow too, as far as eyes can see. This is our secret. Shh. Better lower your volume if you don't want to wake them up. Inside this jungle, they proudly prowl and growl and whatever it is they're doing over here. And can you hear it? It's our call to feast. So don't be shy, treat yourself with something sweet, savory, spicy. Just don't lick your screen, please. These aren't just some foods or spices. It's our legacy, crafted, refined, served over time. And this, yeah, this is Bali. You know, with its wonderful beaches, mountains, palm trees, and parties. But why stop there? Go further. Meet the locals, the very hands who craft the finest and the very best every single day. Because all this is Indonesia, and all these are our stories. It's time for you to discover them and write your own.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to continue our session for today. So for that, we would like to invite all the participants to please kindly enter the ballroom and please kindly be seated. Thank you. Selamat siang Bapak dan Ibu yang kami hormati. Sebentar lagi acara akan kita lanjutkan. Untuk itu kami mohon kesediaannya untuk Bapak dan Ibu yang masih berada di luar untuk memasuki area ballroom dan menempati tempat duduk yang telah disediakan. Terima kasih. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to invite all of you to please kindly enter the ballroom and please kindly be seated because we are about to continue our program for this afternoon. Sekali lagi Bapak dan Ibu yang kami hormati, kami persilakan Anda untuk dapat memasuki area ballroom dan menempati tempat duduk yang telah disediakan karena sebentar lagi kita akan melanjutkan rangkaian acara kita pada kesempatan sore hari ini. Terima kasih. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We are still in the third edition of World Conference on Creative Economy 2022, the day 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to continue our next session for today with the policymakers with the topic, the launch of Creative Economy Outlook 2022. And for that, we would like to invite the Chief Creative Economy Program at UNCTAD to come up on stage. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we would like to present to you Ms. Marissa Henderson.
Hello everybody. It's a pleasure. Can you hear me? So, hello everybody. It's such a pleasure to be here with you. So, I'm Marissa Henderson. I'm the Chief of Creative Economy Program in UNCTAD. UNCTAD the organization is there beside the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. That's our logo. We are in Geneva. We are a small organization. We are part of the UN Secretariat. And today is an honor and a pleasure for me to launch officially UNCTAD's Global Report on Creative Economy, which is called Creative Economy Outlook 2002. So I will briefly give you some insights of the report, and you will be able to download. You will be able to download the publication. At the end, I will give you the link. So let's start. So you will see in the report that there are different concepts and definitions on creative economy. And different organizations, global organizations of the UN, use different definitions in order to capture certain things, to measure and capture the things we are talking about. And so in UNCTAD, just to give you an idea, in UNCTAD, we're interested in trade, in international trade. So we divide the creative economy as much as we can between created goods and created services. So we can measure the flow of creative goods that are traded internationally and the flow of creative services. So in terms of creative goods, we capture arts and crafts, audiovisual, design, new media, performing arts, all the things we have been seeing here with music, with crafts, with design. UNESCO will focus more on heritage and culture, and WIPO will focus on intellectual property. Okay, but we're talking about the same things, a different way of classifying it so we can measure it. In the report, you will see that we carried out a very comprehensive survey with member states of UNCTAD. We have 193 member states, and they provided us very valuable information on their creative industries and creative economy. And here is an example how much the creative economy weighs in the economy of the countries who provided the answers. And just for example, at the very end you will see, for example, Ecuador, 4.5%, creative industries represent 4.5% of their GDP. And even more, for example, in Canada, the latest survey shows that it represents 6.4%. And there are many countries that give you these figures. So it's a good picture. It's easy to capture, to see it. You will see it in the report. You can see it by country and by issue. And let me see if you can find the country you are interested in. But the important thing is it really represents an important sector within the country surveyed. So what you can see, what we saw, we asked countries to say, do you have a ministry or an agency, a government official, a government institution that deals with creative economy exclusively? For example, Indonesia has a ministry, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Industries. Almost all countries have at least one entity in charge of creative. Graphic here is interesting because we out of the countries who answered the survey, you will see that what are the priority industries in terms of the international trade. So what are the things that they trade the most in the country survey. And the bigger the letter, the more important the sector is in terms of international trade potential. And for them, music, fashion, design, you can see audiovisual arts and video games are internationally the most traded sectors for the countries who reported, answered the survey. Let's focus now on trade in creative goods, and this is internationally, trade in creative goods and services. And you could see, if you see from the figure that shows here, you could see there is a trend upwards from 2010 to 2020. Creative services have exploded. So creative services have increasingly exceeded the creative goods, and in 2020, we have they represent trade in international creative services represented about $1 trillion worldwide. Followed by creative goods is 500 million. So creative services is something that is really the future. Particularly, I would say, because you will read in the report that creative services showed to be very resilient during the COVID, but even within the total services exports, creative services were more resilient than services trade. So that is a good point. Here they will show you which are the main trends, and we can see, yes, that developing countries, or what we call the global south, actually export more creative goods than developed countries, because developed countries are stronger in services. And the creative goods is largely dominated by China, followed by other countries. But let's see what happens, what we mean, what are the main things that we're talking about when we create goods. And let me underline that design, which is the bottom one, as you can see, is the thing that dominates the exports, the trade in creating goods, because within design there are a lot of things in it. Fashion is part of this. It's part of the creative goods. So design is a big category, and therefore it is the largest. Let's go to now creative services. And this is, I show you already the first graphic. See who are the main exporters. And as you can see, the main exporters are developed countries. And developing countries play still a very minor role in terms of exports of creative services. And remember, we said that creative services are very important in terms of revenue. So, well, the main exporters is United States, followed by Ireland. We have the representative for Ireland yesterday. I'm not sure he's in the room. You see, we don't have any developing country there. So, what do we do when we talk about creative services? And the software services and research and development are the most exported creative services. So basically, this means that lots of developed countries are exporting software services and research services. It doesn't show here, but one of the services that developing countries of the global south are important in a lot are advertising, market research, and architecture services is one of the services that developing countries import the most. How do we encourage, how can we try to get developing countries to export more creative services? And I think what we noticed in the report is that we need more the infrastructure to become more competitive, because the creative services trade is extremely competitive. So we need to improve, or the Global South needs to improve the infrastructure, maybe the training, but also we need to make sure that services trade, barriers to trade are lower, or there is fewer restrictions. At the moment, the creative services is governed by the WTO General Agreement on Trade and Services. So when I think about something that could be very practical to think, what is the barrier? For example, an artist traveling to a country to perform. And the kind of barrier they can face is that they find it very, very difficult to get a visa coming from a developing country to go to another country to sing and perform and provide that service. So this needs to be improved. We have here the number of commitments. These are the services that are classified within the GATS. And I'm very, very pleased to let you know that I'm not sure if Sean Hawkins is here in the room, but he had to do a lot in the classification of these services and related to the creative economy. That was in 1993, or well before. The agreement was done in 1993, so negotiations took before. So this is how the services in the WTO GATS are classified. So one of the key things that we mentioned in the report is that we need to improve and working on the frameworks on how to measure the creative economy. The fact that there isn't a harmonized definition makes it a bit more difficult. In the report, I'm very, very pleased to report that we have case studies on how some developing countries managed to measure the economic contribution of the creative sectors. And those are Argentina, Indonesia. One of the main experts of the report is here with us, Tita. She made a presentation before. And Mexico and South Africa. South Africa is also present here. So they are featured in the report. And so this is the challenges we get. We need to improve data. We need to find ways of having some training with the statistics departments in developing countries to be able to get how they report in the creative services and how they communicate these creative services to the government. Okay, so the report also has a section on the new and emerging technologies. As you have seen, we're talking about how important the digital economy is. Indeed, it has transformed the way the creative goods and services are produced, are created, are thought, are creative, are produced, and are distributed. So the digital transformation has transformed how the creative goods and services work, basically. So this is explored in the report. One of the things that we mentioned before that's important for government officials is the digital divide. And obviously during the lockdown, this is what our Secretary General mentions, we have seen the uneven impact of the lockdown of the COVID pandemic in generally in the world, because some countries didn't have access to internet. So obviously there has been a difficult transition out of COVID. But improving the digital economy will have a very important impact on the creative economy. So finally, well, it's not almost final, but this is really important. The resolution that was led by the Indonesia that creative or announced 2021 as the International Year of Creative Economy is that is a section in the report that celebrates the implementation of the resolution. And thanks to that, we have a mandate from the United Nations to work all the organizations together to produce this report and also to celebrate the International Year of Creative Economy. For example, UNCTAD, and the report will show you, you can click on the links that we provide. UNCTAD, with other organizations, did about 40 hosted or co-hosted 44 international events and official events with the other organizations and governments. But also civil society reported lots of events they did, and there is a link in the report that will tell you about 100 events from the civil society. We are notified to UNCTAD, and you will find it, you will see it. But we also have some case studies from governments who show what was the strategy they used for the creative economy, for the International Year of the Creative Economy, including Indonesia, Slovenia, and Luanda. The representative from Angola was here yesterday. We worked with them very closely in 2021. To celebrate the International Year of Creative Economy, and this elevated the creative economy in the global macroeconomic agenda. So very quickly, we think it is very important to map and measure creative industries. Why? Because it will provide evidence for policymakers to take decisions and provide policy and implement promises, and it will target the needs of the needs for investors, and not only politicians, but also for investors. It will maximize job creation opportunities, identify clusters that can lead to economic growth and increase export revenues, and also will foster tourism and culture and tourism. So this is essential. This is one of the recommendations of the report. The other recommendations is that we need to encourage, as United Nations encourage and get better data to measure the creative industries. And UNCTAD, I'm really pleased to inform that UNCTAD, together with other organizations at the level of the Statistics Office, we are working. Well, we started in 2021, and 2022, we are working to try to get better data, but also finds ways of better capture the data and measure it. And we hope we will provide a synthesis report next year where we highlight new mappings and new ways to understand and measure the creative industries. The other key message from the report with the recommendations is that services, creative and non-creatives, are a very important enabler for the economic diversification of the Global South, of economies in general. And they represent an increasing share of the global services exports and generate substantial export revenues. So I think developing countries are largely, we said, underrepresented in this, the exports of creative services, and we hope to encourage countries and work with countries to be able to help them maximize the gains from creative services for trade and development gains. And I finish here. You will have this presentation online. You can download the report, the full report. You can download also a summary. And I want to announce on the right, this says access updated to the database of international trade in creative goods and services. So you can click there and you can change. I give you the global figures, but if you want to know a particular country, you can access the database and check how your country performs in terms of exports of goods and creative goods and creative services. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marisa Henderson, for the policymaker topic with the launch of Creative Economy Outlook 2022. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, now let us continue our session with our next spotlight speaker with the sub-theme, The Future of Creative Economy. In this session, we will attempt to look at the world in 10 or even 5 years and get a glimpse of how creativity can change the directions of the world. And this session will be followed by the third panel with the theme, The Future of Creative World. Ladies and gentlemen, for this session, we would like to request the presence of our moderator on the stage. We would like to present to you Mr. Berlianto Situngkir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the World Conference on Creative Economy panel discussion. And today, this afternoon, our session is the future of our creative world. First of all, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Berlianto Situngkir, Director for ASEAN Economic Cooperation, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia. So let's begin. And to commence our session, let me invite our distinguished panelists. First, Ms. Sandra Chege, the Head of Arts, British Council, Kenya. And second, Mr. Rainer Kern, Co-Chair, UNESCO, Cities Network of Music. And the next speaker, we also have another speaker, Dr. Alan Marshall, a futurist, a lecturer at Mahidol University, who will join us virtually. Okay. So, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Hope you are well and have some time to enjoy Bali. I know it's never easy to conduct an afternoon session after we have had a nice lunch, but I believe our distinguished panelists will try their best to keep us awake, since we have a very interesting theme for this afternoon session, which is the future of our creative world. As an introduction to our session, allow me to give you a little background as the focus of our discussion this afternoon. The world moves and evolves in an unimaginable way, from technology to the way we live, from our mindset to our pattern of creativity. It is bound to be changing from time to time while retaining the spirit of survival. This change of wind includes the future of creativity, where we try to find the best way to solve day-to-day problem while recognizing our authentic self. How should we perceive the world in the next 10, 20, or even 50 years from now on? This panel will look at the sign of change and a few next megatrends within the creative economy. We will take a look on how creativity is influenced by the current challenges, from geopolitics to climate issues to self-fulfillment and even commitment of unlimited innovation. Creativity itself will be the center of our civilization. It is the source of how much and how large it is going to be. So this session, the panel will be done in hybrid format, where the speaker will have around 10 to 13 minutes for presentation, talks, or sharing. I hope all panelists can use their time efficiently, so we have enough time for discussion. I understand our panelists, Mr. Rainer Kern, you have to catch your 5 p.m. flight, so we try our best to manage the time to accommodate your schedule.
Thank you.
And then the question itself, of course, we will take the relevant questions from the audience and we moderate it through our Slido application. You can see the selected question will be beamed at the monitor. So we are now fortunate to have prominent figures, once again, who have strong knowledge about the future of our creative world. Our first speaker is Dr. Alan Marshall, who will join us virtually. Dr. Alan's presentation will be delivered through the video recording presentation, and he will join us during the Q&A session. So now we can start a video recording of Dr. Alan Marshall.
Looks quite like us.
Yeah, I know.
In predicting the future of the creative world, my focus is usually on the futures of cities. And there are many scientific methods to predict the futures of cities. We can study technological trends to forecast urban economies, for instance, or we can study demographic changes to predict urban growth. Here, though, I want to advocate the use of the creative arts in predicting urban futures, specifically literature, via what I call the literary method of urban design. The literary method of urban design has 3 steps. Step 1, select a city. Step 2, select a literary work. Step 3, use the themes within the selected literary work to design the future of the selected city. In order to understand this process, here's some case studies presented by my trusty research assistant, Shelley. study cities of the literary method of urban design are not meant to be fantastic escapes from reality. They are explorations into alternative urban life. The literary method expands the toolbox to predict the future and plan for change. And so when a nation is setting up a new capital, or when we are all investigating our own urban futures, we can draw upon the wisdom of our own national literatures to explore the various new patterns of urban life that will probably arise.
That's the presentation, video recording presentations from Dr. Alan Marshall. I understand that he's a specialist in environment and society, as well as technology and society. Thus, his presentation was focused on the city, the evolution of the city. He gave some, how do you call it, a very interesting example, like Tokyo and the island city of Singapore. And of course, the national literature that can explore the new urban life in the future. So we have the pleasure of having Ms. Sandra Chege as the next speaker. So before she takes the floor, allow me to read her profile. As the head of Arts of British Council in Kenya, Sandra Chege worked with talented artists and creatives to accelerate the progress of the sector. A cultural producer with experience in marketing and communication, Sandra also worked in strategy development, event production, theater facilitation and management in the creativity industry. So she possesses a master graduate in theater and media for development. She has experience in designing and implementing behavior change programs that are collaboratively designed and focused on the needs of its stakeholders. Ms. Sandra Chege, you have 10 to 13 minutes for the presentation. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. That was a really unexpected and exciting portrait of the future based on literature. Thank you, Dr. Marshall, for that. So as has been mentioned, my name is Sandra Chege, and I'm excited to be here with you today. I'm going to share perspectives from the African continent with examples from Kenya and East Africa. So by 2050, Africa's population will double. By the year 2100, 1 in 3 people on Earth will be African. This means that by the end of the century, sub-Saharan Africa, which already has an extraordinarily young population, will be home to at most half of the young population. What an incredible moment to imagine and an important future to plan for. The UNESCO chapter for East Africa recently published a report on the state of the diversity of cultural expression, looking at trends, challenges, and opportunities, some of which I'll draw from today. When I speak of East Africa, I'm referring to 13 countries, namely the Comoros Islands, Djibouti, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Kenya, Madagascar, Rwanda, Seychelles, Somalia, South Sudan, Tanzania, and Uganda. The combined population of these 13 countries is 494 million, with a median age of 21, which puts about 62% of the population under 25. So I'd like you to keep that in mind as I speak. The report highlights that most of these sectors are fragmented and driven by small businesses and individuals operating in the informal economy. Most creatives work in precarious conditions without a promise of a decent income, which often makes the cultural and creative industries an unattractive professional choice. The tide is turning, however, but it's turning quite slowly as there remains insufficient funding and support for creative sectors. As we've heard before in previous speakers, there's a lack of digital insights and data that poses a barrier to investment. Another challenge is the policy environment with punitive taxes, often opaque policies, and on a micro level, many barriers like fees and taxes that prohibit the participation of emerging creatives in the sector. So they get put off even before they start. In sessions like these, we often talk about the future being digital. And while indeed there is truth to that, we must ask ourselves, digital for whom? Let's talk about Burundi, for example. Burundi has a population of about 12.7 million people as of 2021, and with a 69% mobile phone penetration. But that is underpinned by access to electricity for only about 11% of the population. 11% of the population. So when we talk about our digital futures, what do we really mean when we say things like that? And there are similar statistics like this across the continent as well. And when we look at the rapidly digitization of cultural assets, we must ask ourselves how we solve for Africa's right to participate in building inclusive futures. Now, with all that said, I thought I'd start with the heavy stuff. With all that said, I'm very acutely aware about how many things can be true at the same time. Kenya is one of the fastest growing economies in sub-Saharan Africa, known as the Silicon Savannah. Kenya's thriving tech scene is home to the most cutting-edge startups on the continent, and the informality that I spoke of earlier has catalyzed technological solutions. Africa is on track to receive a record investment of $7 billion by the end of 2022, which is up from about $5.2 billion in the tech industries from last year. So now is as good a time as any to leverage this for the creative and cultural sectors. We can participate in this growth by strengthening the ecology of our sectors. We can do this by establishing strong associations and guilds that work to improve the standards and work to harmonize compensation. We can increase skills development for young people and also facilitate cross-sector collaboration and south-to-south connections like the ones we're seeing today that can share learnings and experiences. So that by 2050, we're looking at a young population that can participate in the challenges and respond to the curiosities of African people. There's a proverb that comes from Burkina Faso that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. I want to share a story from some of my work. In 2020, at the peak of the pandemic, well, before we anticipated a pandemic, we were designing a fashion incubator program for young people that we call Creative DNA. The ambition of this program was to catalyze the growth of their businesses while providing seed funding for their growth. By August 2020, it was clear to the cohort that the pandemic was going to be staying with us for a little while longer. And one of the incentives of participation was a competitive seed grant, where only 5 fashion businesses out of the 11 participating would be successful in receiving grant funding. They asked for a meeting and said that they wanted to make sure that everybody received some support. And so I worked with them to redesign the program to ensure increased competitive access to resources, as well as the opportunity for them to be cushioned by the impact of the pandemic. When we're looking at the impact of those choices, those businesses decided to respond to the pandemic by creating cotton face masks, and for each mask sold, one mask was given to communities in need. Hundreds were made and hundreds more were donated. When I think of their willingness to consider their generosity and the state of their communities, I'm reminded by the importance of centering people in the work that we do. In another program, Culture Grows, the British Council supports projects and businesses that catalyze social and economic development by providing competitive grants for cultural heritage practitioners. I'd like to highlight one of them, Harriet's Botanicals. Harriet is working with different communities to harness the power of herbal medicine to boost the livelihoods of the people that she works with while protecting and preserving cultural practices and knowledge. I would be remiss if I spoke about the future of our creative world without speaking about the importance of safeguarding our cultural heritage. In order for more inclusive communities to thrive, we must make it easier for practitioners to connect with their heritage and to share their learnings globally. We must break down barriers that get in the way of creating generous and mutual connections, and we must center this for the prosperity of all people and the health of our planet. I'd like to play you a 1-minute video of her work. Oop. Sound. I did. I asked for sound. A different kind of sound.
Okay, let's see.
Not that one, no.
Preserving the cultural heritage around medicinal plants.
I had this illness that affects women around menstrual and digestive health. But I traveled to my own home ground, Sotik. I was in so much pain that actually this woman noticed. And she just said to me, I'm going to bring medicine that's going to help you with that. And I laughed, but I was curious. And literally for the first time in 17 years, I had a painless period. I started wondering, why is it that African herbal medicine isn't given the same kind of platform like everybody else's medicine? And this is what I call mainstreaming it. Culture always anchors us. And as somebody says, when everything else goes wrong, we always go home. So going home is a form of saying, I'm going back to my roots.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Sandra, for your excellent presentation on creative economy development in Kenya and Sub-Saharan Africa. You have eloquently conveyed some challenges encountered, and yet there are still opportunities for the development of creative economy. And of course, more importantly is how to address the issues of sustainability and inclusion. One of the key or the focus towards that direction is to strengthen collaboration and cooperation, and then people-centered and civic participation, and last, strengthen the enabling environment. Yes. Once again, thank you for a very enlightening presentation. And last but not least, I wish to invite Mr. Rainer Kern, who come in person with us today to share his perspective. So allow me to read his bio briefly. Mr. Rainer Kern is part of the team representing the city of Mannheim at United Nations events such as Habitat 3, World Urban Forum, at the high-level political forums at the UN headquarters in New York, and is also responsible for maintaining and corresponding networks. As a special advisor for the Global Affairs and International Networks to the Mayor. Rainer Kern represents the city of Mannheim and the UN organizations such as UN Habitat and UNESCO. Rainer, you may have the floor, around 10 to 13 minutes.
Thank you so much. Thank you. First of all, I would express my gratitude and pleasure to be here. I think it was very, very valuable to come here. I think the World Conference on Creative Economy is a very good idea and so it should continue. And I thank to the ministry in Indonesia who organized that and to all who are involved in that. Thank you so much. And I would like to admit that yesterday, some of you might have heard of that, there was a ministerial meeting that adopted a 16-point plan which can become a framework for the future of creative economy and hopefully flows into the G20 final declaration. Maybe we can also work on that this will be happening. I think this is a step forward that the ministerial meeting adopted this 16-point plan because it will give a framework as we are talking about the future of the creative economies. I would like to connect with the speakers before me, Sandra and Ellen, but also some of the speakers of yesterday and especially this morning. And maybe I will be the devil's advocate in this, although we know there is no devil. First of all, Unati said it this morning. She said this word that we should take back home, mindset, and also Emiliano from World Bank mentioned that we should demystify some of the myths around the creative economy. And as we heard now, also with the presentation from UNCTAD, that there's a lot of contradictions, a lot of uncertainty in the whole thing. What is creative economy? We just heard that. Even the different UN entities have different definitions of creative economy. And when we see this table of the creative services where the US is #1, then we can imagine that this is because of some companies that we are not talking about these days when we talk about creative economy. And therefore, what I think, and this comes back to what Unati said with the mindset that should be changed, and I think this is a crucial point for the future of creative economy. As with UNCTAD and all the other presentations we have seen, we can see that we are talking about a new system with an old navigation method. And I think this is a huge contradiction why it's very difficult to talk about the creative economy in an integrated way, as it's very uncertain what we are talking about. And that's why I think Unati is right. We have to change our mindset when we're talking about creative economy. Also, one example shows that very, very deeply. We heard it in many presentations, and I hear that in you too, in many other conferences. We're still referring to GDP, although GDP is maybe the wrong indicator. Maybe GDP doesn't work anymore as it is defined. So, and when we connect our activities around creative economy still to GDP, maybe this will lead us to the wrong way. So that's why I, again, can only highlight what Unati said. We need a new mindset, and that's why it's great that Sandra is here, because she is an expert in behavioral change. So that's what we should do. And coming to the creative industries itself, it's taken as the #1 task force if there's a crisis in the world, whether it's the post-pandemic recovery, whether it's climate change or inequality, or the new definition of the relations between Africa and Europe. Creative economy has to do. But in itself, creative economy is one of the most vulnerable parts of the economy, as the pandemic has shown. And I do disagree with some figures we've seen today and also yesterday. I think it's the one part of the economy that was harmed very much. And you mentioned that, Sandra, and that's not only in Africa, it's around the world that people working in the creative economy we're talking about here. I'm not talking about, sorry, Microsoft or Google, which counts to creative services. Yeah. So if you're talking about these companies we're talking about here, then most of the employees are underpaid. That's why they have 2 or 3 jobs. That's why the creative economy itself is not sustainable, although it should contribute to the Agenda 2030 and foster sustainable development, which is a contradiction itself. So it has to become more sustainable itself, the creative economy. And a huge part of the creative economy also, that's another issue I would bring to the table when we talk about the future of the CE, is not inclusive. So some parts of the creative economy itself is very exclusive. For example, and that's an issue that is very seldom discussed, the creative economy has created in some parts of the world, in some cities, a kind of an urban elite which is disconnected from the rest of the citizens in the city. And this is of course not inclusive. We have to address that. And also we have to address again that most of the employees in this economy part are underpaid. So I think, again, coming back to Unati, we have to change our mind and also demystify, as Emiliano said this morning. And what Amara also said from the UK through Zoom, that in this complex system we're dealing, there cannot be the one solution. So we have to have a holistic approach and come from different sides. And therefore, the starting point of the creative economy, the artistic approach, can help us. And although we've heard yesterday from John very clearly that creative doesn't mean automatically it's innovation. Of course, that's clear. That's why the creative economy is itself not sustainable. We all know that maybe a tenth of the creative economy startups will survive, if a tenth. And that means a lot of money is burned there. And so we have to take that into account. And I would like to address a mechanism which is called mission-oriented innovation approaches, which is a defined coordinated policy package designed to tackle special challenges. And this could be a mechanism that could also help within the creative economy, when the creative economy is taken to be the one who saves the climate and so on, and post-pandemic recovery. So I think when we look at the future, we have to accept that there are a lot of contradictions, that the gold rush mood that the creative economy was in for some years now should maybe come to an end now, and we come back to the ground and be more realistic and also more into a new mindset. I think this is very important when we look at the creative economy in the future. And one last thing, and one last contradiction also. As I said, it's very difficult to run a new system with a new world with old navigation systems. That's what we do right now. And coming to the last point, what I want to say is that the skills that you need for a creative process, which is the starting point of creative economy, not every creative process becomes an innovation, we know that, but this is a starting point. And this needs totally different skills that you need in bureaucracy. And this, I'm not talking against bureaucracy, I'm a supporter of that. But when bureaucratic systems are running our creative systems, then this is a huge contradiction. And this is very difficult to bring together. In the UNESCO Creative Cities Network, for example, which I represent all music cities as a chair, it's very difficult that this huge bureaucratic organization can run a creative cities network. And this is one of the contradictions where we're working on in this network to be more effective. And this is, when I look at the creative economy in the future, then also we have to admit that the policy system, and that was mentioned also by UNCTAD and by others, that the policy system has to adopt the new situation in the creative economy. There has to be a frame, and that's why I'm very happy that the ministerial meeting yesterday has adopted the 16 points. This could be a frame, and again, hopefully this will be mentioned in the G20 final declaration, so that we can move forward with a better policy system, and of course, with measures. We need data, but we also heard from UNCTAD that we also have to harmonize because it's a heterogeneous system, the creative economy. So it's very difficult to compare the one data here with the other data there. And we need new analytical approaches, I guess. And qualitative analysis, I think it's very important to introduce this also, not only numbers, although I agree with my friend Michael Cohen from the New School, who always says, "In God I trust, the rest I measure." Of course, but we also need the ability to analyze the data. So I think the future of the creative economy, and I close with Unati, has to be with a new mindset. Thank you.
Thank you, Rainer, for your input. And I'm pleased to note that the 16-point action plan for the development of the future creative economy already adopted by the ministers. And I took note also some interesting point that you already addressed. Amongst others, the creative economy is often itself not sustainable. I'm surprised with that. And then the creative economy tends to be non-inclusive, and there is an issue also in the underpaid employees or owners, like pre-trade union times, long time ago. So after having presentation from all our speakers, I will now open discussion. First, I'll give the opportunity for our audience who are present here. If there is any, please raise your hand. And Asinan? Oh, once, okay.
I thought we'd solved it. Like, it was all done.
A microphone, please. Oh, already.
It's more a question. Even if I assume that I know the answer, but we are maybe too often assuming that we all talk about the same thing. And my question is, you have said that it's not a matter of GDP anymore, because GDP is not the proper measurement instrument. We are in Indonesia, in a country where GDP is absolutely crucial in the mindset, because we consider always in Indonesia and some of the countries, including in Europe, that we have to catch up, we have to improve the GDP, and that's the main objective of whatever kind of activity it could be. I probably understand what you want to say, but I think you need to clarify a little bit what you mean by GDP is not the ultimate goal.
So, for example, if you reduce, in your country, you reduce energy consumption, then your GDP will go down. So, but we all are asked to reduce our energy consumption because of climate change. I'm just saying, GDP, the way GDP is measured does not refer anymore to the needs of today. Of course, GDP is the system we use, and a lot of entities are working on a new indicator. But what I'm saying is, when we keep on taking our old systems to understand the new world, then we might cause some contradictions and might be misled on our way. That's what I'm saying. So far, GDP is the #1 indicator, but it's criticized by a lot of people, by academia, and that's what, and especially when we look at climate change, then this relates not to GDP anymore. If you're good in tackling climate change, your GDP will decrease. So, and then you're not good with GDP anymore. And that's what I'm saying. That's why there is no solution now, today, not tomorrow. But I'm saying, and again, Unati brought that up, we have to work on the mindset. We need a new mindset to understand the creative economy, but also the macroeconomic economy, of course, because it's interdependent. Yeah, but that's just one point. There's no solution for that now.
Thank you, Rainer, for your response. Is there any... okay, in front. This will be the second question from the audience.
Yes, thank you both. That was very insightful, and really appreciate what everybody's had to say today. I have a question for Rainer. You've spoken a lot about an area that I'm really committed to and fascinated by, is mindset. And what I've heard from a number of people in the conversations they've had is that the current paradigm we're working in is not going to apply to creating the new world. And I'm interested to hear what would you recommend to help human people, leaders, politicians, help to change their mindset?
So one good example Alan presented from Australia with the idea to use books for a new mindset. It's not, of course, he would not advise Melbourne to read a book and then follow up the ideas that come out of that, but this brings you to a new way of thinking. And what I've experienced in a program that I was invited to co-develop with Harvard University, when it's a arts and policy certificate that they had developed, which is the idea, and it's tackling administration, ministerial administrations, mayoral administrations. It tries to involve artistic thinking in the bureaucratic level, which is, first, it's a contradiction, but it's not a one thing. It's not you do that and then you have to change your mind. Also with Alan's project, but it can step by step open your way of thinking when you are aware of a creative process. And again, it doesn't mean the one is good, the other thing is bad, but a creative process is different than a bureaucratic process. And one definition of creativity is the ability to deal with uncertainty. And bureaucracy cannot deal with uncertainty, it's reducing uncertainty. But in the complex world we are in now, and we heard that also this morning, it could be helpful to open your mind and to understand how artists work, how they think, how a creative process works, first to acknowledge, and then also to maybe then change your mindset over time. Of course, it's changing your mindset in your personal psychology is very difficult, but changing the mindset of a political approach is super difficult. But I think, and that's why it's so important to have ideas like Alan presented, although they sound weird or fancy whatsoever. But I think this helps the policy side and the administration side to better understand, and then maybe to better adopt their work or the changing environment with their work. That's what I think. And I mean, Sandra could say more, I guess, because you have worked in behavioral change very, very much, right?
Yeah. I think it's really important to start with the recognition that you don't know what you don't know. And that commitment to an openness to discover, to learn, to share, and to recognize the vulnerabilities when we assume that our way is the only way is how we end up repeating the same patterns and using, old tools to build new things. And so I think it doesn't sound instructive, but it is as instructive as it can be, because it's the paradox, right? If you give further instruction, you're falling into the same trap. So remaining open, encouraging collaboration, learning from communities that are adapting consistently to their environment will be a guide for what our future could look like, because we are consistently shaping that future. And I really also appreciate the mentioning from the previous panel that we are in the future now. So how we react and how we respond to our challenges is likely a sign of how we will respond 10 years from now if we don't commit to taking a step to the side and working on new ways of thinking.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rainer and Sandra. Is there anyone who wants to take the floor for the question? Oh, okay. Third question.
Sandra, this one's for you, and you're talking about new ways of thinking and learning from community. But something I'm really conscious of at an event like this is that, a lot of us come from places of privilege or work in institutions, and so there is that risk of possibly speaking to a little bit of an echo chamber. So my question is, how can institutions better involve the voices and lived experience of communities in really important conversations like this one?
Yeah. It's like you're peeping into my brain. It's an actual concern of mine because I came from the sector. And even when we say that we're speaking from a place of privilege, there's a recognition that our privileges are different. You know, so I come from a nascent creative economy where I have worked any job you can imagine. I have, served as a ticketing agent in the theater. I have learned how to manage a lighting deck. I have done costume design and everything from managing creative artists, from music to visual artists to running festivals. So I really carry with me that question every day about what does it look like to be institutionalized and how do you avoid it at all costs? And how do you avoid, again, the trap of misrepresenting or feeling overly confident that your perspective is representative of specific communities? So that's my preamble. And I would say that commitment to the openness and the and adapting iterative processes and being willing and open to admit failure and to fail faster. I feel like with institutions, we don't fail fast enough. We wait until it's crashed and it's burned and there's a whole crater of ruin before we're able to admit that we made some mistakes that landed us here, when we were very clear that 10 steps ago, that was the reason that something went wrong. So I think that piece around keeping an open mind, making sure that there is always room for conversation, that you always plan for others to be engaged and included. Whatever that other might look like in your context, it's really thinking about how have you made it possible and critical that they are seen, that they are heard, and that they are valued. And I think if we adapt and shift our design processes to ask ourselves those critical questions at every single big decision point, then we're in a better place to look up and say, right, this responds to what the community has asked for, and also trust that they can speak for themselves on stages like this. I think that's the beginning of opening up spaces and conversation. Yeah.
Thank you, Sandra. Is there anyone to take the floor from the audience who presents today? I see none, and I don't see any online question beam on the screen. Okay, I see none. So I understand that, Rainer, you have to catch your flight, yes. 5 p.m. flight, right?
Would be nice.
Going back to Germany.
Would be nice, otherwise I have dinner here.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so since our one of our speakers, Rainer Kern, he has to go to the airport directly, so I think I have to conclude our session this afternoon. Before concluding our session, I would like to highlight some important notes from the discussion. This panel has spoken clearly. There are many paths to the future of creative economy. Our futurists reminded us with the utopia a place that we dream of since we were little, although the environmental and social challenges keeps occurring. And Sandra, my sister from Africa, presented a view that Africa will take more prominent role in the future. And interestingly, the view from Mr. Kern, from Rainer Kern, that brought us back to the current trend in the creative economy world, that is, old system still runs new business. Nevertheless, all this contradiction is in fact is what makes humanity interesting and has basic instinct in humanity. I believe this session has helped us to better shape our imagination for the future of our creative world. So, to conclude, please give a big round of applause to our amazing speakers. Thank you so much, and I hope you enjoyed our discussion this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Berlianto Situngkir, as a moderator, and also thank you very much to all the speakers for the topic, the future of creative economy and the future of creative world. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we are moving on to the next session of the day, we would like to inform you, don't forget to visit our expo. We have the WCCE Expo after this plenary hall, so close to this plenary hall. And also, we're having the food truck in the garden area, so feel free to try the food in the food truck exhibition. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the next session of our conference of the day. So, ladies and gentlemen, for this session, we would like to welcome our next spotlight speaker, the Indonesia's roving ambassadors to the Pacific. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Tantowi Yahya.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. Selamat sore. Bula, we call it in Fiji and most of the countries in the Pacific. And kia ora, that's how we say when we meet someone in New Zealand, a country where I live, work for almost 5 years. How are you? You're all okay? Are you ready for me? Good, okay. Don't worry, I'm 2 hours to speak to you today. So I'm going to use it, close to 2 hours. So bear with me, stay with me. First of all, I would like to say hello to some friends that I know and who happens to be a very special friend, Ambassador Salman Al-Farisi. Yeah. My colleague in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is currently Secretary General of IORA. What is that? Indian Ocean Rim Association, right? And some of the friends who I see here that I cannot mention one by one. Thank you for coming and thank you for staying. I'm given a very interesting subject to share with you. I'm not saying that I'm gonna teach you because I'm pretty sure some of you know better about this than me, especially when it comes to some countries in the regions. But I would like to share in my perspective as somebody that was entrusted by the President of the Republic of Indonesia to live in New Zealand as an ambassador and also accredited to some small but important countries in the Pacific, namely Samoa, Kingdom of Tonga, Cook Islands, and Norway. What do you have in mind about those countries? Paradise. Yeah. White sandy beaches, beautiful girls, nice coconut trees. That's why I enjoy it. I'm so lucky. And in the mid of my career as the Indonesian diplomat in the Pacific, then I was given another job, which is very challenging. And this is the first ever in the history of our engagement in the Pacific. I was then, in the beginning of 2020, given a job as the first roving ambassador to the Pacific. So roving means I have to travel around the Pacific. But unluckily, when I was appointed as the roving ambassador, COVID came. So I could not do roving. So instead of roving, I was Zooming. Yeah. So thank you to the technology. Instead of roving, I became Zooming ambassador. So I travel around the region, speaking with the leaders, MPs, and other stakeholders about many things that concerns the interests of Indonesia. A little bit about me, because I hate the MC for not introducing me to you, okay? He should have introduced me to you. So I was a politician before. I was an MP for almost 10 years. And in the mid of my second term, I was then appointed by the presidents to be posted as the Indonesian ambassador in New Zealand. And like I said, also accredited to some island countries. And then before that, I was an entrepreneur. I was a TV personality. I hosted quite a number of TV shows in Indonesia, and one of which was Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? So I hosted that show for almost 5 years, which really shot me into the highest fame in Indonesia. And then I was also hosting, maybe you know, Deal or No Deal. Yeah, and Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader, if you remember that show. That was not too famous, but that was a nice show. But before that, I was a singer, and I was specialized in country western. So I'm, I should say, the most active country western singer in Indonesia. I don't have that look though, right? All right, so my background is very, very colorful. But if you ask me what is the most enjoyable and memorable job that I have, being an ambassador. Being an ambassador is beautiful. You had a chance to travel to a country, you live in a nice house, you have a good life, and paid by your government, right? And then that is the nice thing of being an ambassador. And also, you are installed with immunity. You can speak, talk, act on behalf of your president, your government, and even your people. So there is no other jobs that is more powerful than being an ambassador. So ambassador is just like a president of the Republic of Indonesia in the accredited countries. So before becoming the real president, I was only president of Indonesia to New Zealand, right? All right, my topic today is Bula. Bula like hello, like Kiora. Pacifica's emerging creative economy. It's a very interesting subject. I purposely put 4 fabrics, on the slide that shows you how united the countries in these regions. The first one is the textile motif from Aborigine Australia. And then the second one is from Nusa Tenggara Timur, or you call it West Timor. And then Fiji, and then Samoa. Some other examples, so many examples that I could have put in, but the screen is very limited. But the 4 countries already can give you a clear representations of the same culture evolve in this region. It's so beautiful. So, but because, I'm from Indonesia, and I was stationed in the Pacific, I never feel strange there. Why? Because I think I'm part of the Pacific. I will tell you a bit further about that. People smile when I say that Indonesia is also Pacific. Hey, look at yourself. You look like people from Taiwan. How could you say that you are a member of the Pacific? There are so many facts, ladies and gentlemen, that I would like to share with you, and I would like to link that with the economic and the creative sectors that we can benefit a lot from it. Next slide, please. Right. Winston Peters was the Deputy Prime Minister of New Zealand. And when I was there, he was also Foreign Minister of New Zealand. He was one of very strong and powerful figure politically in New Zealand. Happens to be very close to me for many reasons. Why? Because we love cigar, yeah? Especially cheap cigar, because we cannot afford the Cuban things, you know. We enjoy that, and then we love music. So that's the relationship between me and the Mr. Winston Peters. I was so impressed when Winston spoke loudly on a stage like this that Pacific, where New Zealand is located, is the most contested region. I said, what? You're not wrong that when I say that. No. Pacific is the most contested region in the world. Come on, I said, give me evidences, give me facts. Right. Without you realize it, ladies and gentlemen, all of the powerhouses in the world put a special strategy for the Pacific. America introduces Pacific Pledge. Australia introduced Pacific Reset. New Zealand introduced Pacific Step Up. So many initiatives with the word Pacific imposed to the Pacific. And then Indonesia, just recently, in 2019, also imposed some initiative called Pacific Elevations. So all of the countries, I'm talking about the powerhouses, talking about China, US, EU, Japan, Taiwan, Australia, of course, and New Zealand, they have special deal, they have a special approach to win the hearts and the mind of the people of the Pacific under the word Pacific, Pacific. Now in Indonesia, we don't want to be left behind. We also implemented Pacific Elevation. What are they actually? They are nothing but approaches made by those countries to win the heart and the mind of the people of the Pacific. Why I repeatedly say the heart and the mind of the people? Guys, when you are dealing with the Pacific, it's not all about money. It's not all about political statements. They are not too interested in it. What you have to play when you deal with the Pacific people is you have to win their hearts. You have to win the people. They like to be brothers and sisters. They would like to be engaged in a family way. That's what Pacific is all about. Okay? So I'm not saying mistakes, but the improper things done by many of us when approaching the Pacific peoples, you always come with concept. You always come with theory. We always come with arguments. They're not interested in it. They are more interested in engaging themselves with us as brothers, sisters, and also family. That is the Pacific way. Now, speaking about what is offered by those powerhouses under initiative called the Pacific, nothing that funds, assistances, cooperations, but very little touch the aspect of the Pacific way. And this is what is interesting to me. So when I came to New Zealand on 2017, it took me 1 year to observe what was really needed by the people in the Pacific. Then I came up with a program that I will share with you later. So coming back to the contested region, why Pacific is most contested by so many countries, big and small in the world? First, economically, the Pacific route is the shortest way to reach South America and West Coast of America from Asian countries. Look at the map. You could save more 3 to 4 hours if you fly from Sydney or New Zealand to this, South America, to Argentina, to Los Angeles, very short. It's a shortcut, which means what? This is good for exportation. It costs you a lot of money for shipping. And that's why so many countries take this route to shortcut the way, which means what? More economical. Second, politically, there are about 30 countries in the Pacific, and most of them are UN members. They have a vote in the UN, despite of the population is only 15,000, but they're member of UN, so they have a vote. So they have a political influence in the region. So that's what makes these countries, become more interesting, for the powerhouses like America, China, and Japan. They are UN members. If not, they are playing very important role in the regional organizations. Number three, more and more specific industries are now evolving in the Pacific, especially tourism. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, the next tourism or tourism in the future is cruise tourism. And in this case, Pacific will be playing a very, very important role. Can I have water, please? Thank you. Next. Look at this. Pacific is a very small region in terms of populations. It's big ocean, the largest oceans in the world. Pacific Ocean is the largest ocean. If you want to imagine how big is the ocean, Pacific Ocean can accommodate the 4 continents. Plunge into one is still good enough. That shows you how big is the Pacific. Now, despite of being very big, the island countries are very small. So there are about 30,000 islands in the Pacific, and in terms of number of countries, they have about 30 to 35 countries. So population is very small. The whole population of Mirna, minta air minum nggak? Terima kasih. So once again, I would like to repeat, speaking about population, the whole Pacific only consists of 50,000, with 30,000 belong to Australia, 30 million belong to Australia, 5 million New Zealand, and then 8.5 million Papua New Guinea, and the rest are spreading around the island through small and very small countries. So it's a very small country. But look what they do for the world. Many box office movies are made, produced, or inspired by the Pacific people. Look at that. Avatar, Lord of the Rings, Hobbit, Iron Man, Tang Tang, or Tintin are all produced in Wellington. In a very small city of the world called Wellington, there is another Universal studio outside America that produce such a big movies like that. And who doesn't know that very handsome guy over there? Yeah. Dwayne Johnson, he's from Samoa. A small country, a country of less than 200,000 people. Look who he is now. So this small part of the world, in terms of populations, plays a very big role in creative industry, especially in the entertainment business. I'm not mentioning here the big industries of music resulted in Australia. So many big names from Australia that invade the world and become world artists, like Kylie Minogue, like In Excess, Little River Bands, whoever. Tua-tua semua yang saya sebut ya. All right, okay. They are from Australia. And they are recognized as American artists, as UK artists, like Bee Gees, like Olivia Newton-John. They were actually born in New Zealand. So look at the potentials of creative industry in Australia. This one is New Zealand. Music belongs to Australia. But those, those little islands in the Pacific also produce big artists. For instance, like Dwayne Johnson, yeah, and some of the stuff who have a blood relationship with countries in the Pacific. So in terms of creativity, this is, I should say that the small countries in the Pacific are also powerhouses. Next. Look at this. Indonesia is part of the Pacific. I would like to thank you, my good friend Hilmar Farid, the Director General of Culture of Ministry of Education and Culture. Tolong berdiri, Pak. He's a very close friend of mine in helping me engage Indonesia with the Pacific. The first time I came up with this concept, people laugh at me. What? Indonesia is a Pacific? You must be kidding. You are part of ASEAN. You should be happy with part of the ASEAN. I said, yeah, of course I'm happy with ASEAN. We contribute a lot to the ASEAN. But as a matter of fact, we are also part of the Pacific. We are the inseparable part of the Pacific. Look at those three undeniable facts, ladies and gentlemen. Geographically, 6 or even 7 provinces of Indonesia are located in the Pacific. If you look at the map, look at Papua. Papua New Guinea is the biggest country in the Pacific after Australia and New Zealand. Why not our Papua, whom people call as the West Papua? So we are eligible to be part of the Pacific. Look at the Maluku. There are 2 provinces in Maluku. Maluku and North Maluku. They are geographically located in the Pacific. And we have some other provinces who are not located in the Pacific, but the people or the population are Polynesians, are Melanesians. Look at West Timor or Nusa Tenggara Timur. The people are Melanesia, right? Our people in Maluku or Ambon, they are mix of Melanesia and Polynesia. So what? So geographically, 6 or 7 provinces of Indonesia belong to the Pacific. That's why we call us part of the Pacific. Culture, in the Pacific, ladies and gentlemen, there are 3 big races: Melanesia, Polynesia, and Micronesia. We have all those in Indonesia. We have Papua and West Timor who belong to Melanesia. We have Maluku who belongs to Polynesia. And we have our brothers and sisters in Manado who belongs to Micronesia. So we have all those. That's why you see over there, that is the nose kissing in Maori. Okay. We also have those. We also have that in West Timor. Look at the people. The very beautiful people there. She's not Samoan. She's not Fijian. She's Ambonese. Look at that. So it is what do you call it? Legal, syah kalau bahasa Indonesia, to say that Indonesia is also part of the Pacific. Also, then, ladies and gentlemen, being part of a certain region, of course, brings you responsibility and tasks to do. I will share with you later. Next. Being part of the Pacific, ladies and gentlemen, my dear friends, then we were able to come up with a very good initiatives to make them a marketplace. So back in 2019, we were successful in doing the first ever Pacific Expositions, and then followed by the second one 2 years later in 2020. So ladies and gentlemen, what is Pacific Exposition? Pacific Exposition is the first ever and the most comprehensive and the largest exhibition of trade, industry, and also tourism. Nothing before this, if there was, not as big and as comprehensive as this. So it never happened before. A country who was not considered to be part of the Pacific before was allowed by the Pacific countries to to host an event in the land of the Pacific and use the word Pacific. So Pacific Exposition 1 and Pacific Exposition 2. These are the marketplace, once again, created and initiated by Indonesia for the people in the Pacific. As a marketplace, we welcome all products, we welcome all ideas from all countries in the Pacific to be marketed to Indonesia and beyond. Lanjut. Now, the sound of the Pacific. As we all understand, the people in the Pacific, they are interested more in engaging themselves in cultural way than formal way. And that's why music becomes very, very important part in the life of the Pacific people. If you go to church, if you go to houses, when they worship, when they pray, almost, at least I can say, at least 70% of the worship, is done with song. And that shows you, how music become inseparable part in the life of the Pacific people. So by knowing that, I knew that the best way to approach and also to win the heart and the mind of the people of the Pacific, then we have to do it through music. So in 2019, we managed to make the first ever Sound of the Pacific. It's a concert, one-day concert that invited the big talents from most countries in this Pacific, plus artists from the Pacific Indonesia. So we invited artists from Maluku, from Papua, and also from West Timor to be performing together with the big talents or the big artists from the Pacific. Next. Ladies and gentlemen, this is very important slide. Orange economy. Sounds very new, but for the Pacific people, it's not something new, right? So we recognize green economy, we recognize blue economy, but the Pacific, at least when I was there 2 years ago, they started knowing orange economy. So if the blue economy is, if we are talking about tourism, it's all tourism activities that depend a lot on the oceans and the sea. That is the blue economy. The green economy, it's all about forests, mangrove, which are sold to the world as a tourism commodity. And people don't realize there are other, other sectors that contribute also to the popularity and the success story of the tourism and the creative economy, which is called orange economy. So it's a new term involving various sectors whose impact to the industries is often underestimated. In UK, the data that I get 2 years back, ladies and gentlemen, the contributions of the orange economy to the economy of UK, you can imagine, it adds 130 millions per hour to the economy of New Zealand, to the economy of UK. That's the contributions of the orange economy. And orange economy is the only sector in the business or industry that involve people aged between 15 to 29 at the most, compared to other sectors. And the third one, ladies and gentlemen, the orange industry is very environmental friendly. I will share with you later. So the orange economy constitutes 3 big groups. The first one is art and culture themselves. The second one is the film, music, and video. And the third one is the creative industries. It's very beautiful. It's very beautiful once again. Probably some of you might have heard this for the very first time. But again, I'm so proud to tell you, being in the Pacific, they started talking about orange economy 2 years back already. Next. Now, facts about orange economy. It's a big dollars. Like I said, in UK, they add 13 million pounds every hour to the national economy, more than the automotive industry, life sciences, and aerospace combined. They employ more people aged 15 to 29 than any other sector. It's renewable. Why? Because creative and innovations are renewable resources. Next. Now, I think I come to the last slide. And I hope it's going to be the fruit of the whole discussions that you have with me today, is areas of opportunity. In what areas that we think we can develop cooperation or partnership with countries in the Pacific? First is tourism. Indonesia initiated the concept of one Pacific destination. What is it? Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to enjoy the Pacific, the best way is through cruise. So you go to Australia, you embark yourself in Sydney, or you embark yourself in Auckland, and then you have a cruise for weeks or even months. Then you will visit some exotic and beautiful countries like Vanuatu, Solomon Island, of course Fiji, and stop at some seaports in New Zealand and Australia. It's fantastic if you do it for a month. So what you see are beautiful beaches, you know, nice singing coconut trees, beautiful people, good food, you know. This is what you get from the Pacific. It's paradise, right? But after you go that once, twice, you get bored. You need something else. Then Indonesia comes up with another option. Why don't you go to our Pacific? So our plan in the future, in the spectrum of tourism, is that we try to offer the world. You embark yourself from Australia or New Zealand, and then you travel to the Pacific Indonesia. You visit Maluku. What is best from Maluku? Maluku is UNESCO City of Music. Am I right? Okay, so the only one city of music in the Asia and Pacific. Nowhere else, not even in the Philippines, who has been recognized as the powerhouse of music. No, it's in Maluku. We have to show it to the world, right? We have to bring people by cruise to see Maluku. And then you can go to Raja Ampat, the best of its kind. You know, if you like scuba diving, you know, you like that kind of activity, go to Papua. We have to bring people there. And then we can even, you know, bring them furthermore to West Timor or Nusa Tenggara Timur. So this is one Pacific destination. The combination of the destination in the Pacific with the Pacific Indonesia. This is what called one Pacific destination. We started discussing about that already. Or Pacific Indonesia only. You know what we have in mind here? If you like traveling by cruise, right? You can embark yourself in one of the ports in the eastern part of Indonesia, and then there you go for 1 or 2 weeks. You see the Pacific Indonesia. This is what we plan to do. And I think the same concept can go around with your country as well. You know, try to maximize the Pacific. Because Pacific, when the borders are open, international travels resume, Pacific will become the pearl of the tourism once again. Number 2 is film. New Zealand have technologies. You guys, wherever you are from, you have stories and nature. You have stories, legends, you know, fable, whatever you call it, that can be manifested into Hollywood-type movies made in New Zealand and then marketed to the world. I had a meeting with people from the Weta studio in New Zealand over the Zoom 2 weeks ago, and they were looking for opportunity to make a film in Bali. So they want a nature like Bali, you know, for a story that they are creating, and the whole process will be done in New Zealand. Only the shot will be done here in Bali. So New Zealand and I think Australia are opening their doors wide for cooperations in movie industry. The third one is education. We need more schools of art here in Indonesia, especially in Bali, and also in some other cities in the world. You know, we need some schools of art because this is the business of the future. I stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tanto Yahya, for the very interesting and fruitful session. Thank you.
Soalnya time stop-nya udah dari tadi nih. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to the next session, we would like to inform you that you can enjoy the coffee break inside of the ballroom during the session. And also, we would like to remind you once again, don't forget to visit our expo. We have WCCE Expo located next to the plenary hall. And also, you may try all the foods that we have already prepared in the food truck. So you can try the food truck exhibition. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let us continue our second day of our conference today with the luminaries and visioning creative potential as our theme for the Minister panel. And for that, we would like to request the presence of our moderator for the session on the stage, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Tri Purna Jaya.
Selamat siang, a very good afternoon to all of us. Hello, my name is Tri Purna Jaya. I'm from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, one of the co-organizers of the WCCE. It is such a privilege and honor to once again moderate today's discussion. We have, of course, notable speakers. We have ministers and Secretary General representing several regions. And of course, since 2018, government officials, government leaders have been pretty active in getting together, discussing and deliberating on how we can mainstream the creative economy to become a mainstream economy. And of course, government leaders together with private sector and experts, creators have been working to facilitate a more conducive and facilitate a more friendly environment for creative economy to thrive. And of course, and during the last 3 days, I think we've heard government officials talking about a number of issues with regards to more incentives, technically speaking, financially, as well as much as the regulatory framework. So without further ado, I'd like to invite the honorable ministers. First of all, can I introduce and invite His Excellency Professor Chem Kieth Reti, Minister attached to the Prime Minister and Secretary of State of Cambodia. Please give a big round of applause. Can I invite the Minister from Cambodia? And second of all is His Excellency, Her Excellency Denise Anis Charles, Minister for Tourism, International Transport and Maritime Initiatives of Dominica. Hello, have a seat. His Excellency Mr. Atef Abu Saif, Minister of Culture of Palestine. Big round of applause. And the Secretary, please have a seat. His Excellency Salman Al Farisi, Secretary General of IORA, Indian Ocean Rim Association, consisting of 23 member states and 10 dialogue partners. Please have a seat, Excellencies. If Minister Professor Chem Reddy is here. He can proceed, Excellency. Please give a big round of applause. Thank you.
They know how your pressure is it over there?
Yes.
How are you?
I'm good.
Thank you so much, Excellencies, first of all, for coming to Bali and spending time with us, attending the WCCE. As we know, government leaders, as much as the private sector, civil society groups, international organizations have been deliberating for the last 3 days and connecting government with private sector. As we all know, the private sector in the globalized world are rational actors, basically. They want to put their money where they can make money, of course. And of course, the governments have a big role to play in. And of course, I believe the audience here would like to listen to your perspective, your views. What are the challenges and what's your take on the WCCE and how you perceive in the future? I'm sure everyone here would want to hear from you, all of you, because we believe that there is no one-size-fits-all policy. And of course, we have around 25 minutes for each of you to say, maybe 5 to 7 minutes each. So please, the time is yours. I can begin by Professor from Cambodia.
7 minutes, right?
Yes, you.
Yeah.
7 minutes, right?
Yes.
5 to 7 minutes.
Okay.
So you can go for 5.
Good afternoon. It's great for me to be here. And actually, this topic of creative economy includes many ministries from our government. I believe that today I'm a kind of spokesperson for the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister of Economy, Minister of Tourism, and Minister of Culture. I make sure that when I go back, I go and invoice to all my colleagues for working for them. Myself, I'm coming from the Ministry of Industry, Science, Technology, and Innovation. So if you look at this creative economy, that's quite an interesting topic. Especially, it is related to art and culture. And all of you may know about Cambodia and about the civilization of Angkor. When I come here to Bali and to Indonesia, I went to visit Borobudur also. I cannot help but think that some centuries ago, our civilization was quite similar in terms of culture, belief, and even religion by that time. So Cambodia has a very rich culture, both tangible and intangible. The archaeological site of Angkor is 500 square kilometers, very broad. People who have visited have seen those temples, the magic and the splendor of Angkor, but also the intangible culture, music, art, textile, everything that is lost over time. And gastronomy, the food also is part of that. And so with this rich culture and arts, 2,000 years of history, our government has focused on looking how we can harness the tangible and intangible culture to turn into attraction for tourism, promoting our own culture, create the job of tourism, developing community for those who live in those areas. And all this require a design of a proper policy, implementation and monitoring. I will pass on that. We all know about the process of policy making, but good implementation require a very close coordination between government, the private sector, industry, and the academia and the education system. So I like to look at this from a very simple, structured thinking that we need, in order to achieve anything, you need man, money, and machine. I'm thinking like engineers. Man means talent. At the top, you need visionary leader with open-minded, open to the role of the arts in cultural diplomacy, or also in thinking creatively in writing any policy. At another level is how can we educate our art students, and also how can we train entrepreneurs to capture the value of those cultural artifacts that we can be used as a promoting and helping not only boosting the economy, creative economy, and also branding the country. And the last but not the least important, how to train technologists, because the whole world is embracing digital technology now. One example is that young people, millennial, Gen Z, I see my student, my children who are millennials, they're talking about producing digital painting art and put it on sale using a non-fungible token, etc. So all these are very new mindset. So if the leadership is older and understand the youth, then it's a problem. So the talent, manpower in technology, manpower in art, and also entrepreneurs and policymakers who understand the value of art and culture is important. And also, one point that we try to promote also, myself, I was involved in promoting Cambodian food, which is not very much known on the international arena. You cannot have 2,000 years of civilization without a great history of taste. So we are putting a policy of gastro-diplomacy within our economic diplomacy to promote that as a tool for nation branding also. And talking about the machine, I think infrastructure. We are living in a world that is very digital, so infrastructure, internet, all software, hardware, and also algorithm. And we know that we want to make sure that all the artists, particularly, artists in our region, in my country, they are not wealthy like artists in developed countries. So we need to provide access to digital structure, and we need to educate them, provide them and tools so that they can work and promote their arts on the global arena using social media, for example. So the infrastructure for internet is very, very important. At the same time, ethics is important when we start to use all that, the content, internet, Facebook, etc. You can have good thing and you can have bad thing together. And so regulation to a certain degree is important to protect the population, particularly young people, the youth. But at the same time, we understand that if you start to regulate art, you're on the wrong direction, because artists and art cannot be regulated by policy all the time. So you need a fine-tuned balance to make sure that the use of art and in creative economy could be something that is positive with some negative part that need to be mitigated. And last point is the money, is the funding. Certainly, number one is funding the policy implementation. We have a policy on culture, so the proper funding from the government, but also private-public partnership is important. We have heard during the last 2 years that the role of private sector is very important, working with the government. How to support artists, how to support small SME to make sure that if they were to be involved in this creative economy, they have the proper fundings for that. And last point, Cambodia is not an isolated country. Cambodia is at the heart of ASEAN, and this year we have the immense privilege and the honor to be the chair of ASEAN. Certainly we need to work closely with our brothers and countries as a member of ASEAN and beyond. And if you look at this creative economy, there are many similarities in the culture in this region. If you go before the 15th century, this Srivijaya, Bagan, Angkor, Champa, and some Borobudur, all these are similar cultures, so have so much in common in diversity. And we'll stop here. My last message is that it's important to consider art as a tool for economic, creative economy, but knowing that the art sometimes need to be respected, because art in this part of the world, in many parts of the world, has a religious dimension. So it's not about selling art at any price. The religious dimension, the spiritual part of the art has to be respected. And finally, overall, integration of policy at the regional level in ASEAN, promoting ASEAN with centrality, and the common culture would be bringing some benefit to our region, to our people, in order to build peace, build integration, and inclusiveness. So that's in short, what I'm thinking briefly about what happened in Cambodia, what we try to achieve now in creative economy.
Thank you so much, Excellency. I think we all concur that one of the most important roles of the governments is to basically coordinate all the different stakeholders and actors at the same time, manage the resources. Earlier we heard about how it's important to be able to measure, and without measurement you cannot manage. So yeah, on my list, the next speaker is Her Excellency Denise Annis Charles, Minister from Dominica. The microphone is yours. It's on now? It's not on microphone? Still not working? Can somebody help? Or maybe I can ask someone else before to speak. Just some.
Hello? Hello? Yes.
It's working now, okay.
Okay.
5 to 7 minutes.
First, let me say thank you to the government and people of Indonesia for their gracious, in particular the Minister of Tourism, for their gracious hospitality and allowing us to experience their amazing culture. I bring you warm greetings from the Commonwealth of Dominica, the nature island of the Caribbean, home to the second largest boiling lake in the world, 365 rivers, cascading waterfalls, the longest hiking trail in our region, the best spots for diving in our region, and the Kalinagus, our indigenous people. Dominica is an emerging tourism destination, but recently we received an accolade from Travel and Leisure as being the best destination to visit for 2022. And this is as a result that during the pandemic, we worked closely with our stakeholders to develop creative products to restart tourism. And it gave us an opportunity to rebrand and reimage our tourism industry on 7 key pillars: community tourism, aqua tourism, agro-tourism, the Kalinago experience, health and wellness, and culture and heritage tourism. And one of our key growth strategies to double our visitor arrivals to our destination is the focus and to make investments in the creative economy. The creative economy has always been a formidable sector in our country. However, because it is largely informal, its contribution to the GDP was not properly captured and so undervalued. So creatives come from all walks of life. You have the creative writer who produces plays, books. You have the women in the cottage industries. You have fashion designers. You have the literate carpenter who makes furniture. You have professionals like engineers, medical doctors, and lawyers who are invested in agro-processing. And you have musicians who travel and through festivals promote our destination and bring many visitors to our shores. So the sustainable development of the creative economy is already an important aspect of our national economic recovery strategy. And so in order to formalize this industry, we have focused on a few things. One, the Prime Minister has allocated $25 million US for the digital transformation of our economy. which will enable us to be able to register all our SMEs and give them a digital code. Secondly, we are about to pass the Small Business Act. We're in the final stages of that act, and that will enable us to establish officially the small business sector and have regulation and policies to support their growth. Then we establish the One Business Stop unit, because through our consultation with SMEs, whereas access to concessionary financing was important, one of their major challenges was, one, technical support. Many of them do not know how to write a business plan. So we provide technical support to write business plans. We provide training to grow, manage, and market their business. We provide fiscal incentives, inclusive of tax waivers on raw materials and equipment, and also an income tax-free period dependent on the type of business. And you will be surprised, we also provide counseling and mentorship support, because some entrepreneurs go through personal challenges, and most of them start their business at their homes, and they need that support at times, somebody to speak to. And so we also engage in group support systems, that they'll have somebody in a related industry that they can speak to. And so that has become very critical for us. However, what we are recognizing is that there are certain threats to the sustainable growth of creative industries. And my colleague from France mentioned it yesterday, climate change. I'm not sure if many of you are aware, but Dominica was severely damaged by two major storms. Tropical Storm Erica in 2015, which destroyed 98% of our GDP, and Hurricane Maria in 2017, which destroyed 220% of our GDP. And so as a result, raw materials became very scarce, and it forced many small businesses to go out of business because they could not afford the cost of production. And now, coming out of a pandemic and the ongoing war with Russia and Ukraine, we all know that the impact on the supply chains and the increase in cost of energy. And I will explain this further by giving an example. Before I traveled to Bali, I met with a small business owner. He is an engineer, but decided to invest in a tropical business. And what he does, he purchases fruits from farmers, processes it, keeps it in its natural form, freezes it, and sells frozen packs. And that is a very good business. But guess what? The cost of doing business has doubled over 9 months because of the increased cost of energy. So that engineer is at the risk of losing his investment if the government doesn't step in to help him. Through our agricultural and industrial bank, we have been able to make a line of credit available to SMEs to access concessionary financing to avoid them to avoid their business from possibly closure or collapse. So I came to this meeting to have this dialogue with the global community to remind us that it is very important for us to continue to advocate for the changing of human practices which cause global warming, and to ensure that the countries which contribute the most to global warming stop turning a blind eye to the countries that are the front line of its fury. It's very important that we discuss those matters, because this, I think, is one of the greatest threats, the survival of our SMEs. I am very pleased that Indonesia has elevated the creative economy on the global agenda. I look forward, yesterday we adopted the Bali Creative Economy Roadmap 2022, which I hope will serve as a guide for respective countries to integrate or fully embrace the creative economy, which I think is important for breaking cycles of poverty and empowering especially the most vulnerable groups in our society, women and youth. Thus, creating more resilient communities, by extension, more prosperous nations, and a more peaceful world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency. I think one of the key takeaways of the WCCE is how we can all each other can learn from each other's experience and successes, and that was very great. Nice of you, Minister. So now I would like to kindly invite His Excellency Atif Abu Saif, Minister for Culture of Palestine. You have the floor. Palestine.
Yes, it's Palestine Arab. Yeah, thank you very much, Excellency. Actually, I come from, I'm talking as a policymaker.
Yes, of course.
And I come from the field of creative economy as an author, a novelist, and person who works in theater. I stopped now as a minister, but I used to work in theater. So, but before talking about this, just I want to mention one of the issues that I mentioned yesterday in my speech, but I developed later on. I was thinking of creative economy in areas of conflict, like Palestine, where a creative economy can be a solution to the economical question, whereby you're fought against your raw material is confiscated, you cannot have access to raw material, you cannot build huge companies and industries because they will be destroyed. So creative economy can be a solution in this way. And this brings, and I think we need to look careful about this, because this brings us to the other issue on this about creative economy as a solution for social justice as well, and for equality. Because people, wherever they live, whatever the situation is, they can be part of this economy. And I think we listened in the morning, I was in the morning session where young ladies, they were talking about equality, and I think you were leading the session, about ethnic groups and people with disability, how they can contribute through their projects to the economy. So why I'm bringing this issue, because it's very important that at the national level, for us Palestinians, creative economy can be a solution, and it is actually, we're following it without having the name maybe sometimes, because we don't invent the wheel, it's there. Just we need to organize our thoughts about it, So this is at the national level, and the international level, it's very important. I think Her Excellency was mentioning about the role of small countries in national and global economy. Because at the end, if you look, the contribution of small countries in service economy and creative economy in general, tourism, etc., and it's very huge compared to their position in the world and the hegemony that is made or practiced by the great power, the so-called great powers. And so this brings us to the other question, which, as Minister of Culture, I was thinking, and we were in Mondocult, which is the Ministers of Culture meeting in Mexico, and I came from Mexico here. And the main question was how to make culture part of the development process. And one of the main issues, one of the main thoughts is culture is not contributing to economy, and it's not part of, I think I hear this even in our discussions, because of course we don't have indicators how to measure this contribution. I think the United Nations agenda, they have some indicators which are not comprehensive, let's see, but it's very important to think how we're going to integrate culture in the economic activities. And in my country, for example, we have very strong tradition of national heritage. By the way, today is our National Heritage Day. Yeah.
Congratulations.
So it's our National Heritage Day, the 7th of October, which all the nations celebrates our national heritage. But I mean, in my country, we have very strong tradition when it comes to things handmade by all women, men, and young generations. And we invest a lot in training young generation these, because this is part of the identity. And I think this question was raised up in early discussions. Happily, I heard all the discussion. I was sitting back in the back and I heard all the sessions by activists. And it's part of the identity. I think somebody was talking, I think the guy from Quebec, from Canada, was talking about circus as part of the identity.
Yeah.
You know, being able to speak French nation speaking are not recognized by France as pure, anyway. And and this brings us to the question which we discussed in other sessions, not here in Mexico, I think, about collective rights when it comes to heritage. Of course, we have the copyright and the individual copyrights and all, you know. And I was amazed to see, like, when I was in this exhibition down there, to see the similarities between the weaving loom by the Indonesian make and the same loom which we have in the Middle East, but in particular in Palestine and the Levant. And this brings us that there are many things in common between humanity and many things that we can develop together. But the last thing I want to mention is how creative economy can be a bridge to linkage the past and how humanity developed its heritage and its tools and its industries and the future, and how to make because heritage is not about things that passed. It's about things that still exist until now. And it's through creative economy we can guarantee that this continuity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. And I think we cannot emphasize enough how important creative economy is, not just for our economies, but our society, how we can improve the human capital. Last but not least, I'd like to invite His Excellency Ambassador Salman Al-Farisi, Secretary General of IORA. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Patri. Let me begin by extending my appreciation to the government of Indonesia for having this third World Conference on Creative Economy. I think all of us agree that this is a very important and crucial meeting that can catalyze so many creativity and cooperation among different stakeholders. The Indian Ocean Rim Association, or we call it in short is IORA, which I represent, is a diverse group of 23 member states and on the rim of the Indian Ocean, from Australia, Indonesia, and Southeast Asia to the South Asia, the Gulf, and indeed in the eastern part of Africa, and comprises of big countries as well as some small island developing countries. These countries indeed have a historical engagement in a creative economic, actively sharing knowledge, culture, and indeed on trade for centuries. The Indian Rim Association, which is celebrating its 25th anniversary this year, plays an important role in connecting these countries to support sustainable development and inclusive economy and cooperation in it. In terms of the creative economy, we have some priority area which support the development of creative economy that include progressing, facilitation, and trade liberalization, promoting foreign investment, scientific and technological cooperation, as well as tourism and cultural exchanges. And we also promoting the cooperation on the research and education and training activities. Indeed, we also have what we call it as a cross-cutting development and cooperation, comprises of two major issues. First of all is the women's economic empowerment, and then the blue economy. let me give some example on how IORA also align with the Bali roadmap that has been agreed upon yesterday. First is on trade and investment. The association supporting a broad range of trade and investment facilitation agenda, which enhance the enabling environment for the promotion of creative economy. For example, the association's Small to Medium Enterprises Memorandum of Understanding commit that IORA member states to work together to enhance opportunities and environment and an environment for SMEs to prosper by promoting cooperation and collaboration between participants, implementing agencies and industry association. This memorandum has been signed by 19 of countries, so we are waiting for the rest of which is now still in the consideration and on the legalities of this memorandum of understanding. Secondly, on the research and tourism. IORA recognized that research is also a key key driver in it for the creative economy. Therefore, we are ramping up our research cooperation. We are also expanding our networks through knowledge partnership with research institution and think tank on targeted issue. I just came back from India. We extend our MOU with NAM Center on the science and technology. We also now in the final process of signing MOU between IORA and FAO. We are also having the MOU with International Seabed Authority. So this indeed will expand our knowledge partnership. On tourism, IORA also see that tourism is a key sector in many of the regions surrounding the Indian Ocean. The contribution of the sector to GDP, I think we are agree that it's very, very significant, especially during the normal area. So during the pandemic, the sector is really in a very adverse impact, and then we are now in the stage of recovery. IORA has therefore established a dedicated core group on tourism, which aim to promote people-to-people interaction through tourism and cultural exchange. We are working together on activities such as leveraging digitalization in tourism to improve efficiency and customer experience by sharing of data, best practices in tourism, and establishing on IORA Tourism Resource Center and website. Last example that I would like to present in this presentation is on the woman empowerment. I think IORA is now working with the UNWTO on several issues related to the woman empowerment in the tourism sector. UN Women Brief produced in collaboration with IORA, for instance, we see the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic has been disappropriately experienced by women in the tourism sector in our region. Therefore, IORA is committed to economic empowerment of women in tourism sector and have partnered with the UN Women to provide capacity building, development and training program. The association is also committed to inclusivity and the SDGs as in support of the women economic empowerment as a cross-cutting theme. Let me summarize my presentation that I would like also I would like to reiterate that as one of the world's largest regional grouping, the Indian Ocean Rim Association is contributing to build enabling environment for the creative economy to flourish and address current future challenges. I would like to conclude that by expressing our commitment that the association stand ready indeed to work together with member states and all stakeholders to implement the Bali roadmap for creative economy adopted in this meeting. And indeed, we would also to expand our cooperation. We are now working with the Pacific Forum. Maybe in the future we can also work with the Caribbean in expanding our cooperation. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. We sincerely believe that governments as well as international organizations have a key role to play in connecting the dots of different various stakeholders. Not to mention, you have 23 members and 5 dialogue partners. And I will 10 dialogue partners. I will not attempt to summarize all the discussion. I think we had a very good and fruitful insights. And I think many analysts have suggested, hopefully not, next year will be a bleak future with a global recession and all this. I think with that in mind, if one or two of you would like to say a few things, how your governments will react to the global outlook of 2023 and how the creative economy in your respective countries could play a role, please, if you want.
Maybe just to add something. Last night we have the presentation from SOPI. So I think we can replicate that kind of activities to countries in many regions, including in the Indian Ocean region, because we have also some LDCs and small island developing states which needs some capacity building, like developing their SMEs and accessing the market. So the technology that the SOPI and then the campus of training center that SOPI provided, I think can be replicated to the other countries in the world through the capacity building, including the training for trainers for them to enjoy.
That's wonderful. Thank you, Ambassador. Yes, Excellency.
Thank you. I learned a lot from my colleagues. I think that from my perspective and representing the Royal Government of Cambodia, this World Conference Creative Economy opened my eyes also. I will report back to my government. I would have a practical suggestion. We have seen that when you do this kind of World Conference annually, the day of conference 2 or 3 days, and then in between there's a gap. And it would be very interesting and very useful if we were to take that Bali roadmap that we all agreed that is a tremendous, important stimulus for thinking creatively, to use the word thinking creatively about creative economy. Yeah. So I would like to maybe send a message to the organizer and the leader that maybe we should organize a different working group, sharing, because there's such a long list that some country has different strengths and many countries have different strengths and weakness. But if we were to work like a working group, 5 or 6 countries all together in a certain aspect, coming with some policy recommendation, some strategy, some practical thing, even organizing some small Zoom meeting here and there during the gap between now and the next conference, it will be very useful to learn and also to follow up, to monitor, if we were to try to use that particularly roadmap to boost our own economy.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Minister. I'm sure the organizer will take note of your suggestions. And with that, the organizers have reminded us it's time up. I'd like to, first of all, thank you so much to all our speakers. Please give a big round of applause to all of them.
Thank you.
And once again, on behalf of myself and the committee, I'd like to say thank you to all of you for participating in this wonderful event. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellency, thank you very much.
Thank you very much to all the speakers. the Excellency Ministers and also Secretary General for the fruitful insight during the sharing session. And also thank you very much to our moderator, Mr. Tri Purnajaya. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next panel session, we have Beyond G20 Indonesia, Creative Economy, and the WCCE. And for this topic, we would like to request the presence of our moderator on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to present to you Mr. Nicholas J. Bouchard.
Thank you. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, maybe for some of the participants who are following online this conversation. I will follow directly on the ministerial roundtable by saying, and I don't know if the Minister of Cambodia is still around, yes, there will be proposals of continuity from one edition of the World Conference on Creative Economy to the other. So let me call our distinguished panelists on stage. Tita Larazati, the Deputy for Partnerships in the Indonesian Creative Cities Network. A big round of applause. Tita, welcome. Where's John Newbegin, the Ambassador for Creative Economy to the Mayor of London? John, welcome on stage. Dina Deliana, the Program Director of GSync, Center of Excellence, and Marissa Anderson, yes, the Head of Creative Economy at UNCTAD. Right, thank you very much. And online, we are very fortunate that Edi Erio Pambundi is joining us among a crazy agenda as we are approaching the G20 summit. And in fact, this discussion, we have designed it in a very practical way. What do we want collectively to take away from this edition of the World Conference on Creative Economy to bring it to the G20 summit? That will be here in Bali in 1.5 months or even less. But then what will happen afterwards, right? The G20 Indonesia summit will be over. Will this agenda will be over? We hope not. And hence, it was mentioned also before, there was yesterday a ministerial meeting approving unanimously 16 points consisting of the second Bali roadmap for creative economy. Before we start the conversations with you here on stage, but also with you, right? And think about any remark or any questions you want to address in the next 35 minutes we will be spending together. I would like to give the floor to Sherpa Edi, who has been very supportive of all the initiatives connected with creative economy as a way also to address a number of challenges and transformations of the economy, but also to address a number of failures in the economy, especially linked with the COVID-19, such as in tourism, and we can see it here in Bali, of course. Therefore, Sherpa Edi, I know this topic of creative economy is dear to you, but you might also want to let us know how you plan to push it, hopefully, at the G20 leaders level. Yesterday, the President of Indonesia joined this session to open it formally, and many ministers, nearly 30 ministers representing as many countries, took part to the deliberations. So, Edi, the floor is yours, if you are with us.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Nicholas, and also good afternoon, all audience. Can you hear me?
Are we having Edi with us?
Can you hear me?
Can someone let me know? Hello, hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Suspense. We don't know. So
Can
let's
you
wait
hear
30
me?
seconds till we fix this.
Hello, good afternoon.
Okay, it will be fixed one way or another. So he will probably jump in, right, in our discussion. So I will start with you, maybe Tita, a long time supporter and activist of creative economy. And champion of creative economy through especially the Indonesia Creative Cities Network. What are the main takeaways at this moment from... okay. Eddie, the floor is yours. I don't know if you have heard my questions. Welcome. We will listen to your, I would say, recommendations about the future of creative economy, but also maybe your proposals of how to push it at the G20 leaders level. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Pak Nicholas. Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's perfect.
Yeah, thank you. So good afternoon, Pak Nicholas, and also good afternoon all panelists. Good afternoon, everyone, in the very important conference. I just want to share a bit about the two situation right now. Number one is we understand that like tourism is the hardest hampered sector during the COVID. We still remember when we tried to restore the situation. It's not so easy because it just depends on the mobility of people. So that's why as long as the restriction of people mobility is still there, and then the seamless travel cannot make. So that's why it's not so easy to help for the tourism get back into in the normal situation. And up to now, is in the very high cost of the transportation is still a big problem for the tourism. But in another sector, we understand that like the digital transformation, and we now also understand that in the economic structures, is already extend not only depend on the tertiary sectors, but now is extended to be the fourth sector of economy we call quaternary. It's based on knowledge base and also an information. So that's why I think the nexus of creative economy and tourism is really important right now, because we understand that tourism is non-tradable goods. We cannot bring the Borobudur to outside of Indonesia or bring Bali outside of Indonesia. So that's why we make sure the process of the creative economy can also emerge into in the tourism, for example. So this is part of our innovation that we can make. But again, we still have a challenge that we try to help and fosters the nexus between the creative economy and other sectors like tourism. One is how then we have to meet between investors and innovators, because the problem is how to leverage, how to monetize economy that can go into in the market, the economy that can go into in the market, how to also make the brands from the creative economy. So that's why we have to give a seamless process for the IPR, because in the end of the creative economy is intellectual property right. So they can achieve the lifetime revenue from the intellectual property right. So if we can reduce the cost how to get the IPR, I think we can also improve the productivity and make sure the creative economy can be grow as a very potential sector in an economy and also attract many people in join in this creative economy. Right now we understand some the benefits from the creative economy that can work together and also attract many of young players inside of the sectors. That's the way we can hope and also work together. During the G20, we also try to emerge a lot of activity, because we understand the G20 is a lot of meeting, so we cannot commercialize the meeting. So that's why we have to emerge with many kind of the attractive activities together with the meeting and the G20, so then create and also support for many of tourism across Indonesia. So that's my views.
Thank you very much. That will be most helpful, I think, also for our experts and members of the International Steering Committee of this World Conference on Creative Economy to comment on. Maybe one last question would be about last year in the G20 leaders declaration in Rome, right? There was a short paragraph about creative economy. That was good. This was the first time there was recognition. And I understand the president of Indonesia was somewhat also behind the fact that it could be acknowledged. But then it was a very short sentence. We ask the relevant institutions to work on that, right, and get back. So we are here at this moment. Do you think there is room for the final G20 documents to include a more substantial recommendation and some material that you have gathered across the year about creative economy?
Yes, actually, in the last year, we tried to invest a state sentence, because we understand now Indonesia is holding the presidency, and we need to promote many kind of the creative economy, because Indonesia initiators for the creative economy in the world. So that's why we try to put that sentence. I still remember, even it's not so easy, because under the multilateral forum, even we want to place a sentence, sometimes takes hours to negotiate. And now we have still understand that the leaders' declaration, for example, is still reflect a strong message from the leaders, how to bring the potential or the important role of the creative economy to foster the economic recovery even stronger, so then we can also attract support for the stakeholders to join in this this business. So that's why I think we also need your helps for the stakeholders to find a good sentence for the leaders, for the urgency of this creative economy to the world, especially to recover economy even stronger. And also we can promote the inclusive economy in a lot of potential public area.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the invitation is well noted, and that such proposals will be channeled to your office in no time. And also thanking you about your contribution to the book that was edited by the Asian Development Bank Institute recently on Creative Economy 2030. But there are also the 10 points on creative economy by the Indonesian Creative Cities Network and others. So there are piles of recent ad hoc policy and research literature that is also available. We will tap on that, plus the 16 points that have been worked on and shared in all formats with the civil society and ministers and approved unanimously yesterday. That's very good news across all the spectrum of the G20. And that also provides the ground, I think, for interesting material. So thank you again for joining us. You are more than welcome to stay with us if you would like. Otherwise, I suggest that we will move to the rest of our panel discussion. Thank you. One round of applause for Sherpa Edi. Thank you. So I think these different insights doesn't make our task easier, because we would need 45 minutes. I don't know if we have 45 minutes. I would probably not receive a good appreciation from the organizers, and it is getting late on the Friday afternoon. However, about those 16 points and what is also on the table of this discussion, what after this WCCE conference, what after the G20 Indonesia? Maybe starting with you, Tita, a few hints or remarks, anything you would like to underline?
Yes, thank you. Creative economy is strongly embedded in the people. So even before the label creative economy appears, people are already doing it, especially at the grassroots level. But then once it is brought to the policy level, to the governmental structure, then we need a kind of intermediary to connect these activities with the policy that fits to everybody. So that's why I think the point from the 16 points, the points about established creative economy hubs and center of excellence, and about the encouraging more awareness raising activities, about the importance at the community level, and then also research, capacity building, and so on, that really reflects the needs and our importance of bringing creative economy into a more structured form. I think that's my take from it.
Thank you, Tita. Who would like to pick up next? Maybe John.
Thank you, Nicholas. Well, this document, if people have not seen it, this is what the roadmap looks like. It's quite a substantial document, and it's intended for governments. I was thinking, since we don't have 45 minutes, what is the TikTok version of this report? And I would say it's speed it up, scale it up, shake it up. And by speed it up, I mean the creative economy is structurally very inefficient, because access to finance is something that's come up endlessly in the last few days. That's addressed. The fact that women are central to the creative economy, all the discriminatory factors that women already feel in the labor market are intensified. The informal economy is important. We're not thinking about how we... So by getting these things right, we can speed up the process, not just of growing the creative economy, but growing the global economy. And the scale it up point is that we have to be thinking at a macro level. There's lots of initiatives that go on in the cities, there's lots of initiatives that go on in countries, but if we're going to make the changes that we need to make, we have to address the international agencies and the international organizations to get them work together. And that's one of the things that the roadmap addresses, which has not really been addressed before in an adequate way in the global discussion about creative economy. And then the shake it up point is that if we're going to do this, we need to think about things much more radically. And I was, just 1 minute, I was struck at one of the panels yesterday where the Director General of the Development Aid Group said, we're getting to the end of employment, of work as employment, period. In other words, saying what's happening in the global economy now is a massive growth in disorganized, atomized gig labor. We have to think about how we address that if we're going to grow the creative economy. And the Minister for Angola, who was on the same panel, said, I think people are now not interested in goods so much as in good moments, by which he was meaning we have to move the economy from being fundamentally about commodities, which are depleting the planet's resources, to being about experiences, about growing our own capacities. All these things are addressed in this report. That's why I think it's really important. And just the speeded up point is because we know from the International Panel on Climate Change that we have 8 years to turn around the climate crisis if the planet is to be in any way sustainable for our children. So we have to make the creative economy move at that speed as well, because the creative economy is crucial to resolving the climate crisis. So
I will pass it on to you, Dina, but just pick up on that, John. You're mentioning the IPCC, right? International Panel on Climate Change. I think a lot of people in the room know about that. So you were scaling up, speeding up, shake it up, moving with the people, goods and commodities, extracting, intersecting, those dimensions, plus research and policies all together, right? So does this mean we could think about pushing a format such as an international panel on creative economy encompassing all that?
Perfect.
Would you see that fit?
It would go perfectly with the International Panel for Climate Change and should be working at the same speed.
So international panel on creative economy, maybe Tita and others, we can back to that. Tita, a comment, then I want to go to Dina.
Yeah. I would agree, because such a panel would be equal. It's open to everybody, and especially for those who have the same ideas and spirit that creative economy is the way to go in this, especially in the intersection moment now that we have.
And that might also be a way to answer the call, right, of the Sherpa about give us something that can be put on the table. In any case, also echoing the minister's discussions minutes ago about ways also to continue the exchanges and to consolidate data reporting exchanges across all stakeholders from one editions of Friends or Conference on Creative Economy. So thank you. Please, Dina, any points you would like to highlight from the 16 points, the roadmap, or about this idea of international panel? The floor is yours. I think the mic works. No?
Better have my...
All right.
Yeah.
Now, Okay, I'd like to emphasize one point about encouraging research, capacity building, creative economy education, and innovation support scheme. So I guess the center point of creative economy is actually the IPs. So it makes it different with other kind of industries. So IP are related to innovations. So if we don't have any innovation scheme which can help creative people to create more innovative product, innovative IPs creation, so it would be very hard. So if we talk about IP, so after we support them with some innovation scheme, so the next thing to do is the government need to prepare the IP ecosystem. So as we know that many things from the government side, they already help, facilitate the creators of IPs, but actually they move like in a separate way. So one thing that really important that we should emphasize is not only facilitating the IP creators, but also we need to educate the users, the IP consumers, that the IP need to be not only protected, but they need to appreciate that this is the creations of someone. Yeah, so the literacy not only goes to the IP creators, but also goes to the users, the consumers of IP itself. So means that the IP value chain need to be built, and it should include the advancement of technology. So actually, I read the reports from UNCTAD, yeah, and one of the points said that the IP rights management in digital ecosystem is quite unclear, because we are facing this new technology called AIs, blockchain, which actually are going into a plateau of productivity, and we not yet have these regulations to control what is the IPs after AIs, what is IP after blockchain. So the regulations need to be prepared before this technology become more productive and more utilized to create more IP products. So that's actually a very important one for government to, well usually regulations comes after, right, the mass use of technology, but in IP's case here, timing is very important. So you have to protect since the creation chain. So that's why the government should think about what IPs after those new technologies.
Thank you. So thank you very much. So IP in acceleration of in the context of the acceleration of digitalization, and digital systems, which includes access to markets, access to finance, and so on. John, you were mentioning, and Tita as well, the links between grassroots and community initiatives and initiatives at city or urban level. There was, in sort of preparation of the conference today, Connecticity, which was a conference in Bandung exactly about a creative economy in an urban context in March. And this was also highlighted by the declaration or the points out of this conference. And part of the rationale why we wanted to insist on the connectivity between G20 and after the G20 summit of Indonesia is that we do believe collectively that there needs to be macroeconomic consolidation, right, of creative economy, and that we are not completely there yet. So probably we need to continue elevate the level of expertise and elevate also the intersections between expertise and experience available in the private sector from a very business perspective, but also in the grassroots sector and also in international organizations. So yesterday and before yesterday during the Friends of Creative Economy, when this idea of international panel on creative economy was floating around, UNESCO representative said, yes, that would be an excellent idea, and we are ready to offer and put this and that. So that's a very encouraging sign. Representative of the African Union also was positive, and Africa as a continent and as many countries and people is also critically important to define and shape the future of creative economy. Marissa, out of your experience, and you were here on stage already to present the new report of UNCTAD, what would be a key priority for this G20, for the aftermath of WCCE, to pinpoint, right? something that we could have in mind by leaving this room tonight about creative economy?
I think one of the key things would be that we are in a very difficult times at the moment. There are crises in terms of environment, in terms of inflation, employment, and a crisis on tensions, geopolitical tensions. So there is a risk that if we don't show the importance of creative economy, they will say, well, this this is not that important. But it's not. The important is that because of this crisis, because of this situation, we do need more than ever provide an enabling environment at the international, regional, and national level so as to favor investment, trade, intellectual property. So this is the moment where we need the most, where to bring attention and get cooperation from member states to explore this and further support this kind of coordination. So the Bali report, I think this is really good, and in fact, it's like it builds up on the previous resolution on creative economy. It's like, don't quote me on this, but it's like the resolution in steroids. It's a resolution 2.0. It really builds on that and captures the latest needs and the latest programs. So I think this need to say we need an enabling environment, we need to work, we need to ask governments to remove barriers to trade international, promote investment, clean circular economy. These are all the very macro things that if we do that, then the Sustainable Development Goals are easiest to fulfill.
Would you say that it would be timely to envision a second resolution in the UN on creative economy as was passed on, or this is not the subject?
I think that could be, if member states want to do that next year, I think that would be very good because it will be included in the macroeconomic agenda. This year, yesterday, it was the report was presented at the macroeconomic agenda. So it reminds policymakers that we are not just only talking about social issues, which are really important, and art, but at the same time, there is a whole industry and economy behind that.
Which is all the more important as next year in the UN General Assembly, or linked with that, there will be a summit of country leaders about sustainable development and the future of the Agenda 2030. So that's also an interesting point. In Indonesia could be then probably instrumental, again, with a number of countries to push such a resolution. So I will stand because we have a couple of minutes left, and I would like to know if from the floor, anyone would share a comment out of the last 3 days nearly of intense interaction at all scales and all levels. If there are a question for the panelists, a remark, please feel free to stand out. This is an intimate space. Any remark? We heard so many things during these 2 days. No, please think about the remark you would like to make. John, yes, please. You have a mic.
I have a mic. You mentioned the importance of Africa, and it interests me there are 9 African states represented here this week. Many of them still have economies that are basically dependent on oil and mineral extraction. And my favorite mantra, oil was the energy that drove the global economy in the 20th century. Creativity must be what drives the economy in the 21st century. And the difference is the more oil we use, the less we have, the more we damage the planet. The more creativity we use, the more we have, and the more we solve the problems of the planet. And I think if you look at all the energy that's going on in this part of the world, in East Asia, and you combine that with the energy and potential of Africa, we also know that with all the demographic changes in the world, China, Europe, North America, populations are aging. In India, it's stabilizing. But in Africa, the population's growing massively. So there's going to be huge cities there. Getting it right for Africa is going to be crucial. And finally, it just makes me think of the great conference in Bandung in 1955. Asia and Africa coming together, independent countries, to say we are going to create a new kind of economic order, which is not height of the Cold War, not dependent on the communist East or the capitalist West, a new kind of economic order. And it seems to me WCCE's ambition should be, how do we bring all this energy and skill and expertise together to create a really new kind of economic world order? That's what we should be thinking about.
Thank you, John. Tita, the Indonesian Creative Cities Network is a wide network across Indonesia, right? Working with several dozens of regencies and communities. How do you think the connectivity between this work, right, with communities and the macroeconomic side of creative economy can be interconnected?
Yeah, I've been thinking also about, since 2020, we've been involved in contributing to the policy recommendations on creative economy within G20. So with U20 Riyadh, and then 2021 T20 Italy, and then this year with U20 Indonesia. And I'm thinking, if we want to take creative economy forward, and in that sense, putting creative economy within city level, urban level, but also regencies with different conditions and characteristics. We've been contributing to those recommendations based on our experience, our exercise, and so on, and we formulate what's been happening. So if we are to make any roadmap, of course, to look forward, we have to have an insight to what has been happening, and we've been learning from our disruptions, especially the current disruptions. So learning from all those, we just have to, from all those recommendations that we made, we really have to make kind of proof, or we really have to evaluate, does it really work, and for who, and who should be involved. And in that sense, it helps for us to keep developing our models, especially because it's also mentioned in the sustainable, in the Creative Economy 2030 that we made for T20 Italy. It is important to see that whatever we do, we exercise, it's important to have to harmonize the standard and the measurement and the index. So if everybody should count it in their own context, because no one answer is valid for everyone, but at least if you have some variables that we can agree upon as a consensus, then we can use those keywords to evaluate ourselves. And that, I think, should be taken further with the roadmap.
So yes, this space, right, and here the space is round, very inclusive, and of the World Conference on Creative Economy and related activities, right? It's a kind of everything under one roof, and the way to interconnect those issues is as important as advancing one sector or advancing one perspective or as advancing one dimension. It's exactly, I think, the reflection also of the Bali roadmap. Apropos roadmap and implementation and the future, in the next few minutes that we have left, each of you, what would be the main factor of success of continuing or implementing the roadmap after this Bali edition of the World Conference on Creative Economy towards the next one, which is scheduled in 2024, or the next meeting of Friends of Creative Economy, which is scheduled next year? What would be the main drivers, an initiative, maybe not too technically, but the main idea that you would like to pick up and recommend? Who would like to start first? Maybe Dina?
Yeah, I believe that the creative economy, if we can see the value chain, it's not only incorporating the 17 subsectors. In Indonesia, we have 17 subsectors, right? But sometimes we also have, we also need to have the backup, also help, yeah, from the backward and forward linkage industries. And it's not only, sometimes it's beyond the 17 subsectors. So probably if next year we have a meeting, we should invite more people and institutions, or probably private institutions to join, to become probably our steering committee or become the Friends of Creative Economy, because they can become our support system and can help us to escalate whatever products that actually resulting from this economy. Okay.
Thank you, Dina. Marisa?
Well, very quickly, I think from this conference it was clear that there are three main drivers on creative economy that were discussed here. One is tourism, and the other is technology, and the other is the digital economy. And I think we need to follow those three developments very closely, and maybe next conference we provide something to say these are the advances, how these, but also two things. One, as I mentioned in my presentations, I think it's very, very important to help countries to map their creative economies, and for that UNCTAD is creating a group of experts, and hopefully next year we're going to do a group of experts on mapping, and hopefully to bring that new knowledge at the next conference. After that, I would say between one conference and the other, it was the Friends of Creative Economies were very, very, very good, useful tool to keep the momentum and the networking together. So any network that we can create or we can continue working on so as to keep the work in between conferences will be very useful.
Thank you, Marisa. Tita, and then John. Tita, one last word about the way forward, key initiatives, key takeaways.
I think models, best practices, everything is already out there.
Yeah.
We just have to learn from each other. And well, the word collaboration is easier said than done.
Yeah.
But that's how we should look into it. And all those policies and policy recommendations, it's all good. But then to implement it is not that easy because of the bureaucracy, political will, and so on. And those are the things that we should put our attention into, because reflectively, those are the most difficult not to handle.
Thank you very much, Tita. John, G20, International Panel on Creative Economy, steering committees, and so on.
A simple point of process rather than content in a way. The minister from Cambodia said just a few minutes ago, the problem of coming to WCCE is you go away and it's finished and nothing happens until the next one. And so many issues have come up in the last 2 days. The usual ones, intellectual property, access to finance, etc. But there's also the informal economy, there's this inefficient supply chains, company structure, Islamic finance, so many issues which can't be dealt with in a big conference like this, but they need maybe online workshops, seminars, activity that can take place between WCCE meetings, so that when we get to the next WCCE, we've moved the agenda forward. I think that's the big takeaway for me from this event of the last 2 days, and that's what I think we should endeavor to do before the next WCCE.
Thank you very much, John. And I would, on a personal note, not as moderator here, also very much second everything which was said, and the fact that there should be a number of selected workshops, right? Like WCCE tagged workshops among a number of topics to be discussed, like with the ministers, with the Ministry here of Tourism and Creative Economy and Ministry of Foreign Affairs and others, to promote this broad 360 vision of creative economy that has been, I think, very well displayed today by you and throughout the whole WCC conference and Friends of Creative Economy. So I think this message is passed on, and echoing the words of G20 Sherpa Edi Pambundi, there is a call, right, to further propose wordings, elements. I think we will be working on that. And next year there will be other initiatives in the context of the G20 India and others to also keep rolling and be enriched this agenda of creative economy. So with that, I would like to share with you a warm round of applause for our distinguished panelists and speakers. Thank you for joining for this last segment of the journey before, I think, the wrapping up of the World Conference on Creative Economy 2022 in Bali. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nicolas J. Bouchard, and also all distinguished speakers. Thank you very much for the Beyond G20 Indonesia, Creative Economy, and the WCCE. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our next session for today. Our next speaker, we would like to invite the Director General for Culture, Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology Indonesia. We would like to invite Mr. Hilmar Farid.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm supposed to do this in a TEDx way, like standing and like half performing, but I won't do it. I will do it differently for two reasons. First reason is because I got it all wrong. Because when I got the invitation and I was still like abroad, and then I was sent photos of this event, and everyone was sitting behind like the name tag of their countries, so like a very formal conference, and that's what I thought would happen this afternoon. So I got it wrong, and therefore I wrote kind of a text for this occasion. It's really a paper, yeah. Then I thought like, well, if I stand in front and then speak like freely, why would I write this down, right? So I'm going to read it out, yeah. And the second reason for that, because like three panels before this, there was Tantowi Yahya, the ambassador. I mean, you probably remember him, a very animated public speaker, and you cannot compete with him, yeah. No one can. So I'm just going to sit down, read it out. You can think of it as a short story reading, and I hope you enjoy it. And yeah, the theme of this session is about the future. And I think, I mean, you've all have discussed ideas. You talked about potentials, prospects of the creative economy in the future and all that. So why would you ask such a philosophical question about hope in the future in the last session? Yeah, and I think part of the reason is that because you're not really sure, nobody is, what is going to happen in the near future. And if you read, there's this recently published Human Development Report of 2022, which I think is a very important document. The document basically says that we are facing today a threefold problem. One, massive planetary change. Yeah. Climate crisis, floods everywhere in the world, drought, failure, crop failure and all that. So you have that, like one. Second is like a sweeping societal transformation, digital disruption in the economy, businesses, the way people study, like even schools are disrupted nowadays. So that's the like sweeping societal transformation. The last one is intensifying polarization. I mean, you look at the national elections that took place in the last, this year, Brazil, like last week actually, no? Like really, really polarized. Indonesia 2019, hopefully not in 2024, but it's there, like polarization is there. And the report basically says that these trajectories, like different trajectories, like form in the end a new complex of uncertainties. And this is, I think, reflected in this conference as well. Nobody is sure what is going to happen. Yeah. So I don't want to end the conference with a sad note like that. Yeah. I mean, we have to. The question that was posed to is like, can we be optimistic about the future? Yes, we can. Yeah. I just got back from the Mondial Cult conference in Mexico City, attended by ministers, vice ministers from 150 countries. The atmosphere was very optimistic. Yeah, people were like really encouraged by the recent developments, thinking about what to do in the future, like coming back after the pandemic and all that. Yeah, so the optimism was there, and I think here we share that kind of optimism as well. But I think we need to temper this optimism with caution. Yeah, really think about like how to proceed and how to move forward. And I think this is the main message that I like to convey in this session. Yeah, I think we should not fall back into complacent optimism, like sitting back, like waiting things to return to normal. Because now I think a very fundamental question that we should ask ourselves, what is normal? Yeah? And what do we mean by going back to normal? Yeah, are we going back to the conditions that basically shape the crisis that we have today? Yeah, are we going back to that? Like, and yeah, so before we can think about like how to proceed, I think we have really to think and discuss thoroughly what we mean by going back to normal. Is that going back to the old normal, or are we going to make changes for the better, for a more sustainable future? So this is basically, I think, a very fundamental question that we need to address. In terms of like creative economy, we know that the main driver of creative economy is purchasing power of the people. You have enough to eat, basic needs are met, then you have, in addition to that, like income that you can spend on cultural products, like creative products and all that. And in other words, we see that creative economy develops hand in hand with economic growth in general. Yeah, it's indispensable, like two of them. And the problem is that we cannot just rely on the assumption or promise, yeah, that things will get back to normal. Yeah, these predictions of the economists have been proven wrong, time and time again. Yeah, and especially in times of shocking disruptions such as pandemics, natural hazards, like that we are confronting today. So therefore, we must actively strive for sustainable growth. We, the practitioners of cultural economy or creative economy, should take part in striving for sustainable growth, not the kind of growth that produces negative externalities, yeah, and reduces our quality of life. Yeah, not that kind of growth, yeah, but a sustainable growth. And this is, I think, our task today. Yeah, if the creative economy is to have a future, yeah, this is what we need to do. Yeah, really to think about sustainable growth as the basis for the development of a healthy creative sector and creative economy. Of course, driving sustainable growth is certainly not easy because the challenges are far beyond the reach of the creative economy sector. But that doesn't mean that we cannot do anything. Yeah? In Colombia, for example, there was this very interesting startup company, eDyna. Yeah? And this company has developed a wireless lamp that converts salt water into electricity using magnesium plate. In Indonesia here you have like numerous agroecological projects. Yeah? They are for food diversification and they benefit the community or dealing with the climate crisis. A sustainable fashion nowadays has grown into a movement, like involving people, a wider range of people, starting from weavers, like women weavers in villages in the rural areas of Nusa Tenggara, to top designers in Paris. So you have that like kind of connection. So things are moving interestingly, and I think all of us here have stories about good practices from all over the world. What we need to do is to look at the interconnections that these practices may have and devise plans to support them so that they can have a more significant contribution to sustainable growth. That's our task. On the policy side, we need to move away from our fixation on economic growth and begin to seriously take the emotional, spiritual, and cultural dimensions into account. Humans are not simply fulfilling their rational self-interest. Yeah. We need good policies for human and cultural development to balance growth with the capacity to manage the results of that growth. This is where I think the central message of the Mondial Conference, that culture is a global public good, is most relevant. In theory, a public good is a non-excludable and non-rivalrous good. But it's important to remember that in practice there is a distinction between a pure public good and an impure public good. Pure public good, like national security, law enforcement, that's pure public good. Impure public good is a good that, which is non-excludable and non-rivalrous principles, but it's not absolute. And culture, I think, belongs to that category. Then it means that the state remains responsible for providing services in the field of culture so that everyone can enjoy. The goal is not to make a profit, but to improve the standard of living of the whole community. In high-income countries, the subsidies for the cultural sector is so large that public services such as museums, galleries are entirely free. In Indonesia, the responsibility of providing such services lies with my ministry, the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology. The Director General of Culture, which I lead, manages like dozens of museums and also hundreds of heritage sites. The services provided are not entirely free, but the principle of non-excludability still applies to various support schemes for low-income communities. So what does that mean for the creative economy? I think of the relationship between the cultural sector and the creative economy as complementary and not competitive. Public investment in the cultural sector positively influences the creative economy in at least two ways. First, the state's protection of cultural wealth through documentation, inventory, and research forms a pool of resources that can be used by various sectors of the creative economy. Today, there is a renewed interest in ancient historical sources, such as manuscripts and temple reliefs, as sources of inspiration among gastronomy and fashion practitioners. Contemporary dance and music projects are often based on motion and sound archives collected over decades by state-sponsored research. And this pool of resources is practically inexhaustible, as the new work produced will eventually become part of an archive that continues to grow and opens up new possibilities in the future. Secondly, investments that increase people's access to cultural services on the one hand are expected to contribute to capacity building so that everyone can better prepare themselves for anticipating rapid changes. On the other hand, with exposure to the diversity of ideas, practices, and cultural artifacts, we may hope that the desire to consume creative works and cultural products will grow. And looking at our high cultural diversity, it makes sense to think of the creative economy market in the future as a decentralized market. In many countries, there is a significant emerging market for local cultural products, ranging from traditional handicrafts and performances to film and music. This shows that not all products and cultural expressions must be universalized and participate in endless competition to enter the global market. The creative economy at the local level will greatly benefit small and medium enterprises and encourage the emergence of new centers of growth at the local level. So I have several examples from my work at the ministry, but I see that I only have 14 seconds left. So I go straight to the closing section of this. So basically what we do at the ministry is to be involved in local projects, really to invest more in building capacity at that level. And the intention really is not only to look at the richness of local cultures, but also to democratize, to be more inclusive by involving people who are normally not part of the so-called creative economy sector. So that's the reason why. I mean, if you, there's a long story here that I prepared for you, but to keep a very long story short, what we are trying to do, or have been trying to do, is use this public investment to increase the capacity for people to get involved in the creative economic sector, no? So, but of course, the challenge here is variety. Yeah. The situation on the ground varies so much from region to region that there can be no single fits-for-all model. So data is of essential importance. In the last 5 years, we at the ministry have been trying to document. We've been working together with 514 districts all over Indonesia. Only 80% of them up to now in the last 5 years have been involved in that. And we have created or amassed a massive amount of data, which are very, very helpful in devising strategies that are context specific. Yeah, and this is, I think, another lesson that is very important. If you look at the creative economy, you cannot think in large chunks. I mean, you really have to pay attention to what is happening on the ground at the local level in order to be inclusive. Otherwise, you would apply like big brush strokes in painting your world of creative economy, which I think is not the right policy. So strategic interventions must be carried out selectively to be right on target to help the entire ecosystem. And the division of labor between central and local government institutions, local communities, the business sector, and the agricultural actors is also easier to identify. Overlapping interventions and unnecessary competition can be avoided so that the allocation of resources becomes more optimal. So what I've been telling you here is probably too short, but also at the same time probably too prescriptive for a session that begins with a fundamental question or somewhat philosophical question of hope. But I think, again, like building optimism from a thorough observation of the situation is really important. In closing, let's go back to the question of hope. Is there hope for the creative economy in the future? Again, we have heard many predictions supported by statistics, numbers, and whatnot. But, and I'm sure that they are also very important in our endeavor to create a sustainable future for the creative economy. But I think we must remember that creative work is not just a matter of growth rates, income, etc. But creative work contributes to sustainable development because it inspires people. Yeah. It gives hope during fragile times like ours today. Not in the form of a single candle at the end of the tunnel, but in the form of many candles that for everyone to hold, yeah, so that we can collectively find our way in the dark. So I stop here and thank you very much for having me at this last session. I hope I didn't end it with a depressive note, but all the best for the creative economy, and thank you again for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hilmar Farid. Once again, thank you very much to the Director General for Culture, Ministry of Education, Culture Research and Technology Indonesia, Mr. Hilmar Farid. Thank you very much for the sharing session. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to continue our program with the closing remarks. And for that, we would like to request the presence of the Director General of Multilateral Cooperation, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome His Excellency Mr. Tri Tariat.
Gini Adnyani, the Principal Secretary of the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to deliver concluding remarks at the closing ceremony of the third World Conference on Creative Economy. In this 3 days event, we have heard many important and valuable insights from honorable ministers, speakers, and participants that creative economy could become a potential solution for our current challenges and a new source of growth for future. To unleash the potential of creative economy, we should think big and aim high. We should pursue innovative policies and enhance international cooperation. Through constructive deliberation, delegates in the Friends of Creative Economy meeting and ministerial meeting agreed to adopt a set of policies called Bali Agenda 2022, a global roadmap for creative economy that consists of 16 actions, aims to become a framework within which governments and various stakeholders create an enabling environment for creative economy to thrive. In concrete terms, we can begin to work together on some areas to bring the creative economy to the next level. Firstly, we should enhance capacity and competitiveness of creative economy entrepreneurs by assisting their digital transformation, widening access to finance, and supporting their intellectual property management. Secondly, facilitating creative economy to global markets through strengthening their labeling and industrial design to meet international standards, carrying out more promotion activities, business matchmaking, and partnering programs, and thirdly, strengthening international cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, we can do this international cooperation through a number of joint activities between UNESCO, WIPO, UNIDO, and UNCTAD at various regions. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, no step is too small when it is taken in the right direction. I believe that what we have done and achieved here in Bali is an important step to renew international partnerships for creative economy and strategically strengthen our commitment to make the sector more impactful to global development agenda. With that, I thank you very much for your presence in Bali. Indonesia is looking forward to welcoming you in future, and I wish you all have a safe trip to your respective countries. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Mr. Tri Tariat. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to invite the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy to address the closing statement. Ladies and gentlemen, Her Excellency Mrs. Niwayan Giri Adnyani.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Namo Buddhaya, Om Swastiastu, salam kebajikan, salam sehat penuh semangat. Good evening to all of you. His Excellency Mr. Tri Tariat, Director General of Multilateral Cooperation, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Honorable Minister, distinguished speakers, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and friends of creative economy worldwide. What an inspiring, enlightening, and insightful 3 days it was. We finally did it. We finally brought the WCCE back to Bali, and we finally made it through. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, all of you, creatives, who take part in every event of WCCE from more than 65 countries and international organizations. It is truly a global movement, a movement of inclusively creative. 8 panels, 13 creative sessions, 58 speakers covering 4 strategic topics have been the spotlight on the 3rd edition of World Conference on Creative Economy. We are excited to see the spirit of creative economy goes through boundaries, geographical areas, gender, race, and any other barrier. Ladies and gentlemen, this year we are also proud to see representatives from all continents of the world. From speakers and participants, it is truly a world event. We thank everyone with their contribution to the discussion of FCE meeting, to the plenary session, to ministerial meeting, and to creative session. We also thank you for the adoption of the Bali Creative Economy Roadmap 2022, a reflection of how global creative economy be directed for the coming years. I hope you are having fun in Bali, the island of God. Relax, recharge, and replenish yourself with creative spirit. Now and the future. Speaking of the future, now I would like to announce and hand over the next hosting job of the WCCE 2024. The next host of the WCCE is
Uzbekistan for the 4th edition of the World Conference on Creative Economy.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, your next host is Uzbekistan.
Thank you. Good afternoon, dear Excellencies and distinguished colleagues. On behalf of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Agency of Cultural Heritage, and the Art and Culture Development Foundation of the Republic of Uzbekistan, I would like to express to your Excellencies, the Vice Ministers, and other distinguished colleagues of our highest regard, and to congratulate you and the government of the Republic of Indonesia on launch of the World Conference on Creative Economy 2022. These 3 days have been a great opportunity for exchange, networking, generating new ideas, new motivations, and many good memories. It is a great honor for us to be able to receive this invitation from the organizers to host this great forum in the Republic of Uzbekistan. And we assure you that we will make every possible efforts every possible efforts to make the event at the highest level. I believe that this initiative will help to strengthen the economic and cultural relations between our countries and move forward many agreements reached in 2020 and 2021 between our delegations. As many of us observed for the past 10 years, the Republic of Indonesia has shown high growth in the economy, the development of cultural policy, huge support provided by the Indonesian government to the younger generation, as well as the development of creative areas in the country. In particular, one of the largest initiatives in the field of development of the creative economy, the WCCE, can serve as an example of such support and interest shown by the government in that sphere. In this regard, the strategies and the ideologies of our countries are very similar, because as the head of our country has repeatedly noted, the future belongs on the younger generation. But no less important is the policy of the Republic of Uzbekistan aimed at developing the culture, attracting new investments in the field of arts, developing patronage, and supporting all cultural spheres in the country. According to the strategy initiated by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan, very recently, on the development of new Uzbekistan for 2022 and 2026, high importance is given to the improvement of the country's economy through socially and culturally significant projects. Great attention is also given to raising the level of education, creating new professions, and supporting the population in acquiring handicraft professions in order to preserve our cultural values and strengthen their role in education the younger generation.
Thanks to the initiative of the Deputy Chairperson of the Council of the Art and Culture Development Foundation of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Her Excellency Saida Mirziyoyeva, and the interest of the Executive Director of the Foundation, Her Excellency Gayana Umerova, who could not be present today, I would like to express big thanks to all of the organizers for giving us the chance to host this event in 2024 in Uzbekistan. Since the Art and Culture Development Foundation has been launched by the initiative of the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan, it has been carrying out many activities initiated to promote this notion and ideology in the country through different projects related to technologies, interdisciplinary approach, and strengthening education in arts and culture. With the support of international partners, networking, and knowledge exchange opportunities, we will achieve our common goals much more quickly and better results in a very short period. We will be honored to welcome all of you to the Republic of Uzbekistan in 2024 to continue our heated discussions, knowledge sharing, and warm conversations. We will be happy to introduce you to the country's old culture of our country and extend our warm welcome to each of the delegates. We don't say goodbye, we say see you soon in Uzbekistan. Thank you.
Give a big round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen, and we wish you the best for the next WCCE in Uzbekistan. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we end our session and our agenda for today, we would like to present to you the amazing performance. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome Voice of Bali's Children.
Nyok kita nonton ondel-ondel nyok. Nyok kita ngarah ondel-ondel nyok. Ondel-ondel ade anaknya oi. Anaknya nanda geli-gelan oi. Bapak dubadung pak pak pak, kendang nyaring di tepak. Yang nonton kira pada surat-surat, tangan disenjali oleh anak ondel-ondel. Taruh puntungan, rambut kebakaran. Gundo-gundo pacul-cul, lembelengan. Nyuki-nyuki wakul-kul, lembelengan. Wakul limpang segade dari salatan. Wakul limpang segade dari salatan. Gundo-gundo pacul-cul, lembelengan. Nyuki-nyuki wakul-kul, lembelengan. Wakul limpang segade dari salatan. Wakul limpang segade dari salatan. Ada si cancangi jange koga epong. Ada si cancangi jange koga epong. Koga sedap pade dopong. Koga sedap pade dopong. Ada si cancangi jange koga epong. Ada si cancangi jange koga epong. Koga sedap pade dopong. Koga sedap pade dopong. Siap-siap giring ngejangeran di jabat tengah. Siap-siap giring ngejangeran di jabat tengah. kambing tuan ada di pohon waru. Mana di mana jantung hati saya, jantung hati tuan ada di kampung baru. Caca marica hei hei, caca marica hei hei, caca marica ada di kampung baru. Caca marica hei hei, caca marica hei hei, caca marica ada di kampung baru. Rasa
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for participating in the third edition of World Conference on Creative Economy 2022. Hopefully, our creative economy will add a new dimension to the economy and initiate new holistic models of global economic recovery as a result of this important meeting. We hope you enjoy your stay in Bali and have a great, wonderful afternoon, and see you at the next World Conference on Creative Economy 2024 in Uzbekistan. My name is Putri Gorda. Thank you very much, and as Indonesian say, terima kasih dan sampai jumpa.
Staring at the edge of the water, long as I can remember, never really knowing why. I wish I could be the perfect dog that brought her back to the water. No matter how I try, every turn I take, every path I make, every road is back to the place I know where I cannot go, where I long to be. See the light sky, the sea across me, and no one knows where it goes. Leave the wind to sail on the sea sails behind me, and I know if I go, there's just no telling how far I go. I know everybody on this island seems so happy on this island. Everything is by design. I know everybody on this island has a role on this island, so maybe I can roll with mine. I can make me bright, I can make us strong. But satisfy her baby. When the voice in her eyes is different, when it's wrong with me. See the light sky and the sea inspire me, and no one knows if it goes. Feel the fear in the sun, what you see stays behind me. There I know what's beyond that line, where I cross that line. The light in the sky and the sea exhausts me, and no one knows where it goes. Get the wind in my sail, but the sea stays behind me. There I know where I go.
Voice of Bali children. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to take pictures with our friends over there, the Voice of Bali's children, you may go on the stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Once again, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that you have a pleasant stay in Bali. Terima kasih. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om.
see myself upon that list. But she said, where'd you wanna go? How much you wanna risk? I'm not looking for somebody with some superhuman gifts, some superhero, some fairy tale bliss. Just something I can turn to, somebody I can kiss. I want something just like this. Do-do-do, do-do-do, do-do-do. Oh, I want something just like this. Do-do-do, do-do-do, do-do-do. Oh, I want something just like this. I want something just like this. I've been reading books of old, the legends and the myths, the testaments they told, the moon and its eclipse, and Superman unrolls a suit before he lived. But I'm not the kind of person that it fits. She said, where'd you wanna go? How much you wanna risk? I'm not looking for somebody with some superhuman gifts, some superhero, some fairy tale bliss. Just something I can turn to, somebody I can miss. I want something just like this. I want something just like this. Oh, I want something just like this. Oh, I want something just like this. Where'd you wanna go? How much you wanna risk? I'm looking for somebody with some superhuman gifts, some superhero, some fairy tale bliss. Just something I can turn to, somebody I can kiss. I want something just like this. You're a sky full of stars. I'm gonna give you my heart. 'Cause you're a sky full of stars. 'Cause you light up the path. I don't stars. I wanna